everyone, and welcome to the game show where you survey and we play. This is LCK Feud.
디건!
That was very exciting. 감사합니다.
You look fine as well.
Oh, wow, thank you. You look great too. You look great. Everyone looks great.
You wear a suit and her also dress, but I'm look like street casting, no?
Yeah, well, let's introduce our streetcaster here on camera right now. He's the only player to get a pentakill in the LPL, in the LCS, and in the LCK. It's Prince!
Thank you everyone and Clover fans, HK Clover.
Yeah, Prince,
Welcome.
thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, let's go together.
Okay, we will go together. But after I introduce contestant number 2, who's number 1 in our hearts, it's Yeji!
Whoa!
Wow!
Hi guys, I'm Heji. I'm a host of LCK. Thank you for inviting me. And let's take a great time today.
It's going to be so exciting.
Global
Wow.
star here.
Yes, global. Both of you.
Yeah.
Both of you.
Let's carpet star here.
Yes.
Love your energy.
Wow, so much energy between the both of you. But one of you has to win. Who's going to win today?
Me! Of course, me.
Why?
Because you are...
No, I play in 1 year at LCS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what'd you do? You won.
I know what they want in League of Legends.
Ooh.
Oh.
This is true.
SK Global fans too.
Ooh. Well, we did ask fans from around the world. So both LCK and LCS, Western and Korean fans. So, are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'll do
All
my
right.
best.
We asked thousands of fans around the world about this question. Which bread was Pantheon baking when he was baking bread? Pantheon baking bread. Which bread did Pantheon bake?
Oh,
Huh?
maybe it's
You have to push the
9
button.
numbers then.
Push the button.
okay.
Okay. That was
Please.
Prince. Prince is first.
It's different of chroma, right?
Different types of bread.
Bread. Then
Yes. Bang.
First one is baguette.
Oh.
Ah.
It's no matter
Wow,
what.
no
matter-
hesitation. Baguette. That's a good answer. Yeah, I think baguette is a good answer because we have a lot of French fans that watch. Is baguette one of the
Yes.
breads that Pantheon baked?
Croissant.
Oh,
Yeah!
Okay, baguette is the number 1 answer, Prince. So you can decide, do you want to guess 7 more bread?
Yeah.
Or do
I
you want Yeji to guess the bread?
won't guess the more.
Okay,
Oh.
Prince
okay.
calling his number. He's going to guess the bread. I didn't know you loved bread so much.
Wait, I have to say number first and answer?
No, you just have to say type.
Second one is coffee bun.
Coffee bun. Coffee bun.
Coffee
So,
bun.
what does that taste like?
Taste?
Yes.
Just coffee taste.
Oh, it tastes like coffee. Okay, I was just checking. Was coffee bun one of the breads that Pantheon,
I
the
guess it's
baker,
there.
baked?
No.
Oh, it was.
I lost.
Okay, so
It's my turn.
no, he has 2 more chances
All right.
Oh, 2 more chances, okay.
because he had the number 1 answer. So you have to be ready. You only get 1 chance.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Prince, give us another bread that Baker Pantheon baked. Okay.
Next is
Yes. A type of bread.
salt bread?
Salt bread.
Brad.
What's that?
Maybe not.
Salt bread. What is that
It's
in
only
Korean?
in
How do you say it in
Korea.
Korean?
소금빵?
Sogumbang. Is sogumbang on there? Salt bread. There it is.
Whoa!
Unbelievable.
Whoa! I'm him.
You're him.
Yes.
Well, you're Prince.
Baker.
So, yes, you're him. All right. Okay, so salt bread, 6. Okay? You've got 6 more breads to go. Prince, let's hear another bread. What do you got for us? 6.
6 more.
6 more.
You have 6. You left us.
Maybe sausage bun? Sausage bun?
A sausage bun. Again, very popular here in Korea. You get the meat inside the bread. It looks almost like a pizza, but it's
Pizza.
not.
Yeah, that one.
Let's take a look. Sausage bun. Is that one of the breads that Baker Pantheon bakes? No. It is not. Prince, down to his final life in Heji, is loving life.
Okay, last chance, right?
Okay, last chance. You have one more opportunity. You got to clear all of these. There are 6 more right answers. If you get it wrong, Hyeji gets 1 guess to get 1 answer.
Okay.
So make it hard for her. All right, let's see. Another bread type that Baker Pantheon baked. Think about bread.
For bread.
Yes. Bang. Bread.
5, 4,
Need an answer.
3, 2,
Need an answer.
1.
Pizza bun?
Oh,
Pizza.
pizza bun.
Yeah.
Pizza bun, pizza bread. I guess that's kind of bread. What do you think that's a bread?
Pizza bread. Yes, in Korea.
Okay.
There is.
Do you think it's on there?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
right.
love that bread.
All right. Hedgie loves that bread, but did you all at home love that bread? Let's see. Pizza bun, is it on there? Oh no. There's so many breads that Pantheon
That was
baked,
my treat.
and now it's not on there. Okay, so Hedgie,
Yeah.
there are 52 points on the board. If you get this right, 1 chance. If you get it right, you get all the points. If you get it wrong,
Okay.
Prince gets 52 points.
Okay.
Okay, the pressure is on. You've been watching, you've been waiting, you've been laughing,
Yeah.
you've been making fun of him. Do you have an answer?
I have an answer.
She has an answer.
Croissant.
A croissant. She said it earlier. You weren't listening.
No, I don't think croissant is there.
Oh.
Croissant.
But baguette is
course.
there, but no croissant. It's just the bread.
I don't think croissant is there.
Okay. Prince has weighed in. But now it's time to see what you all think. Is croissant on there? A croissant? There it is. It's number 6. Hedgie, we're doing it. Hedgie's just going crazy.
Okay, I have a ceremony
Okay.
for croissant.
You have,
It's good.
Oh. Wait, referee.
It's the basic
Is there
bread.
Mental attack?
Mental attack.
Mental
Of
attack?
course.
There's no mental attack. I mean, yes, and it worked. The mental attack worked. Prince, you were Sun Tzu.
Every adult fan loves
I'm not
croissant.
That's crazy.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look now. There are 5 answers. Let's reveal them from 8, 7, all the way on up. What was number 8? Garlic
garlic
bread.
bread.
Right? Garlic bread.
It's really delicious.
Yes, garlic bread is good. Number 7,
Number 7.
campagne.
Ah,
campagne.
Campagno.
Campagne.
Wow.
Campagne. I definitely had to read up how to say that. Number 4, white bread.
Wow.
It's just white bread. Sikbang.
Sikbang.
Yeah. Number 3,
Number 3. Let's go.
sourdough bread.
Sourdough?
Ah,
Do
I
you know
love-
sourdough?
making
Is there
sandwich.
8 breads make from Pantheon?
Well, it's just what kind of imagination?
Imagination?
Yes.
Imagination?
Yes.
Not bread. He used the weapon as skin.
Oh, he could have
Yeah.
used it as skin.
Fans
skin?
answer.
It's imagination. What kind of bread did he make?
Just imagine.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm stuck.
And finally, our final answer, number 2.
Number 2. Pie. Oh.
Bakers bake pies. Any pie. If you would have said
Apple
apple pie,
pie.
blueberry pie,
Choco pie.
taco pie.
I thought that answer is what bread weapon used in game Pantheon skin.
Ah.
So you're saying, what bread would a Pantheon use as a weapon? Do you hear yourself when you say that?
That was spaghetti.
Bread is not normally in real life a weapon. This is all imagination, Prince.
Yeah.
Right, that's not weapon.
Oh yeah.
You're right.
All right, so let's take a look at the scores after question number 1. We'll start with the one that got it correct.
Woo!
She steals the points away.
Woo!
It is 57 points for Hedgie.
Thank you, Prince.
Who make that
You're
answer?
So
Who make
kind.
that answer?
You're so sweet.
Sorry.
Thank you.
And over here, also a bread type, a donut, 0. A bagel, 0 for Prince.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is there gift for winner?
Oh, this is very important.
Yes, there's a
Yes!
There's a prize.
there are prizes. We've leveled up here.
Oh, nice.
There are prizes.
Then the loser dance.
Yes.
The floor?
And the loser's gonna dance.
Wait.
Gonna be dance on the floor.
And
Yeah.
last week they danced?
Prince.
Well, this week they're going to dance.
Okay.
Prince, are you ready?
All right, Prince. Now, if you are like Prince after question number 1 and disagree with these answers, make sure to sign up on the website, at Twitter, the LCK Twitter and fill out the form so you too
Woo.
can put your answers on the board. Like this one for question number 2. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm ready.
Now I'm ready. All right, question number 2 is which champion would be a great soccer or football goalie?
Oh.
Push the button.
Wow. Oh.
Okay, Hedgie.
Yes. Wow, this question is very, very interesting. Yeah. I think.
Need an answer. Bali.
Nar.
No.
Meganar if Meganar become a goalkeeper, it can block
Going, keep going.
every shot.
Yeah.
That's right. He could break the ball. He could throw it away.
Meganar.
Oh.
All right. Is that the correct answer? One of the 8 answers. Which champion would be the best soccer football goalkeeper?
Oh,
No.
It is not. Okay, so that means Prince, it is your turn. You just need to answer one of them.
Yeah.
Okay,
I've
which
answered.
champion would be the best at being a soccer football chuku?
Lee Sin.
Lee Sin.
Sin.
No matter what, let's go.
Kind of crazy. He does kick, but also he doesn't see anything. What that mean?
Oh no way.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
That's right.
Yeah, that's
He
a
can't
kind
see
of
any
cosplay.
balls.
He can see. He can
he
see.
can-
kind of
it's just
cosplay.
fancy.
Yeah, just story there.
Oh, okay. A cosplay
Yeah.
Lee Sin. Is that a good goalkeeper? Let's find out.
No.
It is number
Oh, really?
What? 8?
What? He can't see anything.
Number 8. But what that means is, because Hedgie got it wrong, you decide, do you play or do you let Hedgie play?
KG first.
Okay.
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 So, Hedgie, you get 3 chances.
Yeah.
Time to clear the board. All right,
Okay.
Hedgie. Give us another one that isn't Nar.
I think Anivia.
Ooh.
Anivia can make ice wall.
That's right.
Yeah.
Can also slow the ball down if it comes into
Uh-huh.
pretty close. Anivia. Is that one of the answers that you all at home put?
Oh.
Yeah.
Number 3, 15 points right off there. Hedgie off to a good start. All right,
Yeah.
1 and 2 still there. 6 answers total still left. Hedgie, give me another one.
Yeah. Mundo.
Dr. Mundo. Why Dr. Mundo?
Mundo can block with his knife.
He will pop
Then
the ball.
break the board.
He'll break the balls. That is one way to stop them from scoring.
Mundo 박사.
Is that what you all at home thought? Is Dr. Mundo one of the best champions that would be a soccer, football, chuku goalkeeper?
Let's go, Mundo!
No way.
Oh.
It is not.
No.
So 2 lives left here for Hedgie. 2 more guesses. Hedgie, go ahead. Give us another one on there. Got 6 answers.
Oh, I thought that answer was strikers. So now goalkeepers.
Yes, goalkeeper.
I'm
Wow.
wrong. Understand.
Wow.
Kind of skin. Make them look more good goalkeeper. Think about skin.
Good, maybe. Maybe.
Goalkeeper skin.
It's just the champions.
Not
I think it was pretty
Israel.
fair. I think it was pretty fair.
Oh my god.
All right, 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Maokai.
Maokai, that's a good one.
Goalkeeper.
Maokai, yeah.
Maokai.
He can use his brambles to stop the ball from going in. Goes pretty wide.
Yeah.
Maybe first.
First.
Let's see, is it on there?
Maybe first Maokai.
No.
What?
Oh my. Yeah.
Goalkeeper
Hey.
Maokai skin.
Hey.
Goalkeeper.
You recommended me.
Mental warfare. Mental warfare. All right, you have one more to go here. And think, goalkeepers. Which champions would be a great goalkeeper? Maybe ones that block things, right?
Block.
Who's good at blocking things? You know,
Oh.
try not to give away the answer.
Oh.
Ones that are good at blocking things.
Blocking. Talia.
Ooh, Talia. With the wall, kind of like a
Before
Nivea.
dashing, then stop it.
Yeah, a little bit dashing, almost like diving.
Or use the ult.
Yeah, with the ult. All right, let's take a look. Were you at home? Ones that thought that Talia would be on the board. Let's find out together which champion would be the best goalkeeper.
Talia.
Ooh, Talia is not on there.
Oh. It's too difficult.
Okay, Hedgie is out of guesses. This is your chance to shine here, Prince, to steal the points. And given question number 1 went the way of Hedgie, you probably need to get answer number 1. What is the number 1 champion that would be best at soccer, football, goalkeeping?
Maybe Brown is there, I guess.
Braum.
Brown, no matter what, is there.
Wow. He got
He blocked all the things.
Prince,
Yes.
can you show us how Braum blocks things?
You have to make the sound.
Hedgie, can you make the sound?
Rome.
All right, let's take a look. Is Braum on there as one of the best champions that would be a goalkeeper? Let's find out together.
Maybe. Oh, second one.
Second one. Wow.
Prince gets the second one, which means he gets all of these points right here. That is 27 points, I believe. 27 points for Prince. Let's go ahead and clear the rest of the board, shall we? Let's start with number 7.
I'm really curious.
Galio.
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 Woo.
Galio would be good. He blocks things.
Yes.
You know,
and fly.
He flies, like, you know, can fly.
Yeah.
Couldn't think about it.
All right, let's go to number 6. Number 6.
아지르?
Oh,
Wow.
right.
He can toss the ball.
He can toss the ball.
Make
He
the
can
wall
dive.
shake.
He can make the wall. He can do it all.
Nice.
I'm surprised
answer.
Jazir's not higher up on here. Let's go to number 5. Number 5.
5. Jack.
Jack?
Whoa.
Zach can dive.
Jack.
Dive?
Jump.
Just
Ah.
dive?
Yes.
Then Maokai use the ult and don't need to dive. Maokai just ult. Dong. End game.
This is what the people said. You said you knew what the people wanted.
I'm bad. So I'm bad. My bad. So.
All right, let's go to number 4. Which champion would be the best soccer football goalkeeper? Alice.
Alistair.
Wow.
Alice, right?
Looks very strong,
bit-
Alistair.
A bit ugly. But I'm curious about why Garen not in there. Just use the E then block all the.
It doesn't knock anything away,
Oh, okay.
right?
Okay.
Agree.
He spins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have cool time also.
Yeah, Alistar bumps things away.
Agree.
The number 1.
What's the number 1?
What is
Number 1.
1?
I can't believe you guys didn't get this. This is the most popular answer. Which champion would be the best soccer football
is that?
goalkeeper?
Popular?
Blitzcrank.
Why?
Oh.
The soccer
Why?
skin.
Wait, it's up to.
Blitzy.
Ah! Wait. Then why Maokai?
Maokai has
not
skin
there.
also.
Maokai
Yes.
was 9th place.
Oh.
Aha.
It's not on the board.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh,
I see.
Blitzcrank. Wow.
Yeah, Blitzcrank uses his hand,
Uh-huh.
does the dive.
Yeah. And long
I can
hand,
see
making
our
long hand.
SK fans think. Oh, opinion. Okay.
Yes, he's given it back. You were like, what are they thinking? But now you understand what
No,
they're thinking.
no, I'm not that.
Oh.
I didn't.
You said that.
No, I'm not.
It's
It's yours? No. Your voice kind of 흔들리다,
Shaking.
shaking.
No, because you said that earlier after the first question with the bread.
All right.
Yeah. All right,
True,
let's
true.
tabulate these scores. Our winner in today's action, after getting the first question correct, it is Yeji with 57 points. Woo!
Yeah.
And in second place, he got some answers right, but he didn't get all the answers right. 37 points for Prince. All right, Prince. Well, a deal's a deal, because Hyeji said so. The loser's going to have to dance up in the front. Time to
Let's
see some
go.
dance moves.
Fly Quest Prince. Fly Quest Prince.
Fly Quest Prince.
Prince.
I show you guys what is the 9th place
Yes.
team in
Yes.
the league.
Okay.
The 9th place. All right, here we go.
With the song.
Here.
You're
Yeah, here in the
the
front.
best.
The logo. Logo's right there. Let's watch.
3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Woo!
And it's best team in the league.
Yeah.
Oh.
9th place. Oh, all the eyes on us, baby.
Baby.
All the eyes on us.
Yeah.
I don't remember next man.
That's
but-
okay.
Prince is best in the world.
Loser dance.
Oh, it's okay.
Prince is the best.
And for the winner, because winning is what matters, we got
Yeah. baguette.
A baguette!
Thank you.
wow.
Wow.
Made by Pantheon.
Wow,
Made by Pantheon himself.
Thank you so much.
Edgy, how's it feel beating Prince? Knowing the fans better.
Prince, are you okay?
Yeah?
Yeah. Are you okay?
I don't have 잃을 거.
Ah,
I don't have
Don't
잃을
have
거.
any.
Yeah. Because I'm ninth place in NA.
You had a good dance for us. It was really good. If you want to see Prince dance some more and you want to see your answers surveyed here, make sure to check out the LCK Twitter and fill out the form next time we put it up. On behalf of everyone here, you know how it goes. You survey and we play. This is LCK Feud.
bye bye.
NA
See you again. It
That was a great
really
video. I
Great
remember-
time.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against the flame. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Orcs. Together, we make the AA broadcast, and we are here to begin the day with the Rise group. I know it feels wrong to start with dessert and then have the main course afterwards, but sometimes it's what you need to do, and we deserve it. And that's what we're doing here today.
Yeah, breaking the rules a little bit.
Indeed. It's like having breakfast for dinner, though, you know? And Brinner is a sacred and beautiful thing that should be cherished. And much is the same as the Rise group prior to the Legend group. It does feel like we've gone Legend to Rise for like the last 4 days, and we have.
Yeah.
That's been actually the way that
you've
it
been
goes.
here consistently.
I have. I've been quite consistent over the recent times. As Valdez, please come home. I've had enough of you being overseas. Okay, the Bros can secure first place in the Rise group with a victory right here. And they also secure it if BNK FureX fail to win their next series after this one. As BNK FureX have still got 2 matches to play, this is going to be Bros' last one. And with this, BNK FureX will never be able to catch them because the Bros always go to 3 games. So when they lose, they've generally only lost a point instead of losing 2. And that's why they're only on -6.
Yeah, and bit of a flashback to last time these 2 teams played. And this was that legendary flank from Namjoon.
Lord!
The pentakill for the lock as well.
And don't be fooled by Roma picking up a pentakill. This was all Namjoon. This was all the 0-8 Camille power spike, finishing the game 0-9, and also being deserving of the POM. He didn't win it, but he definitely deserved it.
Yeah.
I think for being
BNK
I can't quite remember. I'm pretty sure he didn't, though.
This was a frustrating series because that game 1 was in their hands, and it just got taken away from them. And we obviously, BNK FureX was a super dominant force in the LCK Cup, but since then struggled to have that same level of success and struggled to get anything against Bro in their recent series.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate for BNK FureX, but honestly, it has been since they got back from Brazil. The Bros have just kind of had their number since that point. So we'll see whether the turnaround can happen now. I think the BNK FureX have looked better and better, but it hasn't quite been enough to topple the Giga Chads. And Brion, I think that their eyes are looking higher than that of the Rise group. I think that this is a team that understands they have a shot. They are not mathematically eliminated from Worlds Championship. You know, that was a weird way to say that. From winning Worlds. They could still do it. It is possible.
The path is still there.
It is.
So, obviously securing first in play-ins would be a big step towards that. A big favor in terms of
getting the
system. I think the system is, so is it 5th place Legend against 3rd of Rise, and then I guess first, second means you get first selection.
Yeah. So you have a pretty good standing as far as this matchup is concerned. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do with this. It also means that they'll be facing Nongshim, I believe. I assume that Nongshim are locked in 3rd because Kim DRX and DNS are unfortunately already eliminated. They will be facing off towards the end of the week in a bit of a for-fun match to say goodbye to all of us
I
before
think
they leave for the season.
Nongshim can still make 2nd.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're not very far behind BNK FureX. If BNK FureX lose this series, they could actually go into 3rd place.
Oh, wow. And actually, they're the ones that are facing off against each other, so they could just swap positions.
Yeah.
Actually, it isn't locked in.
Nongshim, though, cannot make it into... Actually, could they make it to 1st place? I don't think so.
No, they can't. Bro locked 1st place with a victory here. I guess if Bro lose, that puts BNK ahead, but then they could theoretically be equalized. It all depends on game score.
Oh, it's so confusing when it gets down to game score.
Yeah, but it does definitely get down to game score when it comes to the top of the Rise group because everyone is within touching distance.
We can boil it down to winning is good.
Okay.
So teams should look to win, and
all
that
right.
will If you
If
win,
they
you will be in a
win-
better position.
Yeah, they have more of a chance of being higher in the standings and therefore avoiding the positions that we might be talking about.
These are the sort of statements that we can confidently say on broadcast.
There we go. Don't do standings on stream is, I guess, what I am learning here. But what I want to see is some more out of Namgung. I want to see more of these fun drafts where they do the fancy combo plays and there's just lots of kills and deaths and all that sort of stuff.
Normally we have all the information about standings and things that can happen on our sheets, but Max dropped our sheets.
I did, and now I
the
don't
way
actually
here.
have those sheets. I
And
gave
it's-
them all to you. You've got like
Wait,
double
have I?
copies of them.
Where are my sheets? Did you? I don't have those.
Wait, you don't have those either?
Max, what have you done?
We just weren't delivered them? This is Yundo's fault, actually. I'm calling him out. Although he did help me because I dropped some trash on the floor and he picked it up for me and threw
Wait,
it
you
away.
dropped some trash on the floor and then you dropped the sheets on the floor.
I did. I'm a bit clumsy today.
Yeah.
A bit of a
Oh
klutz.
my god.
That is a glorious stallion, is it not?
Is that... It looks like the Duro horse with the glasses on.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It's a Kellen horse, apparently. And apparently Yundo is crying now in the back room because of false accusations. It wasn't false. He did actually pick up my trash and throw it away for me. I was completely true.
Yeah, but I think talking about they're not giving you the sheets thing.
Well, I mean, do
Okay,
we
but-
have the sheets?
Yes,
we have
did.
all of the sheets.
Okay, but you did drop the sheets.
I did.
Are you
But we picked
certain
them all
you-
up with the help of the referees. They helped me pick up my sheets.
Okay, I trust the referee.
And the referees would not steal my sheets because they're referees. They're arbiters of truth and justice
Yeah, I trust
here in the
referees.
LCK.
If you were picking them up by yourself, I could see some getting mislaid, but the
Yeah.
referees helped you. I think it's pretty
Exactly. We don't have those particular parts of the sheets. It's fine. We don't need them because we're happy to do the standings math with you here live. And by happy, I mean we're terrified of getting it wrong. But I think that we did kind of nail it. We sort of got there. We do know for a fact that if the Bros win here, they're first in the Rise group. And honestly, that's all we really want to focus on. And then we'll get to the weird stuff if B&K FearX manage to win this game.
I'm glad we
and
just
throw
simplified
everything
it.
into turmoil.
Yeah. Cool. Well, that's it. That's the stakes. We've set them.
Yep. It only took us about 15 minutes to get there, and thankfully that has got us all the way to the draft. And here we are. Lucian going to be taken away as well as the Nocturne, and the Cassiopeia also going to go. Is it just going to be Cassiopeia Oriana relieved? And it's not going to be just yet, as the Vi is the second one off the board.
Yeah, I feel like we've had a lot of staple bans in the LCK at the moment, but we're seeing some shifts, some tweaks where, especially with changes like to
I was
Camille.
always wondering why I didn't see any staplers here.
Well, maybe that would have helped you keep a hand on all the sheets.
Honestly, it would have. They wouldn't have gone everywhere and been misordered. So maybe we need to stop with the staple bans, honestly. Oh, dear. Okay, Ezreal going to be taken away, and then the Oriana, I assume?
Yeah. Some of the picks that are available still, if they go for the Oriana, there's still like the Poppy, Camille, which again has dropped in the ban priority a little bit. Bard, something we sometimes see banned against specific players. And expectation is will just be that Oriana. Now,
It
in
is.
terms of first pick, we've seen good amount of Jarvan, good amount of Ryze, I would
Yeah.
say.
Poppy.
And it looks like it will just be that Ryze for Roma.
Yeah, so the Poppy has been getting through more and more recently.
Yeah. You did get that bunch of changes on this patch.
That is true. It didn't feel like they were all massively nerfs, though. I feel like she still would be strong in the same way that she was.
I think it was kind of taking away some of her jungle clear speed and some of her like bruiser power. So more of a tank, which is strong in a different way, but not as much early pressure. But she still has a W and heroic charge, which are great tools. But we see the Annie Lee Sin come in, so I like the fact that they're securing a mid lane pick that can set up well for the Lee Sin. CC often very effective against the Ryze, who needs to be within a certain amount of range.
Yep. Also denial of the Risley Sin that we've seen rise to popularity, no pun intended.
This is just Pantheon Olaf. I feel like that's a pretty good pickup here for Anjin Brion.
Feels all right to me. I wonder whether the casting is just like, wait, it can't be this easy, can it? To just lock these away and then be fine. There could be a clear counter pick, right? Like the Kled or something like that on 3. They would be pretty safe to do that, but yeah, I think you're kind of right on the money. As the Pantheon Olaf seems to be the choice. What's the answer?
I feel like we've been seeing some more pairings in the bot lane, so probably just going to leave that till next rotation. I'd probably say just picking up what you want for clear into this matchup makes the most sense. The only thing I can think that you maybe want to get your hands on would be like Jin, which could get banned, but I know you already have feelings about Jin, especially in Olaf, so I think picking Clear's pick here. And it looks like the Camille, technically a flex, but we saw Zeus play this into the Olaf the other day, and we're not going to see it today. We're going to see the Cassante instead, which...
It doesn't feel like a strong counter.
I feel like the CC, obviously, that Cassante offers isn't going to work that well in the Olaf, but I feel like we've seen so many times players take the Kled, not have the mastery of it, not make it work, fall behind. A lot of these counters into Olaf are very feast or famine. And if you lose badly. I think, is Clear going to dominate this lane matchup and shut down the Olaf? No, but I have confidence he's not going to get completely run over and solo killed multiple times.
That is a good point.
Maybe that's just enough, but it does put a lot of weight on Taeyun with this composition. You know, Annie's not a high DPS champion. You have a tank in the top lane. Whatever Taeyun's going to play needs to have that carry potential. And we saw them run a draft like this not too long ago, where they went for the Lissandra mid for Vikla, and Taeyun popped off. Did manage to carry the whole team, got a good amount of momentum, so they clearly trust Taeyun to be that main carry, that main character for the team.
All right, they want Yunara Lulu. That's what I'm guessing.
I feel like a Lulu ban would be pretty good for Brion here.
I would agree.
They might be a little selfish and think we kind of want to get it ourselves, but I think it's just going to get picked on 4. They ban the Yunara, so that aspect of it has gone.
You can still play like Aphelios or Kog'Maw, something like that. If you do want a Lulu lane, there are champions that can utilize that champ quite effectively. But we'll see what they do decide to do. You can even just lock in the Lulu here. But it does feel a little bit better if you are the bros to be able to just grab the Lulu combination together. Nico going to be the choice here. Kind of makes me feel like a Corky Nico could be coming on through here for BNK FureX, which doesn't fill me with a whole lot of comfort.
And also, I mean, Hanji and Brion probably comfortable just taking the Corky away themselves. You have to see the Corky when you want one of those safer 80 carry picks. You know, Jin is often picked as someone who can operate from a long distance, but into this Cassante, I think you'll feel a lot better having the Corky instead, and should be pretty solid in lane. And then for support, Namgun really has a ton of options here. Corky,
Bard,
quite unique in the meta in that you can pair him with pretty much anything as long as the lane matchup is okay. Bard, definitely an option, but he's looking at the Elise, which is a bit of a fan favorite for Namgun.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. He loves the Pike as well. A bunch of different aggressive options that he could go towards. You can also just lock Alistar if you want to pick up one of these champs that can play decently well into the Nico.
I think honestly Shen would be pretty good too, but he goes for the Karma, which we saw quite a lot originally when Nico was like entrenched in the meta. Karma came in as a counter to her, so they want to focus quite a bit on lane. And I also think that the Karma, specifically with Pantheon, Olaf, 2 champions that are very good when they get in range, but need to get in range, has a good amount of value now. BNK FureX looking at the Sivir.
Wow, and locked in.
I mean, it is a pick that has that DPS you need, has a lot of damage potential, but you are short-ranged. And this composition, if you don't get ahead as BNK FureX, you are so reliant on Taeyun getting the damage out in fights. And there's a lot of threats to make that difficult, so high pressure for the BNK FureX AD carry to pop off this game.
Daniel, how does BNK FureX stop casting from just murdering Taeyun every fight?
We'll see if they have enough damage, they can kill him before casting kills Taeyun.
Do you know how fast that champion runs?
Yeah.
That's a lot of DPS.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I think being ahead is a big condition of this composition working, so we got to see what particularly this Annie Lee Sin can do in the early levels.
Well, I am seeing some skeptical faces on the BNK FureX side of things. The bros, even in the fandom, just looking cool, calm, and collected. But that might just be because they're bro fans, and bro fans generally are not too phased by much of anything at all. They're just here for a good time, and so are we. Let's see whether BNK FureX can get some revenge. It'll be their first victory in a series after the last 3 losses. They haven't won against this team since the LCK Cup. It's crazy. Let's get into the rip for game 1. All right. Bro fans in full voice here today. As Chijijik Lol Park was, it's pretty noisy, even if it is the Rise Group start of the day. Got a bit of a barn burner coming up in our second series as well, as a certain telecom war is awaiting us. But I'm here for this one, personally. I'm all for the dessert first.
I mean, a telecom war that also represents a huge impact in the standings for KT. So
yeah,
pressure really on there. Gideon going to start off. They've got 2 wards down in the enemy jungle here. And I think when you know Taeyun is this big win condition, playing a split map like this is a really intelligent way to approach it. I will say Teddy is taking a lot of damage already in this lane.
Yeah, not having a brilliant time. And the Sivir doing what she's supposed to, which is just getting control of the wave. Absolutely is doing that. Even the Blooming Burst actually doing a fair bit of work here as Gideon being a bit annoying. Raptor goes in. Does get stunned up for the trouble, though, as there is Raptor actually flashing for the play. Looking for Gideon, who has charged up his Q. Roma is also fighting against Vikla, though. Blast Cone does get the Pantheon out of here, but can Roma actually get the kill before Raptor gets over here? Namgung is going to be set up, and therefore, no one dies.
Pretty chaotic situation there. Gideon gets challenged in Raptor's jungle and is forced away. Nice defense there, but Vikla takes a lot of damage trying to move over from this Rise. End result, no kills, flashes down for both of our junglers, and I'm going to have to move over. Sacrifice Teddy's lane a little bit more. He was already pressured there, but was getting harassed even more so. No health potions available, and a big wave pushed in. We'll see how much of this he can pick up.
Yeah, he's doing his best, but it's currently 17-9, almost double the CS here of Taeyun. And Teddy just continuing to take ricochets this entire time. He's 5-0 on this Corki, by the way. Certainly been having a very good time on this champ throughout the weeks here in the Rise Group, but still, it doesn't change the fact that this lane is looking pretty rough.
Yeah, plate already looking to go down, or at least close to it. And getting Taeyun ahead, big for BNK FearX. The fact that you have information on Gideon, because obviously the invade happened, he got forced away, he's now clearing his own camps, means Taeyun and Kellen can afford to play aggressively like this.
We do have Gideon ahead by a camp so far. I believe was able to take away the Raptors from Raptor, which Raptor is annoyed about. We have Raptors, and Gideon's Grubs in this game.
Yeah.
So actually the jungle matchup is going to be very pivotal as far as keeping these junglers happy. Don't have the Grubs just yet. 4.5 minutes until we do spot them on the Rift, as Namgung is just throwing out some emotes here towards his bottom lane. And Teddy will make his way back. 250 gold, though, is the lead already here for the Sivir, and we know she is very good at utilizing money in the later stages of the game. So I think BNK FearX feeling very happy about how this one started. You set the stakes already. They just have to do a lot of winning to avoid casting kind of killing Taeyun and then making everything a bit of a problem.
And Gideon's here for the Raptors respawn.
Has Raptor taken a Raptor so far this game?
No, I don't think so. He's just been denied both of them. And I think getting the respawn on the camp is so important because after it's died once, it's higher levels with more experience. And, you know, it makes it so much more worth than just that initial invade where you're getting one camp. You see now Raptor crossing over and hunting. He might find, no, the Raptors about to spawn. So Raptor may get some Raptors this game.
Oh, don't tell. If he goes back and then the Raptors respawn.
They're up in it, but
they're
up soon. They're up soon.
Yeah.
It's Raptor. Of course he's going to stick around.
He's going to wait for the Raptors because he's Raptor and they're Raptors. That's a very good point.
He wrapped around to find the Raptors.
Incredible. And now, guess what his reward is?
I don't know. What is it?
It's the Raptors!
Oh, wow.
Heck yeah. Roma is going to find Raptor on the Raptors, but the Raptors are going to be taken already. At least the big Raptor, the small Raptors, some of them will go over to Roma. So Roma's Raptors and Raptors are going to be secured successfully by both teams.
Yeah, Roma roamed to see Raptor killing the Raptors, but I feel like being that it's Raptor, you should have expected him to be on the Raptor. Maybe Roma didn't need to roam and could have just stayed in lane.
But a Roma going to roam, okay? And the Raptor's going to Raptor. All right, that's enough of that. I feel like things are getting a little bit silly.
The words are losing all meaning.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Monty Python would be telling us that we do need to just take a bit of a timeout now. But thankfully, they're not here to do that. Okay. Taeyun and Kellen still having a good time, but Teddy has actually kind of turned this one around a bit. Oh, that's a great snare on an Namgung. He's in a lot of trouble. Does have to heal. He's going to be able to use that and the flash to get out of the way, but the blooming burst after the flash, and Kellen able to get that first blood for B&K PureX.
Just a big overstep from Namgun then, gets punished. You know, was low on mana, didn't have his ult available. One of the things that makes it so hard to kill Karma, especially... Oh, they're looking for Roma.
All right, yeah, the bear goes down, and there is the kick, and Raptor finds more than the Raptors.
Yep, Raptor finds Roma, and we'll be able to pick up an early kill. This is a power that Annie Lee Sin, the CC setup for the Sonic Wave. Gideon going to make his way onto this dragon and try and pick it up with the enemy bot lane resetting, so might just be a window he can do this.
Oh man, Raptor going to feel so good. He's taken the last 2 Raptor camps that have come up. This is crazy. So yeah, Dragon will go over, but who cares about dragons?
So a big thing is Namgun used the shield on Teddy already, and then gets rooted here. And the thing with Karma is you're so hard to kill, especially with that Ignite, if you have your ult up and you Mantra W for the healing. But ult wasn't available, didn't have the shield, and was just very vulnerable. Also from Raptor there, I know it's a stun target, but making sure the Sonic Wave didn't hit the minion, very important. That could have been a bit of a blunder, but he avoids falling into that trap. And 2 quick kills for B&K PureX. Already a 1,500 gold lead is a great start. And to just really, really twist the knife, we see Raptor setting up in the area around the grubs. If he picks those up,
no. Can
Gideon recover?
So upset. I don't think so. I think emotionally he will just be out of the game. And there's not going to be a whole lot the bros can do about it.
You know what's actually near the grubs? The Raptors.
Oh no! And so Raptor is going to take more Raptors. That's 3 Raptors in a row.
I get why he's called Raptor now.
Yeah. All right, well, he's going to be called Grub soon, potentially. 30 seconds until they're up and available. He's going to go for a bit of a reset first. Maybe he wants another sword. He's going to buy a long sword for every Raptor camp that he's taken. That means he's got enough long swords, actually. But he knew that he was going to take all 3 of them before he came back out of base. As he gets a pickaxe. Does a pickaxe represent the grubs? Maybe it does. All right, Teddy and Namgung will be able to get control back here in this lane. But man, you look down at the gold, and it is looking very, very blue right now for B&K PureX, just taking control kind of everywhere. And casting is falling very far behind in the top lane. I have a feeling this is to do with the teleport advantage that Clear does have. But still, having a Cassante this far ahead this early feels pretty good if you're a B&K PureX fan.
How crazy would it be if we found out the answer to Olaf was just pick Cassante?
Our LCK players would feel very silly if that was the case, because they have been defaulting to that throughout their entire careers ever since this champion came out. That's all right. Raptor is not going to quite find the dive here towards the bottom side, but his Raptor camp is spawning, so he is needed elsewhere.
You always have to be concerned in going for those dives when there is a Pantheon in the enemy team. And speaking of the Pantheon...
Down he comes. Kellen is extremely dead. Gideon is going to be able to lock that one up. And yeah, now it's where things get a little bit dangerous when it comes to pushing up lanes.
Well, I mean, now actually it's a bit safe because the ult's on cooldown. But after the ult's back up, yeah, it's dangerous. The ult, obviously a big threat. And Tayin and Kellen have spent a lot of this laning phase just pushing up, trying to harass them under tower. Gideon sees his window here. And Kellen, just the damage from the ult alone nearly kills him.
Yeah, I think he made the right choice as far as just backing away. Didn't have his flash, and so was just kind of a sitting duck, assuming he transformed into a duck at that time. Do you know what would be really cool if Nico could actually, like, not only the, like, NPCs on the map, but also, like, never mind, we've got a little bit of a fight here. Roma is getting taken down to about 50% as Kellen going to have the favor return.
Oh, no.
But, like, you know how there's, like, the little dragonfly up here and stuff like that, and, like, the little critters? What if Nico could turn into the little critters as well, and so you could be the duck in the river? You know, the little duck just below mid lane?
The duck is so tiny, though. It'd be so
I know, but it's a slightly enlarged version of the duck.
I don't think that'd be a good disguise, but you know what? I'm not against it.
Oh, it'd be fantastic. Not about disguise. It's about sending a message.
Well, Raptor picked up Gideon's grubs, took all 3 away from him.
Oh, my
And now he's trying to kill his top
Lord.
laner.
Well, Gideon is here, ready to tango. They do have the pings out, so they knew what was going on as Roma is in trouble as well. Vikla, 6 tibbers on him, and now the stun comes on down. Namgung is looking for Raptor. Oh, the tether is going to remain, but Raptor is able to flash himself out of the way. There is the blast cone as well, and the Q is not going to be nearly enough damage. Wasn't charged up. And so the Bros not able to grab Raptor this time.
Yeah, Gideon goes for the flash Q. You saw he wanted blood there, was upset about the grubs, but not quite able to find the enemy jungle. Good escape from Raptor. And importantly, because Vikla had the lane pushed in mid, Roma wasn't able to realm warp over and assist. In fact, he just realm warped back to lane just there.
Oh, a little bit of a battle here. That's a very nice spell shield from Teddy. And Teddy looking for the DPS, finds the phosphorus bomb. As Teddy's just running around him. Yeah, Teddy's just going to kill him. And that in the end just did not look close at all.
Yeah, you know, Teddy just able to keep getting those autos down. Still had the barrier in pocket. Just shows how he had the advantage, was confident to go for that play.
Yep. You can see Bro fans as well. I mean, they're just having a snack. You know, not worried about the state of this game whatsoever. Might be down 1,000 gold. No, Bro fan doesn't mind as Teddy just going to spot Taeyeon here. And I did feel like that big one being spell shielded was going to be a big deal, but no, it just wasn't.
Yeah, I feel like there's not enough auto damage from the Sivir at this point.
Nice Teddy.
Yeah.
What Gideon said at the start there. And then
I mean, Gideon's been such a phenomenal hype man. We've had so many clips of him gassing up his teammates.
Yeah, and his, like, the accent that he uses for it as well, like the nice, I really like it. You know, it's got like, there's an amount of showmanship. And I know casting is the guy that wants to be the actor, but I think that Gideon could probably go with him. As Roma, he's not acting, he's leaving. He's just going to have to flash away. Raptor not going to be able to quite find the angle there as Kellen puts that flash on cooldown once again, and Teddy completes that quest.
Oh, Triforce completed as well. He's feeling pretty great about that spike. BNK FearX want to start up this dragon. Something I will say is that Vikla on the Malignant spike feels really strong. But remember, Taeyeon, no summoners. Kellen just lost his flash. No flash from Raptor either. And as much as Roma's maybe down, I feel like Hanjin Brion could be pretty confident about this fight as long as they don't get all hit by a Tibbers.
Yeah, Teddy, like, remember, Kellen does not have his flash available, so has to be extremely careful. Now they are going to give over the dragon.
Available.
Yeah, it's the whole health bar going to 0 thing that we went over last time. That one is starting to become a bit of a problem. Roma gets some crushes before he makes his way back in. And we now have the Bros on this dragon. Raptor is thinking about being sneaky, looking for a bit of an angle. He's got teleport as he's finished his quest. And the teleport to come forward from both top laners. Teddy looking for an angle. It is going to be Bro securing the Drake. That is Double Dragon. X-Tech Soul in this game as well as Clear looking for the angle, but he gets put in Runic Prison and therefore is unable to actually contest.
Good disengage there from Hanjin Brion. Even though I felt like they had some advantages in the fight, I feel like the one-item spike of the Annie is so threatening. And there was definitely a moment where Vikla was hunting for the Tibbers, but the defense play blocks it. Oh no.
I have seen this one before as well. That was the real Kellen who went down to basically 0. He's going to have to leave. They had their eyes on Taeyeon, wanted to make sure that this Civil was pushed out of lane. And this went from them winning to an absolute disaster extremely quickly here in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and you know, even though Clear is quite far ahead in the top lane, I don't know if the Cassante is really going to make that much of a difference when we get to the later stages of the game. You need Taeyeon to be strong. And once again, this Pantheon ult from Gideon getting great value. Taeyeon just gets decimated here. 2 dragons in pocket as well, so for BNK FearX, Soul isn't on the cards anytime soon. Your Sivir's behind. I think we had boxes that needed to be ticked, and these boxes seem very unticked right now.
Yeah, not a lot of ticks being involved here, as Roma is just going to recognize that there is no CC left.
I would have accepted like a cross instead of a tick.
Yeah,
just something to signify that, like,
I didn't think they bring a pen. They didn't bring a pen. I think that might have been the issue. You know how you're on the plane, you have to sign the arrival thing, and you just, like, you realize you packed a whole bag with all the stuff that you thought you needed, and none of those things was a pen.
Whenever you really need a pen, it's never there.
Yeah.
That's just a classic. Like right now, there's a pen here for me, but I don't actually need it right now. And I have a feeling when I'm writing on my comment, it'll have disappeared.
Yep, that is a good point, but I often steal it because I think it's funny for you to not have it, as Vikla is going to have to flash to get out of the way of this, and unfortunately, that was not nearly enough. Hextech Tibbers is looking to try and get some revenge, but I think he's representing 50 gold for the Bros. And to have your pets turned into Brotax live on the Rift in front of you, this is not a good sign for BNK FearX.
Really isn't. They're looking to prioritize this Herald, but at a big cost in terms of gold on the bot side of the map. And I think there's just something so powerful about Pantheon with a point-and-click stun and Karma speeding him up to get in range.
Yeah.
That just doesn't leave very much space for counterplay now.
Not to mention the fact that you can Mantra that Inspire. She gets sped up as well, and then can get the snare off the back of the stun because you can't create the distance.
Yeah.
There is certainly some extra added-on synergy that works very nicely between these two champions. And then you add a Rune Prison on top of it, and then everything is just really kind of peachy. Working well so far here for the Bros, though. 2 minutes on the next Dragon. And I was going to ask something really weird.
Okay.
Because so far in the LCK, we haven't really seen Corki as an individual champion find all that much success. But maybe we should just start banning it from Teddy. Maybe Teddy's not allowed to play it.
He's been having a lot of success with it. And I think it offers a lot of flexibility in terms of what support pick you can go, which for Namgoon, who has been a very versatile support, there's a lot of value in that.
Yeah.
Okay, the heralding mid now, which, it's obviously going to take the tower, but I was wondering if they were going to save this for that next Dragon fight and try and have the pressure then. Oh, and I'm good in trouble.
Yeah, there is the safeguard kick, and that is a very dead Karma. Nothing they can do about that as Kellen doesn't quite find the angle with the Pop Blossom, and now Casting's making his way in. Teddy is going to flash on top of Tay, and it looks like Olaf will be able to finish the job, but they do take down the Corki. Gideon now trying to get out of here as Casting is just going ballistic, finds a triple as everyone's mopped up. And yeah, congratulations, he killed Gideon, but now this Olaf is well and truly online.
Casting going to be so fed on the back of this. Roma might be in trouble, has flash.
Yeah, it was completely separated. It does have to flash to get out of the way. Good Rune Prison as well to make sure the Raptor couldn't follow. But if they had have both taken the Blast Cone in the same direction, I think maybe they could have both survived without having to use more summoner spells.
I will say something. This fight does make the next Dragon fight very interesting because so many summoners were burnt here. Nice kick here from Raptor. The flanks behind come in, and Kellen tries to zone them away with a Pop Blossom, but then they find Teddy with the Herald. The follow-up is immediate. The problem is killing Teddy is great, but then you've used a lot of your tools already. In Casting, even though his ult is no longer available, can just smash everyone, beat them up in melee range, and the multi-threats of Hanjin Brion paying off there in that fight. Now he's managed to complete his first item.
He was 50 CS behind. He still is.
Yeah.
Oh my lord. Clear was just really dunking on him in lane.
Interestingly, Teddy went the tier very late. And
Yeah.
when you think about the power he had earlier to duel Taeyun, I feel like this is sort of a decision around, I want damage power now. I don't want to delay my first item spike because, I can just pick up the tier whenever. It does mean his mirror mana is going to be stacked later than is typically expected, but right now, he's pretty strong.
Certainly is. Well, there's on the hunt popped here by Taeyun just defensively as Teddy gets dove on by a clone. Now you've got an all-out from Clear, but he is going to go all out the hard way. And now the Drake should be secured. That is going to be Soul Point over to the Bros. And yeah, there was a turret that did fall down somewhere, but I don't think the Bros are going to be too worried about it. And there is a Valkyrie to get out of the way here. Vikla finds a bear onto Namgung, who now flashes out of the way. There's a big one to connect as there's a kick flash. That's beautifully done. Pop Blossom connects, but the Aegis is already set up, and now Teddy is able to just freely auto-attack, finds the rockets, and down goes Kellen.
BNK FearX unhappy with how that Dragon setup went, unhappy with the fact that they just lost one member and then the third Dragon, try and force a fight here, but end up paying for it pretty heavily. Hanjin Brion, 3 Dragons in his pocket, 2,000 gold ahead. We'll see how this played out. And ultimately, Clear, we saw this Xante get ahead in lane, but just isn't as tanky as he'd hope. A lot of damage from Hanjin Brion to cut through him, and they instantly target him as he's trying to move into the flank. He ults Gideon, which is really not the target you want, and then just gets CC'd and taken out.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll see that replay in a second, but here, they find Namgoon, but a lot is committed to him. He doesn't end up dying. They end up turning the play onto Roma, but this whole time, Gideon and Teddy are on standby, just able to clean up these targets. And Taeyun's just not really in a position to get the damage down.
This Hanjin Brion team are really looking like their eyes are set on playoffs. I think that there might be more than the Legend group to worry about as far as our contenders.
Well, the timing there, like the spell shield as he was in the air was still up, but just dissipates as he connects the stun.
And if Teddy's there, the spell shield becomes so difficult to use, right? Because Corki just throws out so many things all the time that you know, you can just time it alongside the Pantheon coming in with your rockets or your Phos Bomb or anything that you like, and then that stun is more likely to come on through. It's a tough game to play here for Taeyeon, but we iterated that before.
Yeah, it's now 3,200 gold lead for Bro, and 2,300 of that is on Teddy. He is very strong right now, and the Sivir just still needs more time. And even if the Sivir has time, it's not even just about the offensive items. You also need defensive items into this team composition. If you're going to live and put that damage out, we've talked a lot of times about that 400 CS win condition with Sivir.
Yeah.
This game is kind of feeling like that, and the problem is, in 2 minutes 40, it's Hextech Soul for Bro if you can't take that away from them.
And then Teddy will have rockets that will then also slow you and chain to your teammates. It was already looking rough, and that's only going to make things rough. And not to mention, Pantheon can throw spears out. You can have rogue Qs coming in from Akama. Hextech Soul was probably the worst thing that BNK FearX could have been staring down the barrel of here.
Yeah, honestly,
having
like
the monopoly on the bottom side of the map.
an Ocean Soul would have been a lot less problematic if that had come through. And 2 minutes away, we didn't have a lot of summoners available for that last dragon setup because so many were banned in the fight before. We should have pretty much everything coming into this one available for these two teams. Maybe Raptor and Gideon's won't quite be up. Actually, I think Raptors will. Gideon might not be.
There's a teleport to bring the Cassante over. Teddy flashes out of the way of the Pop Blossom, but Vikla will then find him with this Tibbers. Does have to flash away, though. He doesn't have enough damage, but the Pantheon will be taken down. On the hunt is there from Taeyeon. He's got that extra movement speed. His casting is now looking for the Annie. Does have the flash and the ghost available.
I don't think you can kill him, though. I don't think you can hold him still, obviously, with the ult. And Realm Warp actually, I don't think he's going to... He is following this. They're going for it.
Yeah, they're going to look for the angle here as Clear is just in that front line being a menace. And there is the Pathmaker. Casting going to have to flash away. Is the Q going to connect onto Roma? He's trying to hold him in place as the rest of BNK make their way in. Namgung not going to find too much, but the Inspire comes down. There is the kickback. Namgung's taken out. And now Vikla's in trouble. Teddy can't do anything about this, though. It's a double for Raptor and BNK FearX. They managed to find 4 off the back end of that really crooked and strange fight.
Just when you think Bro have got control of the game and this is where they're going to be able to take it and just shut BNK FearX out, this flank comes in and Gideon tries to sort of hold Raptor away but ends up being sacrificed as a result. Teddy forces Vikla off, but you're already down your jungler. I think this point, there was no reason to Realm Warp in here. There's no reason to force this fight. You know they're not on the Baron. You could just wait for your jungler. Casting uses his ult, doesn't get to hit targets, so it times out quickly, and then you're backing away. This felt like an unforced error from Hans Brion. Yes, you lost your jungler, but they hadn't even started up the Baron.
Whoa! We got another kickback here as Gideon is just going to get wiped out. Kellen's the one that grabs that kill. And so he just come out of base and is now just sent back to the black and white screen once again.
And this should be Dragon for BNK FearX, so slowing down the game a little bit and pushing Bro away from that Hextech Soul. Some great pickups here, but I have to say, I feel like Hans Brion really given over way too much with how they've been playing the game recently. Just a lot of players being picked and stepping into areas of the map they really shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think unforced error is definitely the right sort of word for this whole situation. As Gideon going to get caught by Raptor, another great safeguard kick.
Yeah, they didn't have any vision set up. This was very rushed, which makes sense because they were just coming back on the map, but they were just rushing towards a dragon. They get caught off, didn't have vision covering all the angles. Now, though, trying to keep some vision around this Baron area. It is the Huni Baron, the one that does a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's a scary one.
I think BNK FearX, even after a few times they've taken down Gideon back to back to back, have been tentative about starting this one up.
Understandably so. Not quite with a GA or anything like that on Raptor. Looking for that third item spike when he can find it. Gideon doing the same thing. Still sitting on some free boots.
One thing as well, with Teddy stalling the tier out to, you know, finish off his Triforce, be a bit stronger earlier, it does mean that his Manamune is still really far away.
Yeah.
And hasn't...
He's not even at 200 stacks yet. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think it's the reason they haven't been able to win these recent fights. There's been a lot of other factors, but it does mean you're just not having as much strength as you normally would at this point of the game. Big trade-offs to delaying that.
Yep. And probably once the Infinity Edge, and when the Infinity Edge does come in, I think that transformation will arrive as well. The 4-item spike is looking a little bit juicy here. But with just the Collector added on top, It really does feel like an unfinished job so far for this Corki build.
Yeah, Roma nearly has level 16, and the actualizer isn't too far away, so some pretty big spikes. I think, honestly, Hanji and Brion just need to slow the game down a little bit.
Yeah.
Wait for these big spikes for themselves, and then play around those dragons. Don't get baited into unnecessary fights. As much as, obviously, letting the Sivir scale is dangerous, I think you still have plenty of gas in the tank in your composition. A lot of scaling elements there. I think you're fine in the late game as long as you shut down Taeyun. And right now, BNK FairX do have a bit of a gold lead, but I don't think it's the end of the world. Just play your game and don't get sucked into these unnecessary fights.
Yeah, I think now, though, the Bros do need to be smart about how they fight. Right, make sure that they have access to Taeyun, make sure that Casting has the Ghost available, for example, and can really get in there and cause a problem so that Teddy can be a whole lot safer. The more dangerous this Olaf is, the safer Teddy is going to be in these fights. So I think BNK FairX doing a great job getting themselves back into touching distance, but like you say, job is not over yet. Clear, though, is just getting tankier and tankier. He's got 3 items now. It's like, and he's almost close to a Flame Horizon. Casting really has not been hitting the minions. Clear might die again, though.
He's very tanky.
He is. So never mind. Just going to flash. We'll get him out of the way. Gideon now with his Guardian Angel done 2 minutes before this Dragon. That feels good. As Roma needs to be a little careful, but I do like the bravery. Very courageous Rise standing in that brush while the bad guys all just rush at him.
Courageous is a word to describe it.
Yes.
Getting the flash from Clear is great. Pretty much everyone's summoners are now available apart from him. You know, Casting's flash is about to come up. And losing any of these before these next big fights could be very costly. Especially, you know, the 80 carry summoners, very important in this situation. Junglers as well when there's a big objective on the line. BNK FairX still able to maintain that tier 1 tower. Obviously with a Sivir, you have a lot of wave clear to do that. But it does mean that Taeyun can kind of play quite safely up on the map. And it can be such a danger against a Pantheon to push this far forward. But having the tower there means Taeyun has been able to do so for a while now.
Actualization available here for Roma.
Big spikes. Big spike coming in for Roma. A lot of power there on the Rise. And at this point, you're looking at Vikla to get a lot of value out of his CC, out of his engage. But in the extended fight, he just does not offer as much as Roma. He is just not as strong. The Annie needs to get that big, high-value engage to compare to a Rise who is just doing insane amounts of damage at this point in the game.
All right. Well, we have 45 seconds until that Dragon is up and available. Once again, a sole opportunity for the Bros. BNK FairX, they have to fight for this. And already, look at the amount of vision that they have.
Yeah.
They have done their homework prior to this one. And the Bros really need to get over here and start to remove some of this vision. Troll Ward goes down, and the Bros will be able to at least get their path towards this river available to themselves.
Still no Manamune fully stacked on Teddy.
Yeah, still needs 60 stacks, I'm pretty sure, around there. Not quite with his Infinity Edge yet either. As Q going to go wide. I mean, Teddy still does a lot of damage. But these ricochets are really starting to hurt as well as Vikla finds a bearer of the wall. Pop Blossom hits onto 3, but one of them's the Olaf, who does get that Stride Breaker down. No one dead just yet as Vikla looking for Roma. These health bars are getting lower and lower, but Gideon isn't the target that they're looking for. Finally, Roma will fall. And BNK FairX, they may have just found enough in order to guarantee this Dragon.
And Vikla finds the value there, is able to pick off Roma, has the CC, gets the damage down. And the Ricochet Shred as well was doing a lot of work. BNK FairX, a game where it felt like they were struggling to find a way back in. Pretty controlled fight here. Vikla plays around this angle here, clears out the ward. And I feel like they knew his position was there, but Roma just disrespects by walking up to this wall. Already chunked out a bit, gets ulted by the Annie. Ceres procced as well before he could actualize. And then he tries to push back in, but Tibbs is on top of him, and Vikla just chases him down.
Yeah, and Taeyun actually has a great spell shield during this fight as well. One of the big ones from Teddy, just going to be entirely absorbed. And so a lot of the team fight damage tonight. Teddy will now have his Infinity Edge complete, and he is only a few stacks away from that transformation.
To have the IE completed and you don't have your Mermana finish it, though.
Yeah,
that
it's kind of nuts.
Wild.
Kind of reminds me of a certain Zeka game.
Yeah, I honestly was thinking of that one, but it's not as bad as Rise without Tia.
Yeah, a little bit less egregious, but still feeling, I'm feeling the same feelings about it. They have started off the Huni Baron. You can see taking a lot of damage already. It's only down to 50% health as Romer is teleporting in. There should be a turn, should be a team fight as Casting wondering whether he wants to be taking this thing over as okay. That is going to be at least a crab secured, and Gideon goes in. The flash forward is a strike breaker to take down Vikla. Pop Blossom does nothing at all as Gideon gets the Aegis. They do take down the Olaf, but I have a feeling he's done his job as Raptor tries to get in there, but he's down to the GA already. Teddy is making this Infinity Edge work for him, but there goes Gideon. So a 2 for 2 in the end as the dust settles. Congratulations on the transformation there, Teddy.
BNK4X just going to push mid here. The health bars are higher. Very difficult to contest this right now. They're going to give it a go, though.
Yep, Teddy still has a lot of damage, but so does Taeun. Roma trying to find these angles. There is the flash forward from Clear, but the follow-up isn't quite there in time. Taeun gets a great barrier to avoid some of the damage from Teddy, but you can see just how much he is dishing out with each of these empowered autos.
He's such a massive threat. And honestly, I think a big factor in this fight was the tier 1 tower still being up for BNK4X. It makes it so awkward here because it makes it very difficult to chase through. They start off with this engage on a Vikla who has no flash. The Olaf just decimates him. But then we see Gideon pulled on the tower. Casting has to run through and Teddy can't follow. The tower is just kind of preventing any follow-up and allows that level of safety for the Lee Sin to res here. So I think that tower still being available made such a big difference there. Teddy's so strong right now, but just couldn't hit targets when he wanted to for that entire passage of play.
Yeah.
Also, the angle on the kick from Raptor.
Yeah, it was
Teddy,
just sort of like the stun into the wall
yes,
style of
if he'd
kick.
kicked him into the tower, I think maybe that would just be Baron gone.
Well, one of the important things here for BNK4X is the fact that Siva now has 3 items completed. And if we thought that those ricochets, sorry, 4 items. If we thought those ricochets were hurting, they're hurting even more now.
I mean, this is the sort of level of damage you want to have on the Siva. I was talking about how BNK4X were very reliant on Taeun to be pumping out the damage. This is the point where you're going to feel a lot better about things because Siva does crazy DPS now. Doesn't have any defensives, though. That's the only concern. No summoners right now. No QSS, no Mikhails, no GA. Does mean if they get on it, they can kill the Siva, but that's a big if. And now Baron's being started. Vikla's waiting for Roma.
Yeah, they're just doing it again. Let's see whether it works out this time as Gideon looking for a bit of an angle. He can just get on forward. He gets into the pit. Good kick out there from Raptor. They secure the Baron. And now Clear is going to have to run away. Can they get out with all of these Barons intact? That's the question. And the answer looks to be an absolute resounding yes.
Really nicely played by Raptor there to keep Gideon away, knowing he had no flash. And Gideon not willing to commit the ult in there to guarantee who's in the pit. And end result is Baron for BNK4X. With Baron being secured, we'll have to see what they're able to translate it to. Now they're going for a trap, but the rocket comes in from Teddy as the minions are walking up. He knew they were going to get put in vision anyway, so this fires a big one. 45 seconds on this Dragon. This would once again be sold for Hanj and Brion if they can secure it, but that has been impossible for them for the last couple.
Yeah, there is Hysterics now on Casting. I think he's playing pretty more happily towards the front lines now with that extra layer of safety. Romer is picking up this wave where he can.
You often see the Death Stance coming in.
Yeah.
Interesting to go for the Hysterics here. Did get buffed a little bit on this patch. But BNK4X are trying to push heavily through mid and just deny access for Hanj and Brion to that Dragon area that's spawning soon. This is big, actually. I know it feels like a cost to be in the Tibbers, but the Tibbers cooldown is pretty low, and Casting being ultless is pretty massive, although both champions have something that reduces ult cooldown with the Hexplate and the Malignance. And Raptor's just going to start at the Dragon. Bro, are nowhere near.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is just soul point for soul point. And BNK4X almost able to get themselves a Hextech Soul after the Bros sat on 3 dragons to 0 at the start of this game. Absolutely crazy as the outer turret is taken finally on the top side of the map. Romer is going to be able to claim that one. The gold is still only like 2,000 gold between these two squads, and at 35 minutes, that is less than meaningless. B&K Furex now just looking to break open the base once again, this time in the bottom lane as Raptor moves forward. Teddy has his mortal reminder. This Corki is terrifying, but Taeyun is well and truly online himself. He's a full item behind, but I'm still so frightened of this Sivir and her damage potential. 2 inhibitors now just taken out. This Baron doing so much work for B&K Furex. And the Bros, they have to win a fight if they want to take this one. As Raptor goes in, Raptor goes out.
Yeah, was maybe trying to bait out the Ragnarok there. They're going to try and put more pressure and go for the Nexus towers.
Oh my god, these Nexus turrets just do not last at all. And in goes Gideon finally. Vikla just kind of disappears, but stays alive for a lot longer than I think they were expecting. Pop Blossom only gets Gideon. And into the back line they go. Roma is going to go golden, but Taeyun, he stays alive. A 1-for-1 so far, mid laner for mid laner. Teddy's at full health, but man, they need to start getting rid of these players. And in goes Gideon trying to find that angle. The flash out of the way from Taeyun. Teddy realizes he has to do it. Takes matters into his own hands and kills Taeyun. Now Gideon will get on top of the Nico. Down she will go. And Namgung not able to find that Q. So with 2 left alive, B&K Furex back away. But man, I think they've done enough.
I mean, it's a good fight win for Hanj and Brion to save their base, but they have no opportunity to push. They have to deal with the minion waves in their base. And we see it start off with a stun from Gideon onto Vikla, so they target the Annie. But this Realm Warp from Roma is so chaotic. Jumps in, flashes in to try and delete the Sivir, and does a lot of damage to be fair, but gets focused down immediately. But Taeyun's so low, puts him in such a delicate spot because he's basically an auto away from death, and we see that on display in just a moment. Flash force there by the Olaf, and Teddy slides in for the kill. So much burn here as well when you look at the summoners.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to make things more difficult for the Bros to rush down Taeyun next time around.
Yeah, big thing is Raptor and Kellen both have their flashes still. They maintain them, and everyone else burned basically everything. Teddy's flash is already down, so his will be up pretty soon. And he does now have a GA as well. Picked up a lot of gold from that fight, because you know he just bought the Mortal Reminder before that.
Yeah.
GA also for Taeyun is a pretty relevant spike.
Yeah, Taeyun does have the Control Ward spike as well. So they're even on items, Fox.
Yeah.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. As Teddy now going to look for an angle towards clear. That is going to be a Rune Prison down. The Cassante very tanky, and so isn't too worried about this whole situation. Teddy in the base gates just trying to get some damage down where he can find it. And B&K Furex, I like it. They're keeping up the pressure, knowing that there are no Nexus turrets for the next minute. A little bit less, perhaps, but now the Bros, they need to try and defend this Nexus. Gideon goes in. They're creating a good amount of chaos here as Roma goes golden. He's still at pretty high health. Casting not finding a way in, though, and there is the rise going down. Teddy gets pulled back and put down into the GA, and now the Olaf trying to get on top of Vikla, but it's the Sivir that's the problem, and B&K Furex will finally find a game win over the Pros here in the LCK for 2026.
And a lot of credit has to be given to B&K Furex's ability to find these comebacks, to put so much faith and trust in Taeyun on the Sivir, and it be delivered upon. They were behind in this game. It felt like the pressure was in favor of the Bros, and they just found this window back into the game. But I've got to say, for Bro, I feel like they lost the plot a little bit at one point, opting into these fights, and then Roma kept just like realm warping into the middle of the enemy team, which just seemed dangerous.
I also feel like it probably shouldn't have been him doing that. I felt like Casting just wasn't able to do anything that game on this Olaf. It's probably one of the least impactful Olafs we've seen over the last month.
Casting didn't seem to be able to find a way in. Roma was finding too many ways in. Namgun on the Karma, it felt like he wanted to try and set up plays, but playing a Karma, you're just kind of sitting back and shielding people.
Yeah.
This felt like Bro had a winnable game state and then lost track of it. Meanwhile, B&K Furex just knuckled down and found their way back in.
Exactly right, and were able to utilize that Baron so beautifully. I think that they had their eyes on the map in the perfect way, didn't let themselves get confused and bamboozled by a tough early game. It is time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, going to break this one down, and we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
한번 공 칠게. 공 칠게, 공 칠게.
그렇게 버리고 다 높을.
그냥 올라프 쪽 봐도
그냥
고
팀포 치면서.
라이즈
앞라인 봐, 앞라인 봐.
앞라인.
라이즈
나 괜찮아, 나 괜찮아. 무조건 라이즈.
야 그렇게
앞라인.
그렇게 높을
라이즈.
올라프
높을이야.
그렇죠?
나이스 얘들아. 아 미안하다. 쏘리. 진짜 쏘리.
아, 개저렇네.
아 저러도 이기니.
우리 친친 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings. 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
when I was a player. If I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space, as it was a great game to kick off this battle for first place in the Rise group. Digon here alongside Wadid and an Amti sighting joining us here on the global side. A lot to get through from this matchup because it was back and forth, so let's jump right to it, Wadid.
I think it all started from the draft. It was really lane dominance from Hanjin Brion, so they had to win early game. And I think the early game pathing from Gideon was also on point. They really wanted to trade side and then like try to use the jungle path in a really aggressive way.
I think that was a very good point. And then the other side, at the top side, especially at the Olaf, was I think very important pick because enemy BFX picks were very weak against Olaf, but Olaf was actually, with the one mistake after that, casting was actually showing a lot of back at the times.
Yeah, all right, let's jump into it. Early on the bottom side of the map, this is how the advantages were gained by BNK4X.
So Hanjin Brion just split the map for the bottom lane, especially they need the Karma to win the lane to make the Sivir and Nico's life hard, but they actually failed the damage trade, and then Lee Sin actually passed for both sides to block the Pantheon and then try to kick him. So now Gideon lost the way where to run away.
So yeah, basically because of the trade on the bot side, I think Gideon had no pathing towards the bot side, so he could actually be okay if their bot lane was winning the trades. But in fact, that they couldn't win the trade, they cannot really escape in a safe way.
The worst thing happened. The Namgun was losing the lane and come for the help. So now Pantheon could leave, but bottom lane was having a hard time for it. But that was not Hanjin Brion's plan.
No, definitely not. And it was all because of that early trade win by B&K on the bottom side of the map. And then this leads to the opening kill.
I think this is such an illegal play by Namgung. I feel like if you picked Corki Karma into Sivir Nico, like you have to win the laning. And I think if this happens, then your draft is kind of cracked after this.
Yeah, definitely not the way that Hanjin Brion wanted to play it on out. But they did find a couple fights later on to get themselves back into the game. Teddy getting online, and like he did earlier in the week when they got the victory, he was a lot of their gold here.
So now the game, Hanjin Brion was leading the game because Teddy made a solo kill at bot and Sivir was no flash and Gideon had a good gank in 2 times in a row. But they actually played very greedy.
They're so greedy. Look at the sides right now. Olaf is not grouping yet, and Rise is on the top side, showing himself in the wave. So that means with the BNK4X team comp, they can always go on the target because they have Nico, they have TP Ward behind them, so they can always go on the mid lane and take the fight. So I think Hanjin Brion, they had the lead at some point,
yes,
but I think they miscalculated the enemy team comp that they could actually just engage in.
I 100% agree with that. I think since there were Annie and Nico, it is hard to dribble. And the next time at the red side, there goes the castings actually like confidently going in with the roamer, but this actually made the confidence down from Hanjin Brion.
You're down number, right? And I think if you are willing to take the 4v5, then either you go all in or just do nothing. But I think they didn't do it, like neither of them. So like the scenario is in the worst scenario at this point.
Yeah, there's a difference between window shopping, and Hanjin Brown got caught in both of those procedures there. And BNK then take control, and it's like, okay, cool. You saw the score. It was still 11-5. It was still relatively close. But then right after that, as we see from so many teams, you try to make up for it right away, and Gideon gets caught.
Oh yeah, I mean, you don't have the vision control because of the previous fight, right? And you should be afraid of face checking there. But because of Gideon getting caught here, they lost all the advantage from the early game. They had the 2 Drakes lead, so I think if they could keep snowballing with their Drake, I think the game was still fine. But after those kind of silly mistakes, silly macro mistake from the Hanjin Brion, the game got really rough after all.
So I can see Hanjin Brown is actually feeling a pressure about losing. Right?
Oh, true.
Especially, I think Gromer and Teddy is playing just normal, playing their games. But Casting, when he played one mistake, he was showing his bag with Olaf. Gideon was caught 2 times in a row. Namgun was not playing the laning well. They should just focus on for the game 2. This is not a game 2 for them. This is a new game for them.
We've heard in every single winning player interview, it's all about form. It's about getting the confidence back. And we saw how important it was here for Hanjin Brion. When they lost it, they weren't able to find it back. BNK FureX, despite getting the early lead, then losing it, were able to find themselves a victory. They're up 1-0 here in our Rise Group matchup.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and a huge thanks to the General giving his boys some advice there. Yes, this is a brand new game. Your Nexus is repaired. Your turrets are standing once more. It's time to win.
It's the League of Legends. It's not a brand new game.
All right, it's relatively old. Oh, that's tonight. That's one of the Pro Challenger players here on our screen right now. Just here to support the boys. See whether they can pick up the victory here. And maybe, now knowing one of their CL brethren are in the crowd, they'll be able to get it together. Because honestly, everything was going fine until it wasn't. And so maybe just keep doing that and then don't do the losing bit at the end.
They were winning until they lost.
Thank you, Skara. Wise words. I think someone posted something saying, well, it was a LoL Esports quote thing, where they're like, what is the most impactful quote of League of Legends history? I could think of 2 of them. One was that, and the other one was support is so easy.
Yeah.
Aframu, that lives rent-free in my head. I swear I think about that all the time, at least once a year. Every time.
North America may not be so good at winning internationals, but they do have some banger lines.
Oh, they definitely do.
Oh, you know what's another one?
What's another one?
You know the one from Dardock, just pick me whatever and let me lose in peace. That one.
And that one's just recently come back because he came back.
That one is such a banger, such an all-timer.
That's why you got to make sure that you subscribe to Jad on YouTube, because he does all of his YouTube shorts and stuff like that. He reminded me of that quote very recently as well. That was fantastic. Oh my lord. Let me lose in peace. Well, we'll see whether anyone is going to be losing in peace or whether they're going to be losing in pieces if they get clobbered. We do have a draft here. We've got a Bard being taken away as well as a Lucian, and the Cassiopeia is illegal, not allowed to be played.
So I was talking a bit about how Jarvan and Ryze have been pretty high priority as first picks. I feel like the Bard is pretty good into the Jarvan as kind of mitigating the engage, so maybe that's what Hanjin Brion are setting up for Gideon in this one. We'll see what the rest of the bans are, though. Obviously, last time they did ban Nocturne and Ezreal, and they're going to actually ban the Jarvan themselves. So,
all right, taking
that one away. Orianna, Nocturne, Ezreal are 3 of the picks that were banned last time that are currently on the card. So we'll see what gets left open here and what gets taken away.
Yeah, this is a little bit dicey now. I assume it's just Orianna, but instead the Nocturne will be the ban. So Orianna gets through, and a possible lock angle for Vikla maybe. Be a bit of fun.
It's either the Orianna or the Ezreal, and I imagine Roma will go for the Ezreal, but Teddy, he's often the main character for this team.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the Orianna situation is just often one that our teams cannot resist.
Something to take in mind is that when we think of the Ezreal pairings, 2 of the really good ones have been Bard and Karma, and they are off the card, so does lower that a little bit. but still a pretty solid pick. Right now, though, BNK FearX looking at the potential of a Rumble for clear. Honestly, I feel like Rumble is just like, oh, Olaf's the thing, I don't care. I'm just bringing back the classics.
Yeah.
And it worked.
And Clear is very, very good at the Rumble as well. Instead, Nefiri going to be the consideration, wanting to deny another one of these ball carriers that the Orianna does like. I can understand that one as far as that mindset is concerned. But we'll see what Raptor is going to be taking away, whether that Rumble will be committed to or whether it is maybe some sort of answer to this Orianna. Could be an Akali. I don't necessarily really like the Akali-Nefiri combo, but this is definitely a little bit better setup for getting some damage out of your jungler.
I think the Akali's been good. Vikla did have some good Akali performances early this year, but I think committing to it so early is a bit of a risk here. So I think the Galio makes a lot of sense. For Hanj and Brion, though, are you going to go for the jungle here? Are you going to try and secure that Ezreal that got left open? Those are kind of the decisions you're weighing up right now.
Well, Gideon thinking about it for the moment. Looks like a
Trundle instead. And I feel like Trundle's Nefiri, you're quite tanky, right? But you can kind of just flip over the pillars.
Yeah, you also have range damage as well with your daggers to be thrown out. Trundle is often one that really wants to get up close and personal and start whacking you with his big bat. And the Nefiri can be a little bit frustrating there with the untargetability and the mobility. The Jace is going to be picked alongside it.
I mean, one thing Trundle does really well is keeping teams at a distance and playing at range. And when you're committing to this Jace with it, this kind of feels like the game plan for Hanj and Brion. They know with like a Nefiri, Galio, BNK are going to be trying to dive in, and they're just going to try and keep them at a healthy distance and play around their long range.
Well, so far so good. Let's see whether this is going to be a clear pick into the Jace. The Cassante has been the most popular option into it, and so now actually both of the most popular ones have been taken away. But the Camille will be picked up. Still technically a flex, but man, Camille Galio and a flexible Camille, so you're not really locked into this. This feels pretty good to be a BNK FearX fan.
It's such a good pick here, I think, because it makes that engage so much more convincing. And when I just said Hanj and Brion trying to play safe at a distance, this is going to make that really difficult. Camille can also jump off the Trundle pillar, which is a fun interaction when we get to those skirmishes. Now, here, I think if they were to play something longer ranged, things like Ziggs, Caitlyn, Ezreal are all picks I could imagine Hanj and Brion leaning towards. I'll take away the Caitlyn for now. And for Hanj and Brion, you're left in a bit of an awkward position because if you ban too many 80 carries, you're shortening your own pool.
Yeah.
And BNK FearX have that flex available to keep things, well, flexible.
Haha!
The Lulu comes out, denying the prospect of like a Yunara Lulu, which could be a thing.
I think Teddy wants to play Ziggs. That's what it feels like to me. I imagine they'll go like a Ziggs Shen or something of that ilk. That's sort of where my mind's at. Don't necessarily like it. I feel like Ziggs hasn't been finding as much success on the most recent patch.
We've seen a lot of the Jace Ziggs. I kind of like the Callista ban coming out because if you are diving in, that Callista and the hostile takeover is super high value. And as well, BNK FearX are going to be able to pick first here, so if you're concerned about something like an Ezreal, you can just deny it yourselves. And Ezreal can work quite well with this. Especially when the Hextech ultimatum comes down, it kind of lines things up for you to fire your ult across.
And we have seen Ezreal Camille be quite popular, so it holds on to that that flex.
Yeah, definitely going to be, well, I was going to say definitely going to be 80 carry here to keep the flex open, but they're just like, you know what, we're going to show it. We want to go for the Rakan here. We want Xayah Rakan. Probably, but even if they don't get the Xayah, the Rakan with all this dive is going to be so difficult to survive to. I think...
Oh no, don't do this. Because now, Rakan Kai'Sa feels so good for BNK FearX. Taeun has been popping off on that champion. Teddy, don't take the bait, sir. It's not worth it. You're a great... Just pick it away, maybe. You could do that. Or they're considering, they're thinking... But it looks like they are going to deny it. Oh no.
So, splitting up the Xayah Rakan here, and putting... I think, honestly, the value of the ultimate is quite high in this composition, but I think, as you said, Taylor in a great position to pick up the likes of Kai'Sa. Here, Ezreal would also work pretty well. And it's going to be Alistair here for Namgun, so really playing into that defensive play with this composition. And BNK Fearex have a very one-track goal with their team comp.
Yeah. I'm pretty worried for the Bros after seeing this. Let's see what Taeyeon wants to do. I expect Ezreal would work, but I think Kai'Sa would have also been fine. They had a lot of options. Gonna go play it safe here with the Ezreal able to skirt the sidelines of the battlefield. And this was the first champion that Taeyeon really found a lot of success on as well here in the LCK. Also popping off on it over in the LPL before he did make his way back home. So an understandable pickup here. And the Ezreal Rakan will be that bottom lane.
I think BNK Fearex pretty happy with how the draft came through here. One thing I will say though is that solo lane's going to be likely shoved in a decent amount in the early game. So if Hanji and Brion can get a bit of an early advantage, that can make a lot of a difference. But I think team fights, there's just so much ability to shut down key targets with this composition. Camille Galio for so long has been such a big threat. It's rare we actually get to see it anymore because teams are so aware of the possibility of the prospect for coming through. And I think finding this angle here, giving themselves so much agency in this game, because I think that's something that in that previous game, they had a ton of agency in their composition. And I feel like for the side of Bro, you know, it was kind of just run at them and have Olaf be in melee range, which is effective, but not as much as like Annie, Nico. And in this game, it's Camille Galio, both of which are just very strong at setting up plays.
Yeah. There are some key picks, though, here for the Bros. They do have the Orianna. Let's see how they play around Roma this time around as we get onto the Rift for Game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, already with Raptor taking a bit of damage from Gideon. Just has a bit of a chomp before he moves back towards his lane. No deep vision allowed here for BNK Fearex, and we'll see whether the Bros can play around that as immediately Gideon moves towards his blue side. And the pings are out on the enemy red buff, which is kind of cute. Okay, just a slow start. Roma taking some winds of war. And we don't expect the Galio to win, but we also don't really expect Vikla to be under too much threat of a death or anything like that in this early game.
It gets to that point where you tank enough and you have enough wave clear. Now, the interesting thing is a top lane matchup because the changes to Camille, so they made her shield half as strong in the early game, but she has lower cooldown on things like her W, and basically incentivizing more frequent trading. And the thing is, if you're into like a melee matchup, it might feel a bit awkward at times that you have this smaller shield and they can just run at you and will you down. But when you're playing into a Jace, the expectation is you're going to be harassed a lot, traded on a lot, and having that lower W cooldown really makes a big difference.
You can see already it's actually helping out as Clear even out in these trades so far. Hasn't been farming as much.
Also shorter cooldown on the shield as well, even though it's smaller, to kind of compensate. So I think it's going to be a bit harder this patch than previous patch forecasting to really find a big edge here. And we know how well Camille can scale. She actually scales even better now with the changes, which is crazy to say. So just a very scary champion to be up against.
All right, now Teddy and Namgung doing their very best to survive here in this lane. Alistair level 1 needs no introduction. It's just not that good. And so they are going to get shoved in for a wave or two. Kellen going to be very comfortable on this Rakan, just hitting a cow over and over with Gleaming Quills. And I think him and Taeyeon should be very healthy here in this lane. See how Teddy can actually play this one out. As when they do go for dives and things like that, I feel like the value of the Xayah will be quite high. And then they can play around casting in his poke and things like that. Not going to be contributing to the poke, but might be able to find a bit of an angle. Is Gideon going to throw down a kennel, gets the flash out of Clear.
Yeah, hookshot wasn't available. I mean, a Trundle ganking a Camille so often just isn't a thing unless specifically that cooldown isn't there. So great timing from Gideon. Does lose out on the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah. Might be able to just grab this bottom side one. They do have some mid lane control. So Gideon should get the inside track and wander on over there. But it looks like both junglers literally just pass by their mid laners. Namgung's making his way up though, and Raptor's gonna have to get over this wall. Taunt doesn't do anything at all. The interruption on the Justice Punch, but the Grand Entrance is fantastic, and Taeyoon is gonna get here first. Vikla able to make his way out, but it looks like the Bros might be able to escape as well, but they lose priority on this Rift Scuttler, and that should be double scuttle over to Raptor.
The pressure in bot lane and Taeyoon being there as a result was a difference maker, because honestly, BNK4X missed some key abilities, and that could have been super costly. And now, speaking of costly...
Yeah, Gideon is going to get knocked up and destroyed. Looked a little bit weird on our spectator cam, but he went up into the sky and didn't come back. That's basically what happened.
Just a great read from Raptor here to cut Gideon off as he's heading towards his Grom, pair up with Kellen, and really punish this Trundle. Not a fun matchup to be playing this Trundle into the Fury specifically.
Yeah, and they opted in for it, right? Like, this was a decision made by the Bros.
I mean, so often
this could be working out.
We've seen Trundle into auto attackers like Xin Zhao, who have to be in melee range to get the value, or into tanks. And the Fury is neither of those things. And the fact that you can also easily circumvent the pillar just makes it so difficult. Good knock away there from Casting. Been able to build up a bit of a lead. That can definitely helping him out.
Yeah, there is a lot of minions here, though, so Clear should be able to somewhat even things. Should be only about 5 the difference after these ones are taken down. Shock Blast, though, might be able to cause at least one of the casters to go amiss, and there it goes. So, Casting having a much better game, and I feel like Casting was such a success story for the Bros over the last few weeks, and that last game was pretty off-theme for him. I feel like his Olaf was uncharacteristically just weak, I would say.
Yeah, we've seen Olaf kind of run the LCK recently, and it really did not get the value last game. Casting not having his best performance, which is uncharacteristic because he has been really solid in the top lane, 4-hand Jimbrion so far in the LCK. So now an opportunity in the Jace, which is obviously a high variance carry. Oh, Vikla.
Yeah, might be in a little bit of trouble here as the taunt does come down, but...
Oh, nice buffer.
There is a Shockwave. Justice Punch is going to be buffered like you were saying. And now Hextech Ultimatum comes in, but Casting looking to turn it, grabs the solo. Raptor should be able to get revenge, but a 1-for-1 isn't really what BNK4X were looking for.
Yeah, a bit of an overcommit there from Clear, and I think you could have just played it a bit slower there and not risked your own life to try and set up the play. They still get the kill at least. Raptor's going to be very strong, but did feel like a step too far.
Yeah.
Now Gideon and Roma setting a trap for Raptor, but a hard target to catch out.
Exactly. They do get a lot of damage before he comes on through, as the heroic entrance will bring Vikla in with full health as he just came back from base, and Raptor is still going to be able to take a third Scuttler.
Yeah, I think maybe if you're able to shockwave him out the fog of war, that would have been the difference maker, but without that tool available, Raptor just flips over the wall, able to disengage from the play.
Yeah, I think they were expecting the pillar to mean that the front flip wasn't actually going to get all the way over the wall.
I mean,
but it worked.
That front flip is so generous, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's abilities that are like, you have to get it really precise, like the Aatrox dash.
Yep.
There's a lot of walls you can't go over, and the ones you can, you have to kind of be right up against it. But
or like a Riven Q.
Yeah, but with the flip from the Neferi, you have so much wiggle room.
We did see that on display. Let's see whether we see it again. We're going to check out this kill from Casting first.
The big thing is he takes that initial Shock Blast, and then he goes just a bit too soon before Raptor's in range. I think this could have been played slower, and if he didn't take that extra poke, I think this should have been just a 1-for-0 for BNK4X, but good play from Casting to make sure it wasn't the case.
Yep. The Bros keep it within 1,000 gold, but it is only barely at that point. Vikla now getting a shove in as well. Roma will be coming back with a lost chapter in hand. 30 gold ahead isn't really much of anything at all, but man, this game is all about Raptor. Raptor going to take some Raptors as well. And Gideon just really unable to find too much here on the map. 14 seconds until his coveted grubs are up and available, but he's got an entire top side of his jungle to get through, I think, before he wants to go for that. And there's the Cycler Sword.
Man, this Neferi is going to be so strong. And Neferi is one of those champions where when she gets ahead, it's so painful, because especially with a composition like this with so much follow-up, you just ult in a target and you can't miss. Now, they are going for a play here onto Clear. Clear's ultimate just came up, does have flash, and it looks like they decide to move in a different direction.
Namgung gets a nice little headbutt over the wall. Casting's going to be moving on down here as Clear is stuck on his turret right now. Has to give up some farm if he does want to make this one happen. Gideon takes the first grub. Now has to wait for that next charge of the smite to come back up, and that's going to be there very, very soon. There's one of them here for Raptor. Who's going to grab the 2? That is the question.
Two-shot barrage coming in.
Yeah, two-shot barrage onto 2. That's a lot of damage. That is 2 of the grubs taken by the bros. Gideon going to be happy with that.
I honestly think BNK FairX, there was an angle to fight there. Maybe not having the ultimate for Kellen was kind of what stopped them from going in. But they have the setup. The true-shot barrage coming in was big. And the power spike for Raptor as well. But they decide they don't need to try and make a play there. It's not necessary. It's not required. And they let Hanj and Brion pick up 2 of those grubs. I mean, they are Gideons after all.
Yeah. They were able to claim their rightful property here in this game, as that's kind of tragic and frustrating. But good guy Vikla does not decide to punch it. And Raptor is able to grab that crab. So, as it all stands, 800 gold is the advantage here for BNK FairX, but the bros do have the grubs for the remainder of the game, or at least the advantage in the grubs. Not all 3 of them this time, as Romer is trying to get damage onto Vikla, but it's a real struggle when he has that Spectre's Cowl completed. And in goes casting once again. Who is trapped in where with who is the question, as Clear is going to bounce on forward. Vikla comes down from the sky, and Raptors showed up, and I don't know whether the bros really want to fight this when there is that Nefiri here, but however, they are still going to go for it. Taunt does come down onto Namgung, and Gideon just trying to lay that bat down onto this gargoyle. Raptor now trying to bounce away as Romer and Kellen are fighting one another, and they just cannot close the gap onto this Nefiri, who looks to try and turn it. There's the ulti. Trample comes in. Good pulverize from Namgung, as he does flash himself out of the way, and now Casting looking to turn it. Doesn't have a lot of mana though, and now Romer is going to come on through. Does he have the big shockwave as Kellen comes forward? Another true shot barrage is fantastic, and Casting is going to be wiped off the rift. There is the blast cone for the disengaged Sorry Valdez, and the bros are going to get out of there.
Such a tense back and forth there, but BNK FairX able to find the edge. Raptor with this completed first item just doing so much damage on repeat. And it was just a constant sort of game of back in, back out. We get the recall and the TP from the Galley, which makes a big difference. It's a good headbutt from Namgun to stop the dash from the Nefiri from connecting. But ultimately, Casting pretty low on mana, and Bro really don't want this fight when they go in for it. We get the turn up here, the Shockwave only catches the taunting Gallios, doesn't do much damage. And I think honestly, Bro can be happy that at least they didn't lose more members with how low the health bars were there.
Yeah, really did feel like it was going to be worse than that, as Namgung with a bit of a Hex Splash over the wall. Taeyeon and Teddy have been pretty absent from a lot of this early game. I think Teddy probably pretty happy about it. Desire does want to aim for around 3 items before you're really happy. Essence Reaver and the Flicker Blades probably going to be the first 2 items before the Infinity Edge is finally completed. As Romer is just being annoying. Vikla seems to not care about it whatsoever. I feel like this is Vikla's, and this is going to be dangerous to say, but it's Vikla's wheelhouse.
Oh wow.
That's what I really feel.
And you know what, I feel happy
utility
that we really know what is meant by the term wheelhouse now.
Honestly, I really wasn't paying that much attention. So you'll have to probably tell me once again. As Namgung taking a lot of damage. Raptor is going to flip out of there, though.
I mean, that was a really awkward spot. A great pillar from Gideon trapping in there. But again, you saw how far away he was from the wall he got over. Just enough distance on that flip to get out. Now, we actually did see BNK FairX pick up double Triforce there for Taeyeon and Clear.
Yeah.
Scary. But it was actually a TP to the top side. So Casting could TP bot here, and he's going to.
Yeah.
BNK FairX, I think you have to respect this. You might go for a smite steal, but you cannot fight.
You gotta respect the feathers as well. Teddy has a lot of them on the ground, and that is going to be Raptor pushed away. They might even look for a fight, as now Teddy is the one tasked with taking down the dragon. They do manage to secure it as Kellen runs his way out of there. Now Casting looking for this angle, but he doesn't find the shock blast. And BNK FairX do get everyone out of here, and Clear is now on this turret.
Yeah, Clear TPing top lane basically guaranteed a situation where Hanj and Brion are going to be able to scale a dragon, but it's just the first dragon. It's a Hextech dragon, which means no Hextech soul. And in return, Taeyeon has this... Oh my lord!
That's some big damage. Taeyeon doesn't have his ultimate.
Did have barrier, did Teddy, so did have that to keep him safe, but it did not look very safe. Now Clear looking for Casting.
Hextech ultimatum comes down yet again. Raptor is here, and so that means Casting is well and truly gone.
A better setup play this time. Clear healthy, has Raptor close by, and the power of the Camille. Oh, Namgun.
I don't know about this one. Namgung may just be dead here. And by may just be dead, I mean he's dead. Needed to ult a lot sooner than when he had half a health.
I've seen so many times in the LCK supports trying to stop the recalls and dying for it. It's a delicate line to tread, and now Teddy, I don't think they're going to go for a dive on him. Tatum wanted to recall anyway, but also Teddy has all sums and all, but some big kills for B&K FearX. This one just set up well, and this is kind of the pain point of the Jays. You may be winning lane, you may be ahead in gold, but as soon as it gets to later stage of the game, you're just going to get picked off quite easily if you're out of position. And here...
Oh, he was already holding the wave. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, well, now I'm going just trying to do too many things at once there, and made to look a little bit silly as the dust settles. That is okay. Vikla is now a proud owner of a Rookern. We had a few people umming and ahhing about whether this was the right call when you are solo AP on your team.
Yeah, I think it's Abyssal Mask is good when you have other APs, and then Kanek Rookern is fine when you don't have the other APs, which is the case here.
Yep.
The other option is the
Hollowed Radiance.
Yeah, it's kind of fallen out of favor though. The item is not.
I think Chovy built it earlier in the week, and we were like, is this now the thing? But apparently not.
Does help with wave clear, but Galio honestly doesn't need that much help with wave clear.
Yeah. Oh, Clear going to try and find an angle, and by that I mean get out of there. Raptor is now kind of caught out. True Shot Barrage, once again, massive value over 3 people.
And you don't need a force here. You know, you've got 4 members off Bro stuck on the bot side. You can just get some damage down onto this mid turret, pick up some plates, and you also have access to these camps on the top side, to Herald. I think B&K FearX making the right decision here in fights they don't need to go for. You got to remember, Bro had that 80 lead last game, overplayed their hands and got punished, and here B&K FearX have been a lot more restrained.
Yeah, well, Gideon going to be starting off on his red buff first, and I don't know whether they're going to be able to do too much if B&K FearX do decide to start off this Herald. Kellen just going to take Shelly for a walk. She decides she gets sleepy and will go back to her little home there. But this is going to give the Bros a little bit of time to clear through Gideon's jungle and get over towards some sort of setup for a Herald fight and contest. 5-1 though is the kill score. It's a 3,000 gold lead for B&K FearX. This is not a great game state for the Bros.
Definitely is not. And I'm a bit concerned if the contest is Herald, what the ensuing fight might look like. Especially, it's so hard to connect. Normally, we have an Orianna in the game. We're like, well, a big shockwave can solve everything, but very hard to catch a lot of the members of B&K FearX with a shockwave. Everyone is so mobile.
Yeah.
And even the Galio, who's pretty mobile, is just kind of too bulky for it to matter that much if you connect on him. Now, Casting seems to be in a lot of trouble here.
I would agree with you. He does have a teleport coming in from his Orianna, and so Romer is going to stop any sort of aggression. Does put the Orianna in a defensive position around this Herald as well.
Oh, look at this flank angle.
Yeah, looking to move in. There's the flash out from Gideon. They get a nice knock up onto Clear. Hextech Ultimatum comes down though. Can the Subjugate work? The answer is absolutely not. As great flashing it out of to the skies, but it is going to now be the resets flying forward from Raptor. He is going to go down to the turret though. That's a kill going over to Casting. As now Vikla is under the turret, and that is precisely where he doesn't want to be. Shock Blast connects onto Kellen, and the bottom lane's still alive, but there's 3 up for the Bros.
I'm left wondering, is having a gold lead a bad thing in this series? B&K FearX...
Yeah, you got a target on your head, Ox. You can't have that. You cannot have that. I agree with you.
Following the route of Bro last game and just overplaying that hand a little bit, they try and find this angle in, the Galio comes through, Gideon gets kind of decimated. But stepping forward here onto Teddy, just a bit too far, and don't have a read on the barrier. Makes this play take a bit too long. Raptors on the tower getting chunked out. Namu gets a nice headbutt onto Vikla on the tower, and it just feels like B&K FearX forces engage and just step up way too much, aggressing onto Teddy on the tower, and it cost them so much. And now they're going to be a little late to this play. If they even contest this Dragon, looks like they're not going to go for it. They're going to go for the mid tower instead.
Yeah, it might be a Herald and mid type scenario here, as Teddy is going to be able to clear out this minion wave. The Dragon does go over, and now the Bros are going to be pushing in here towards this bottom side. Not really too worried about this Rift Herald, as Vikla going to be flashing out of the way. There's the headbutt, there's the pulverize, holding Vikla in place, and Casting going to come on over and help grab this kill. Picks it up for himself, and the Bros, they are on the verge of evening out this gold lead, as Clear does take down a turret on the top side. and Taeyeon and Kellen doing the same thing here in mid. So it's not all good news for the bros, but probably feeling better, you know, in their heart of hearts.
I mean, the fight was good, but they were about 3k gold down before that last fight, and they're not that far away from that now, because even though they got that bot lane play, they managed to get the kill and the tower. BNK4X answered 2 lanes. Now they are looking for this bot lane tower, and they should actually get this, thanks to Gideon and Casting just both being so good at killing towers.
I was going to say, this is Jason Trundle, probably two of the better turret-killing champions in the game.
I think the gold graph is just like bounced back and forth.
Yeah, between a tiny amount and an even smaller amount on both sides, is what it feels like. No real big leads to be picked up so far as Gideon comes on through, hoovering up some of these wards.
It is now an Ocean Soul, which is pretty high roll for BNK4X, and it is one of the weaker souls. I mean, you're not as concerned, especially when you think of how explosive some of these fights will be.
Yep. They need a fair bit of heal tonight, though, I think. With Ocean Soul and a Trundle. Subjugate comes down. I mean, even an Alistair, right? You get the Unbreakable Will. You'll have a lot of your health bar back by the time that one wears off. Because now Raptor looking for an angle, does get on in there, and I believe steals away the Gromp, which was a cute little play. He's still 2,000 gold ahead, as the Rift Herald is not going to be able to get a charge onto this turret. They have to use that one on the next one.
Yeah, but it's a Trundle, so Gideon can just pillar it to block it. I think it's the game plan.
Oh, wait.
Oh, this could be
so cute!
That was crazy!
Yeah, looks for Teddy. No pillars over here, and is going to be able to get that value.
I think that's just the most insane Herald driving we've actually seen, to dodge away from the tower on purpose so Gideon can't block you, and then drive it into mid.
I really hope that it wasn't even planned. I hope he was like, oh, dang, I missed it. What can I do now? Quickly!
I mean, that is exactly what you can do, but we've seen so many players just like fumble the Herald driving.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then just like do the turn, like, I'm frightened, and then just turn around and crash her into a wall, and then she's useless.
That could have backfired as well. If he clipped the wall there, it would have just been trapped behind the enemy tower with 3 enemies around him. So, play with some crazy maneuvers.
Yep. Well, Teddy, we were talking about that 3-item for the Xayah. He is getting closer and closer. Crit Cloak now in hand. Does need Pickaxe, BF Sword, but then the Infinity Edge will be very, very close. And maybe the Fountain Laser can find a way into this late game. The Orianna also in pretty good standing right now, building towards either a Rabadon's Death Cap or just a Zhonya's, depending on, I think, the state of his arm guard after the next fight or two.
Honestly, I wouldn't hate just going for the Zhonya's, since inevitably you are going to use the arm guard, and being miles away from the Zhonya's is not going to feel so good, specifically into this comp.
Yeah.
This is a sort of comp where they're pretty good at forcing fights, and you don't want to be without your stasis in even one of them.
Well, he should have it for at least the next one. That is something. And now, Teddy going to go back home. Oh, is there a BF sword? No, there's a couple of long swords. I don't know what that means. Looks like he is going to be going for some armor penetration before we get towards the Infinity Edge, which is understandable into some of the more tankiness, but maybe not. I mean, it's only really Vikler, and he likes magic resist, generally. So it could have been an Infinity Edge third game.
There's a lot of plated seal caps on the enemy team, and obviously just armor skills quite quickly, so I think it makes sense.
Yeah, we're getting to the higher levels here in this game, so it does make some sense. Okay, this one's slowed down, though, and I feel like it's hitting more of a bro tempo rather than that of the BNK4X. As now, Raptor going to get exhausted, but now I'm not really finding very much with that little play. It was cute, not too much more going to come of it. As the bros, 16 seconds, and they have another chance at a soul point here in this game.
Clear pushes in that bot wave, forcing Bro to respond to it, and it allows BNK4X to make their way forward and to just cut a lot of the vision out here.
Never pulverized. Kellen might be overextended here, but he does have the Grand Entrance. That is going to push him away. Shock Blast does connect, and Raptor, in the meantime, just takes some wolves away.
He's just a level of control that BNK4X has here, and the fact that they can just engage on a whim makes it so hard to approach for Bro. Now, they are trying to move in here.
Yeah, Gideon running over. Namgung as well. Unbreakable Will in hand. There is a Featherstorm up here for Teddy, and there is that Zhonya's who you were talking about. Roma not going to be wasting any time. Trying to avoid some of these abilities. Doing a great job here is Gideon. And Namgung, you don't want to be losing that kind of health. As Clear just putting on that pressure. Vikla doing the same thing. And the Bros, I think they're going to hard commit to this Dragon, but what are they going to lose in response? That's the question.
Pressure is really now on Bro to get this Dragon going because they're losing out in the side lanes. TP now coming in. They're going for it as well. He's on a great flank.
It's not going to be the steal. It's actually the recall that is going to lock down the Dragon. But now Clear is on that flank angle. Roma is trying to get out of here. And he does go golden. Puts that Zhonya's to use immediately. And now Vikla is in trouble. He'll go down. And Namgung actually with the ulti running keeps himself alive. Now Clear off to the side. Going to win the 1v1. But the Bros are doing pretty well as far as the rest of the battle here. 4 versus 3. Taeyeon taking matters into his own hands. The Featherstorm not going to quite work. The flash forward from Clear. And Teddy is still alive. The cow goes down, but now Gideon takes a bite out of Taeyeon, and Roma just flashing forward. The Bros are looking for the ace, and Clear, he'll deny that, but I don't know whether he can deny the Baron.
Teddy even maintains his flash after all of that. They're just not able to find that engage, not able to connect onto the right targets, and ultimately the fight is just a bit too split for BNK FearX. Hanji and Brion are not going to commit to the Baron. The fight took a long time, but they got what they wanted out of this. We see the double TPs come in, but we kind of have this warding from casting to keep the Camille away, kind of blocks Clear from entering the fight, and then when Vikla goes in, the team just turns on him.
Yeah.
Kellen's too low to really do anything. Clear does solo kill casting, which is great, but just now also too low to really jump into all these members. And this whole time, Gideon is just charging forward, chomping anyone he can find, while Teddy's doing a great job of staying alive. This hook shot flash a little off from Clear, doesn't connect on a Teddy there.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate, but I have to say so much of this began with Vikla going for a flash taunt and hitting only an Alistar. And he just doesn't care. Like, Namgung just presses ult, and he is absolutely fine. But the Zhonya's buy from Roma really making sure that big play from the Galio, and it could have been a big play, like he was on a good flank angle. The Bros were like trying to get out. They were clumped up. But in the end, it didn't actually work out for them. So the gold lead going to have a little bit of a chunk taken out of it once again. The Bros, one more time, 3 dragons to nothing. I don't know whether it means anything though, Daniel. It is, yeah. This happened last time.
We had the maximum amount of elemental dragons last game without having a soul.
Can we do it again?
I mean, we'll have to see. I feel like with it being an Ocean Soul, there's less of a priority on securing it, but it still does have value in these longer fights. But I think BNK FearX, next time they approach this, they just need to get ideally onto Casting, who's the easiest target. You know, Teddy has his ult, Roma has his Zhonya's, but Casting's pretty vulnerable. Just explode an initial target and then push forward on the back of that.
Well, Teddy getting closer and closer to level 16. Mortal Reminder is now completed, keeping up with Taeyeon as far as items.
We do have the double GA for the Neferi and the Camille, which makes it a lot easier just to dive in recklessly.
Yeah, not to mention Clear is really far ahead. Raptor does have the ability to go untargetable, so he wasn't under any actual threat there. Taeyeon dealing with these feathers quite nicely, just keeping the pressure up here in the mid lane. Trophy Cannon done here for Roma. And now Namgung is popping the ghost, looking for an angle. Headbutt onto Kellen. Unbreakable Will has to be used, and Namgung is just going to sheepishly walk away, or cowishly walk away.
Yeah, Kellen did the ult to interrupt the combo there, so when he dashes in, he gets charmed.
Oh,
but I think maybe he could have actually just gone in on Namgung there afterwards. He was so low, even with the ult, was a vulnerable target.
Speaking of vulnerabilities, you can see Taeyeon really wants to find it, but he gets a chomp out of him. The dragon comes, the turret gets angry with him as well, as Vikla has to use the ult to save his AD carry. Getting a bit antsy, I think, is Taeyeon here in this fight. And now Vikla trying to Justice Punch his way out, but he is going to pay for the sins of his AD carry. And BNK FearX, I think, just lulled into a false sense of security and tried to push the play.
This consistent theme from our Ezreals in the LCK, where they just try and step up way too far in the mid lane and get punished for it. Vikla dies for the sins, a Galio who can go in but can't get out very easily. And we're not going to see the Baron started. It is Terry, so not the Huni Baron, not the really scary one, but they still not want to be trapped in that pit here. And Taeyeon goes for the plate, gets pillared, and just so far up here. The peel has to come through to keep him alive. And then Vikla just gets chased down here. I think he should have moved to the left and rejoin the rest of his team, because once the Trundle gets ahead of him, he's just doomed.
Yeah, nothing he could do about it. They get in front, and they manage to take them down. I love just how excited that guy was, and then he was straight back to business, because he knew this one is not over yet. 7 seconds on the Dragon, and Vikla's back in here. Taeyeon once again going to get completely trapped. That pillar was perfect from Gideon, and Teddy executes him. Taeyeon, that's twice in a row, buddy. You can't be doing this.
Last time, Vikla died for his sins, but this time, there's no Vikla around to sacrifice himself. That was just a massive misplay from Taeyeon. Flash wasn't available, and Gideon super sharp with the pillar.
Yeah, I think the church was closed for the night. Couldn't get into the confession box this time around. And Father was like, no, I am sorry, I will not forgive you this time. And Taeyeon does go down.
He shouldn't for that performance.
I don't think so either. I think if he had been in there, he'd be like, no, it's a bridge too far, my friend, I'm sorry.
Now they have to try and contest this Baron. Taeyeon's not up for 10 seconds.
He will not have a lot of their DPS, but Raptor is very strong. The problem is, there's a cow, and cow beats Doggo. In this case, I am afraid. Able to headbutt Raptor away. Can on target ability, can use that, but then the Pulverize will be there, the Trample will be there. Too much to deal with. And there is the Baron, there is the Soul, and the Bros finally have themselves a gold advantage.
That pillar placement.
Look at that, he's stuck in a campfire!
This is something that I've said for a long while. Trundle is a champion who on surface level seems very simple, but the pillar placement, the things you can do with this ability, cutting people off, you can even get some airtime if the position's right, interrupting dashes. Really a champion that there's such a limit, there's such a high limit for what you can do with mastery of it, and Gideon is demonstrating that here.
Beautifully, beautifully played here by the Trundle. Maybe now we're getting a bit of an idea as to why he prioritized it, even if the matchup was going to be somewhat difficult. And as this game goes on, the value of the Subjugate just goes through the roof, right? Over and over again, it just gets more and more valuable as everyone else gets so tanky. And so now Raptor will get discovered here by this Trundle. Oh, like ships in the night. They sort of pass each other by. As now Clear is going to realize that, hang on, this is not really what he wants to be doing.
Oh, getting shot out when he got
to connect. Yeah, interrupted.
Nice so good!
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Gideon, I think, was already going to get POM. He didn't need to do much more, but it's definitely going to get confirmed here if the Bros are actually able to win this series.
Yeah, the game plan for Clear there was if he makes it to the fountain and he dies to the fountain, he doesn't res from the GA, so he keeps it.
That would have been actually pretty cute.
But the interrupt from Gideon is so good, it just means that wasn't even a prospect.
Yeah. Not actually able to get there. Had a bit of ground to travel. But the Bros now with their Baron, and now without Clear there, causing that disruption. There's even an outer turret in top lane. Like, my God. The amount of standing gold on this map for the Bros to take is kind of absurd. True Shot Barrage again with a lot of value here from Taeyeon. Pulverize onto Helen.
This composition from BNK4X is so good at catching isolated targets, but just Pro have refused to be isolated at any point. They are really sticking together on this one.
Yeah.
And BNK4X are looking for windows, just unable to find them again and again.
It's the power of friendship. It's also a phenomenal disengage comp, right? Like that's what the Bros kind of built this for. I didn't really like it. I feel like the Xayah disengage has been a lot more finesse than a lot of our teams have been able to use in the very high tempo meta that we're in at the moment. But if there's anyone that can slow down a game, it's Hanji Freon. Like, let's be honest. They are the kings of slow-mo. And right now, they are using it to their advantage, moving the needle towards themselves with a 2,000 gold advantage. And yes, Vikla now completes his third item, but there is a Magi's on Roma. Just quietly, he's 4-0 and 6, and has 4 items, technically. Has the extra movement speed from the Magi's as well, which feels fantastic.
Okay, Taeyeon.
Please stop.
Don't arcane shift forward into the enemy team.
I just really, I thought it was going to happen. I was a little bit frightened there.
I think what's crazy is that we have this composition from BNK4X with such a layered engage, and it's been a long time since we've seen them really pull it off.
Yeah.
Just unable to find their way in, unable to find the angles.
Alteon has an endless hunger now, so as far as thematically correct items for the playstyle, I like this one.
GA now for casting, still have Teddy obviously has that ult, Zonya's for Roma, means there's just no easy targets anymore on the side of Han Jimbrion.
Teddy's moving in, Vikla, prepared to be that front line as Raptor has moved over here as well. 1.5 minutes on the Elder. That is what B&K Furex are making sure they have vision of. Gideon now moving out of his base. Does need to be a bit careful. Remember, he was caught over this side of the map last time. Clear with some vision available. But that's a Serpent's Fang done here for Raptor. And Gideon actually just going to clear out this bottom wave. Just making sure that they have as much control as they possibly can find. It's not often that you do see Solar is dropping waves to the jungler just to make sure they have a modicum of control. But 1 minute left, and that is when a potential Exodia exists on the Rift here for the Bros.
Yeah, so notably, if you look at the vision, there's quite a lot of overlap between B&K Furex and Bro. There's these two wards. You see that wall next to the river? There's those two blue wards from B&K Furex, which provide potential flank angles for B&K Furex on the back of a TP.
Yep.
Players actually waiting in base, ready. So I imagine one of those will be the option, and they're going to just try and go for the flank, make it work, despite all those tools from Bro that make it difficult. Sterak's actually picked up there for clear. He's going to leave the base for now. Nox, you're going to TP from base.
One thing I do want to draw your attention to, though, is Teddy's on 5 items. Look at his CS numbers. He's almost 100 ahead of the clock.
Yeah.
Like, this Xayah has just been hoovering up the minions.
Yeah, such a good buy here as well.
Yeah, going to be very valuable. As B&K Furex going to get pushed away. Xayah is no slouch in the late game as well. That extra safety of the Featherstorm. And if they are in auto range of Teddy, he will just slice them apart. Gideon now moving on in, and now just feeling tanky, right? Like, this is the problem with
Oh, they found Clear!
Yeah, Clear actually going to get caught out. It's the flash forward, the shockwave, and they're just holding him at bay. True Shot Barrage sails by gloriously. There is a re-engage on the other side of the fight as Teddy gets the big shield. They haven't been able to get through even that, and he's flashed forward! The Bros have hit critical mass, and B&K can do nothing about it! To the skies goes Casting! And Raptor is the last man standing just to watch as his massive early game lead means nothing.
Clear gets shut down and the engage never really comes through. They try and get on Teddy, but he's having none of it. Bro will answer back after game 1, and it really feels like that early lead, both games, has just been a bit fake.
That was absolutely massive from the Bros. And after such an indecisive game 1, they were just rock solid in this game number 2. An incredible bounce back.
Absolutely, and this is a scary comp to play into. I think you misstep, you're out of position, you're isolated, you could easily get picked off consistently by the engage that was available to B&K Furex, but they just never let that happen. Gideon, such a good read, such good control off this game on Trundle. And we were questioning, picking it into the Fury, could that end up being difficult? And he rose to the challenge.
He absolutely did. I think his Pantheon in game number 1 was also fantastic. Right now, feeling like a bit of a front runner for that POM. And when Gideon is on form, the Bros are just so much better. Taeyeon did a lot of damage in this game, but unfortunately, while he was trying to do damage, he put himself in some dangerous locations, and that's when that gold lead just started to slip away. B&K Furex just couldn't quite make that one happen. However, they had a 1-game buffer. That was their first game win against the Bros so far this season. We'll see whether they can do it again here after this game number 2, after our short break in the space, because they know they can do it now. They know that they're capable of tackling the Bros and bringing them down. You can see Edo pretty animated as he tries to make sure that his boys are ready for a game number 3. We're going to take that short break. We'll see you after the space for that game number 3.
아래 패자 민성아 이거. 카멜 이빠져. 우리 카멜 팰게.
아,
카멜 팰게.
카멜 봐,
우리 카멜 팰게.
카멜 보자.
카멜 노플이야. 아래 카멜 노플이야.
카멜 보자.
우리 갈려 보자 처음에.
오케이. 오케이, 갈려 볼게. 아, 근데 빼면서.
카멜 잡았어 아래.
괜찮아.
아래 카멜 잡았어.
괜찮아. 가자.
이겨.
아, 이지 비전 이제 봐줘. 아, 끝내.
밑에. 야, 풀 박아 달리. 아이고.
우리 팀 이제 나 버스 태워주는데.
가보자.
I have to say number first and answer.
No, you just have to say type.
Second one is coffee bun.
Coffee bun. Coffee bun.
Coffee
So,
bun.
what does that taste like?
Taste?
Yes.
Just coffee taste.
Oh, it tastes like coffee. Okay, I was just checking. Prince gets the second one, which means he gets all of these points right here. That is 27 points, I believe. 27 points for Prince. Let's go ahead and clear the rest of the board, shall we? Much lower calorie option.
Alright, this Sante actually at this point is kind of hitting. And this time he doesn't have a Nautilus to help him out. And I think Perfect knows he doesn't quite have the damage. And there is the buffer. On the Q3, nicely done for the shutdown. Q once again on the board. As trying to fight for vision here essentially. Baron is up. We've seen some more earlier Barons in recent times. And yeah, they're just gonna send it. Okay, they find Ruler and the Timbers. Find 3 of them in the Cataclysm. And now we got a Bane on the loose. As Zeus is all the room in the world. Very nice pick though, as here comes the Olaf trying to make something of it, but the shield saves his life. And now the room from Guma will be excellent to try to lock down Canyon.
Will the bros fight for it? The doubles. Okay, now Paranoia does come in. A possible delivery as the Taunt does nothing at all. Ahead with a black hole Absolutely insane as they're crushed under the weight of this gargoyle. And Kingin is just running at them celebratorily and is able to take down the bottom lane as a result. Roma just left.
But it works, so credits to Genji to lead the charge.
He's gonna get away with this one, as now the double taunt is gonna come in. And a big surfing ult over the top, catch 3! And just like that, they easily clean up. This is exactly what this top wants to do, and easily run right into it.
말이 안 되네 이거.
Just taking a lot of damage here. This is the poke that we were talking about. Miasma comes in, Doran taking a lot of damage off to the side. And now, oh my god, brilliant monster! Doran guys immediately pays follow suit. Vega pushed away in D+. They turn on a dime. And T1 couldn't even blink. They're just dead. The rest of them don't need a health bar to make this happen.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn how everything will work.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
And the fight back from Hanj and Brion means they are on the cusp of becoming the #1 seed from the Rise group with another victory. Another loss means BNK Fearx take control of their destiny for the rest of the Rise group. It's 1-1 here in our Rise group matchup. Digon here alongside Wadid and Umpty.
Bad at math.
What happened to your math?
Yeah, I don't know, man. He can't even calculate the points.
Math, when you're live on the broadcast, is very difficult.
And he's so dumb to like ask what taste of coffee bun tastes like. When the name is literally coffee.
Mocha bun.
Like, why do you even ask? Like,
but it could have been like, does it taste like mocha?
No.
Is it a very strong flavor?
But the name is coffee bun.
Is there butter and salt in it as well?
It's okay. There's a first floor. There's a ritually selling a very good coffee bun.
Yeah, I want to know what tastes like. The coffee bun tastes like.
All right,
Egon.
maybe we'll have
I want to figure that out
here in the post game of game number 3. If you want to see more, check out LCK on the socials later on. All right, let's dive into this one as Hanj and Brion. They pick a draft that you didn't like at first, but it ended up working out here.
Okay,
we didn't like it.
Yeah, we didn't like it
because we are the biggest Trundle haters.
Yes.
Right. So I thought like they're gonna have some rough time in the early game, even though they had the Trundle into Nafiri. Like in theory, he's okay. Like you can cancel the Nafiri ulti with the pillar. You're okay in the early game, but like he was struggling a lot in the early game because of his pathing. He tried to get the top scuttle, but he failed. And also on the bottom side, they didn't have the priority in lane, so he couldn't be able to have any early impact in the game.
I mean, Trundle could be a good pick, but if you pick it at the 2-3, then it could get easily countered by enemy picks, especially Israel, Lacan, Camille. It's quite hard to gain, and enemy team already have enough Fairy. So it was a quite tough early game for the Hanj and Brion, and then BFX had a Camille Galio, but I don't think I saw a Camille Galio combo any single time here.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's dive into the highlights again. Our experts pointing out they didn't like this draft, but what happened in the gameplay? Let's take a look at one of the first Drake fights.
I mean, BNK Fearx, they were literally having all the control. They were pushing on both sides. They have the lane priority. Camille Galio is already pushing your side lanes really deep. So here's a point where Hanj and Brion decided to just group and use their advantage with the Dragon Cycle. I think they did a really great job on stacking earlier Drakes. And now here's a point where BNK Fearx has to group up to take the fight because the Drake.
Yeah, I think the side lane was quite greedy for that pushing, and then the dragon is already slain. So now they didn't engage as a Camille Galio, they engaged as a Galio, and the Camille is fighting 1v1. Now their comp is not a comp anymore that they're.
I mean, they're greedy, right? If you have the control on the side waves, at some point you have to group and then look for the objective fights. But here, I think Hanj and Brion kind of knew that they were in a good position where they could just give up the side waves and just group up and take the objective fight, which had the great setup and also in the great team fight at the end. I think it was really great game plan by them.
Yeah, and the value there finally from that Trundle coming in online, constantly healing up as things were dying, and then was able to be the front line that eventually chased BNK Fearx down. And then yet again, although early on in the draft, the value comes back with this pick. It's the pillar pick. We haven't seen this in a while. But Gideon showing it off here.
We were talking about this, and then we were saying, okay, this is Gideon really played well. Taeyun just instantly in for playing an Israel, and then he made a stuck on here. Now Taeyun, there's no way he's running away, and then this connects to the Ocean Soul and the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, why'd you have to do that, Taeyun? Like, what was that? You already had the full vision control, and I think Brion was kind of struggling to find out the way to go into the pit. But after that, they had no chance. I feel like both teams are having some issues where when they have the great early lead, somehow they drop those, right? I think that could be the aggression from the team, but also like they're not really like afraid of like them having a mistake. I don't know, like those kind of plays are not allowed to do it, and it keeps happening, right? And I think this is the thing that Rise group teams has, like commonly. I think whenever you have the control, you have to be really aware of you can actually throw the game by one mistake. I think that was a really crucial mistake by Taeyun.
I mean, to BFX, BNK FearX, I think the most crucial thing is for the Comet Galio, I think if they actually just like throw very aggressively, they go into with a combo and they lose to the Jaya ulti and the Orianna ulti there with Shockwave, that will say, okay, that draft might be hard. Maybe hard to play against Jaya, at least Orianna, but we didn't see that. They just lose as a...
No, like we didn't see it at all, right? Like I think Camille needs to group up and go win for the team. And Galio comes in and we're happy with it, right? But all them doing right now is like just go on the side wave, push the turret, but that's not gonna make you win.
And then which Hanjin really did well is they stacked the dragon and grouped, and then when they made a mistake for not grouping, they just like poked well and they grouped well.
Both these squads still trying to find the form in the game, right? You talked about the tools that were given by BNK FearX in this one. We talked about Hanjin Brion in last one. And the team that showed a little bit more grit was the one that pulled on out with the victory here. And again, one more win here by Hanjin Brion means they will lock first place. If BNK FearX win, they will have the inside track for the first place spot here in the Rise group as we send it back on over to the AA broadcast.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And that looks a bit like Next, but I'm pretty sure that's a Jolteon, actually. That's my assumption. Anyway, as Bro fans, actually, these BNK fans, but it's, no, it is Bro fans. I got a bit confused there because there's a BNK fan behind them, and normally we're separated, and that was very, very confusing. But when there's a Teddy fan, there's a Teddy fan, right? It doesn't matter really where you're sitting. You just want to be a Teddy fan. I think that makes some sense. Especially these days. I feel like Teddy really has turned it around. I feel like there have been a couple of years in a row where it seemed like Teddy somewhat phoned it in. This year, I feel like he's really fighting with the bros.
Yeah, and I think there's sometimes he's fighting against the bros, sometimes he's fighting with the bros. That's how it goes.
At least he's fighting for victory.
Yes,
it's just
he's
some of the
always
other
fighting
bros
for
aren't
victories.
necessary.
I think that was kind of what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah.
It was kind of Teddy fighting against the bros. Game 2 was they were all fighting together. And you know, I gotta say, casting Game 1, really uninspired all that performance, but Game 2, the Jace, way better. So nice to see a bounce back from him specifically. We get into draft in Game 3, and we've maintained Hanjin Brion having first pick and BNK FearX having second pick for the entire series.
Yeah.
Let's see what that means in terms of picks now in this third game. So some of the things that were banned away that I think are going to rise in priority, maybe get let through, like the Jarvan.
Yep.
It's a pretty high prior pick. You know, Ezreal's gone out of the equation.
I think Lucian should still be banned.
Yes, I would agree. They're banning Caitlyn. They want Lucian. Hanjin Brion want Lucian, I think. I think they might go for a first pick if it's not banned.
It might mean that Melio gets picked away, but with Caitlyn there, I feel like Caitlyn is the only other sort of Melio-able champion, and otherwise it just feels a little bit...
Also, you face the risk of them going Lucian Yumi.
Oh, yeah, true.
And then you don't have the pressure to really shut them down.
Well, the second ban to come on through here, probably a Vi. Something like that. Nocturne as well.
Yeah, I think Cassiopeia via like the locked bans. Third one, they might have to ban Lucian to prevent it. I imagine Hanjin Brion are fishing for that right now.
Well, could be a Nocturne ban then for that reason, but instead
no, they ban it.
Lucian. Okay, weird.
So not want to go towards it, but limiting a lot of the options in the bot lane for BNK FearX.
I wonder what Teddy has on his mind. Might be like a Yunara angle or something like that. I imagine the first pick Jarvan or Nocturne will definitely be coming in though, because that is the trade that is up for grabs right now. BNK FearX could ban something completely different away and just leave those two up in the air. See where they do actually decide to go. The lock will be banned, and so Jarvan or Nocturne, pick your poison is kind of how it feels now for our junglers.
And Hanjin Brion have the possibility just to pass over the decision to BNK FearX if they want to kind of leave them both open. And
just
pick up
slam a
else.
Lulu, perhaps. But
they go for the Nocturne instead.
All right.
So if BNK FearX opt to go for the Jarvan here, I think denying the Lulu could also be a big pickup. Nocturne Lulu being very potent. Nocturne Nico, fortunately though, not available. And it looks like, I mean, you don't actually have to pick up the Jarvan now, so they're just going to go Yunara Lulu and deny that Lulu combo.
I think it's really smart.
Makes sense.
I think this was one of the gambits that Hanjin Brion had to throw. And it looks like BNK FearX, in my mind, this is the right choice. If it is going to be the Lulu locked in immediately afterwards. This combo has been more powerful on this patch. And Kellen is a great Lulu player as well, so I really do like this. Maybe we'll see Teddy and Namgung play something a little bit more aggressive, but instead, It's going to be the Ashe Seraphine most likely locked in here, so a lot of utility coming out of that bottom lane.
Yep, and you can fire those long-range ultimates. The Encore can follow the Nocturne along as he goes in, or once he gets on top of a target. I think Jarvan has even more value here, just with the fact that it's into the Ashe Seraphine. So I imagine that will be picked up. You can jump on top of them, get the wild growth as well. A lot of value.
I also feel like Kha'Zix is obviously very powerful, but never mind, it will be the Jarvan locked in.
So both teams going for like a pairing in the bot lane. Should be Teddy and Namgun having a bit more pressure, but we know how fearsome this Yunara Lulu can be later in the game.
Oh yeah.
And in terms of the solo lanes, some of the picks that haven't been looked at yet that are pretty high value. Ambessa, Rumble, really high value in the top lane. Syndra, still a prospect in the mid lane.
Yep.
We have seen generally Vikla has been playing a lot of these utility picks, like he's played Annie, Galio, other series he was playing like Lysandra. It kind of feels like that has been K4X's game plan recently, Vikla on those utilities, so I wonder if he'll have a look back towards them, if it'll be something like the Lysandra coming out.
Yeah, I actually feel like Lysandra would be pretty powerful for Brionne as well, given the fact that they can then turn the lights off and then put someone in a frozen tomb, start the fight off that way, get those frozen thralls involved. But the Yorick is going to be taken away.
It doesn't get the Yorick ban when the Jace is already out of the equation, but we did used to see Yorick in a Rumble sometimes, so it really suggests that K4X want to secure Rumble.
Yeah. I think Casting probably wants to play Gnar. That's what I'm expecting. Sylas will be taken away, and so they definitely want to play Gnar.
There's a lot of value already if a Sylas was picked up here into this, so taking that one away big, and they will just go for that Rumble. Full clear, not wanting to go for counter pick here because they're so adamant on securing the Rumble now, hence banning away the counters.
It does feel like an Ornn would fit this composition really well if the bros really just want to play the full-on late game.
Yep, good read. And we've often seen those tanks into Rumble just able to scale up, whether the Storm, you get Kanik, Ruka, and you find so much engaged potential from Hanj and Brionne that it's going to have to be a phenomenal game from Taeyun, but they do also have that threat in the top lane of the Rumble. I'm just wondering what Vikla's going to pick to bolster that.
Yeah, and what Roamer is also going to be picking up here as well. Feels like an Aurora, feels like a decent idea. Aurora Nocturne has been a combo we've seen before.
Yeah, I think Aurora good. I think Syndra's fine too.
Yep.
We've seen Syndra be, even though Cataclysm can feel uncomfortable, I think Syndra just interrupts what Jarvan does with the flag and drag so well. Makes it difficult for them to start a fight.
Well, you can see Roma is going to go the Freljordian way this time around. Man, I am like mind-locked with the bros
on
here
fire
today. It's kind of crazy. As the Ahri for Vikla would not be a surprise. Has been one of his better picks. That's not a mid laner on this patch, although it has been. Ooh, I don't know about TF.
I think TF feels a bit uncomfortable here.
Yeah.
I know you have the ability to play the map, but yeah, I prefer the Ahri. Having the mobility to dodge away from some of these big tools, I think TF's just too immobile. And if you try and walk up to get the gold card down, they can just press their buttons and kill you. So I think Hanj and Brionne, a lot of threat to try and deal with Taeyun, but there's multiple threats on the side of K4X. You can't just one-shot the animated carry and be like, okay, job done. Later in the game, that might be enough, but they have to respect the fact that resets will come through for Vikla. Claire as well has a lot of impact with the ultimate. It should be an explosive game. There's tons of playmaking potential on both sides here.
I do think that if Hanj and Brionne get the team fights that they're looking for, though, like you're just going to spend your entire team fight in the sky. If you're being K4X, there's going to be Encores, there's going to be trains, there's going to be arrows, there's going to be big dangerous circles doing billions of damage. This is going to be a rough one. As, wait, are that 3D glasses? A little bit perplexed. Ah, spoiler, that's the bro coach booth in 20 minutes. So they're the glasses that allow you to see the future that I believe she stole from a CGV and is now caught live on camera. And we'll perhaps have someone coming out of the little CGV popcorn stand that we do have here to take her into custody.
Those are pretty valuable glasses, so understandable.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Sometimes you give yourself up, but for the sake of the bros. And honestly, respect, massive respect. That one night in jail, she's going to feel very proud of herself, and we're going to be proud of her as well. Let's get on to the Rift for game number 3. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 3. The decider between the Bros and BNK FearX. If the Bros win this, they're the kings of the Rise group. And in our hearts, I think they already were, but they'll actually be. If they're able to win it here. As some electrocution coming down, a little bit of delayed response there. See, Roma is just happily dealing with the wave as best he can.
There's Dragon a Chemtech as well, so eliminating one of those less valuable souls already.
If it's an Ocean next, then we'll know that whoever gets the first couple of Drakes is going to be feeling very, very happy with themselves. As Roma, I believe, just took a turret shot. Totally didn't want that, as another coordinated electrocution comes through.
Pretty insane.
Yeah. But it's not necessarily working out for Roma, who did take that extra damage from the turret. We'll see how he is going to be able to attack this one. Still sitting on a potion.
Yeah, should be okay with that. And again,
unless he just straight up dies right now, there's the bounce away, but the Orb of Deception just goes wide. And so he's wandering back. Just popped the potion, and now he's going home. That feels bad.
Yeah, not the highest value out of that one. A lot of trading going on in the mid lane. I'm interested how this bot lane is going to end up going, though, because obviously it's the pressure in favor of Teddy and Namjoon here. Already they got the shove in. And Tane and Kellen, there are windows. I think level 6 is a big spike. I mean, obviously it is for Teddy and Namjoon as well, but you have the cleanse to potentially outplay that. It also matters if you can get stacked up on the wave for Taeyun.
Yeah, this is looking rough to begin with, though. So the Bros with a lot of control in all of these lanes, actually. We've seen this this Rumble Ornn go both ways, right? Like, I think we explain it quite often, but the Ornn isn't a counter pick necessarily. It's just I'm a tank and I can live.
Well, notably, Clear went for the Deathfire Touch. We've often seen the Fierce Strike into tanks. You can just farm up a big gold lead on the back of just beating on the Ornn.
Yeah.
But going Deathfire Touch is going to give you a bit more damage, obviously, but it means if you don't get that lead naturally, you're just going to be less effective as the game goes on. You don't get that free injection of gold just from trading heavily.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit rough. As Raptor here, while this Rift Scuttler is going to get spawned, and Dustbringer comes out from Gideon. He might get a little bit frightened here. The flag is now on cooldown, and he is going to get feared. Roma to land some of this damage over, and there is the flash onto the Blast Cone. Gideon was thinking about continuing to follow as he flags and drags to get himself back home.
Yeah, I think he figured that his flag and drag was back up soon, so he didn't want to like commit for the chase and then just get bitted away. He's happy with the results that he forced him away, got his flash. Jarvan flash early, super high value as well in terms of setting up ganks. And now he can go and just get the scuttle on the other side of the map.
Yep. A very happy Nocturne here with finally a bit of control in the early game, because remember in the last game, it wasn't yesterday, it was still today, even if it was a longer game. Raptor just ran the early game on his Neferi, looked absolutely fantastic. So Gideon, a little bit of respite here, actually gets an early scuttle, and will now move over and take his respawning wolves as well. Pretty extended first clear here for the Nocturne.
Clear with some points in his queue, getting a lot of damage down on a casting, but still even in farm for the time being.
Yeah, casting can also be building some items as well, as now we've got the Frost Shot at work. Casting down to 200 health here in this top lane, but bottom side of the map, do see some champions running out of mana and stuff like that, but Taeyun and Kellen, they catch on to this wave, and with their health advantage, will be able to get this one shoved out. There's another volley to come through, though, from Teddy, as the beat drop is not going to quite land. And now Raptor looking for an angle onto Roma. Roma knows that he doesn't have to worry about any sort of flag drag flash. And so it is nothing that can really be done.
Well, this
by
is
BNK.
risky from Raptor going for this when you don't have flash.
And it is going to be the secure, but now he does have to get himself out of here. Still gets feared momentarily as the flash forward from Roma, trying to find the combo damage. And they're chasing after this this Jarvan, but it's not quite
the combo.
enough. And he does manage to get that combo off. Gideon is led towards this Gromp. As the control ward does go down, Gideon is spotted. The Hawkshot spies what Raptor is up to.
Such a heavy investment there from Hanjin Brion. Raptor's hanging around.
Yeah, there's another fear, as I don't know whether Raptor really wants this, even with Kellen alongside. I think that Gideon is just that little bit too healthy, and he does manage to get the smite.
Gideon's Gromp manages to get it, but you would have felt so bad. I mean, it still doesn't feel weird at all. You committed 2 flashes, and all you got was a Gromp, but at least you got that. I think Gideon just didn't want to walk away with nothing.
If they hadn't have got the Gromp, though, you're right, it would have been absolutely devastating. Maybe we'd have to just let them have a free forfeit if that was the case. I know we don't really have surrender votes in pro play anymore, but perhaps we'd be lenient this time. Because, yeah, that would have been pretty devastating. Vikla and Roma now hanging out in this mid lane, continuing to do damage to one another. Roma this time isn't taking turret shots, so he is going to be fine. 3 CS down, but the Aurora is kind of okay with that. Sort of the price you pay trying to help out your jungler.
Yeah, and I mean, being down flash, not that much of a concern for an Aurora when you have so many tools for evading. Might cost you in an all-in, potentially, if Vikla goes like a charm flash and it connects. But a lot of safety still afforded to this mid laner. Gideon almost level 6. Both junglers, of course, but Gideon's ult a very impactful one.
Okay, Taeyeon moving forward.
I mean, so far the bot lane has been going pretty good for being KFRX, all things considered.
Yeah,
level 6, not too far away, but it's not super reliable for Hanjin Brion when there's a cleanse on the other side. You can definitely see those ults just not getting the most value. Whereas it's very hard not to get value with the ult from Taeyeon as long as you're in range to hit something.
Teddy as well went back and just got a BF sword. We haven't seen like a BF sword first buy in quite some time. Pretty impressive.
Nice buy timing.
Yeah.
I think often is, you see a lot of champions who wouldn't mind going BF first, but just can't find the timing to recall for that money. Jin is an example who just ends up going Dirk instead as a result.
Yeah, and doesn't necessarily feel as good. But still, Taeyeon probably kind of okay with this, as we can see. Even in farm, only down about 3. And in a lane like this, I think you're very happy about it. That being said, I feel like Ashe Seraphine these days isn't like a must-win lane. Like, you're still just highly valuable as you get later into the game.
Still scales very well.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I do think Teddy, this is a tough game for him. There's a lot of ability to punish his inability, and the arrow misses.
That was a weird arrow.
Gideon was actually moving down. He was ready to go in. If Kellen had eaten that arrow, it would have been Encore, it would have been Paranoia, he would have been dead. So, an important dodge away. Honestly, even if he'd flashed the arrow, maybe that would have been enough for Gideon to commit to the play. So, the natural dodge got a long way. And now, Slurkle setting up potential gank.
Yeah, Namgung speeding himself up, though. Does get that surround sound. There's the Real Heal to come out. Real Heal, starring Hugh Jackman. As Taeyeon just going to back away, and it is just some heals being thrown down.
And I think the reason they're so tentative, they don't just want to Cataclysm when they know the flashes are up, is because they know Gideon could be in the area, and he does show himself on a ward. Committing to that play with a Nocturne, able just to fly in, would be so dangerous.
I would assume that Gideon is on the top side of the map, personally, because the grubs are up. But he's not, so they did have a good read.
Circumventing expectations.
Yeah. It's been a lot of that today.
I think it does help that BNK Fearax have a ward on the grubs to definitely know he's not there right now.
Unclear and casting continuing to do battle up here towards his top side, but the Ornn very happy from what we can see right now. Going to be building himself some items, putting things together, and does have the Spectre's Cowl, the key item into the Rumble.
If you haven't gotten the early pressure in this matchup and he finishes Koenig, it's never happening. So,
no.
Raptor, though, on the grubs.
Wait, Gideon, your grubs! They're going down. Okay, well, Clear is going to get the inside track. There is no Ornn to move over, as Gideon does at least get one of these, but there are 2 going over to BNK Fearax. Gideon just giving up on his grubs. It's a very sad thing.
Guess more of a Gideon Gromp game.
Yeah, certainly has been Gideon Gromp so far. But the Gromp is now up on his side of the map. We're going to need him to get over there. Otherwise, we're not going to know what his name stands for.
He's heading straight to it.
Okay, good. There we go. All right, so it is just Gideon Gromp. And first rate hasn't actually been looked at. Been up for about 5 minutes, but no one really paying it too much attention when it is that Chemtech. It is less valuable as a singular dragon. But starting to get these stacked up, I think, could be very valuable for either side. And,
honestly, I feel like the early Chemtech with the compositions we have, like there's a decent amount of shield.
True.
Like Rumble, Scrap Shield early.
Yeah, Blue Seraphine just in general.
Yeah, I feel like even like Infernal Dragon early just isn't that much AD or AP. Like the percentage is so small now that, and also its nasty is not crazy, but may make a difference. But I think mainly it's just obviously Dragons, the value is the soul, and the fact that it's not a Chemtech soul feels pretty nice.
Yep. I think if you're Bro, you really want to lock it down because you want to extend this game as long as you possibly can. So getting a Drake will just mean that if your opponent gets some Drakes, it's going to take them longer to get there. And with a composition like this that wants to dole out the ornaments and really play these late game team fights with your beefcakes in the front and your utility in the back, it's what I'm sort of seeing for the Bros. Plus, they're the Bros, so they want to play as slowly as possible.
Koenig Rukin completed for casting, so the top lane matchup going to be very hard to get pressure now.
Yeah. So it's a 6 CS lead. That's what Clear has managed to get to before the lane becomes...
Oh, and the plate.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. So he is, 250 gold ahead.
Okay, so if we look at the item spikes that have come through, Raptor has Sundered Sky and Vikla has Malignant. They're really strong right now, so if you go for a dragon fight, it could be risky, but they're going to start off looking for Roma. Roma does have Flash.
Flag and Drag comes in. The Charm is going to connect. Great layering of CC, and down he goes. First blood. Just like that.
And Bro were trying to set up this dragon. They wanted Roma to move down to them, and Raptor just reads it so well. Face checking into the Jarvan, the CC is layered, no chance to pressure buttons, despite the Aurora being typically such a safe pick. Not able to make the way out.
This is rough, though, because now you've got the beat drop connecting onto Kellen. Taeyeon's going to move on over. Slurkle is good, but the Bros... Oh, man, there was almost an angle. Roma didn't quite have his teleporters. Now the equalizer comes down. Clear is going to flash to break the tether. There's the wild growth. Namgung taken out. And now the arrow is going to connect. Teddy looking for some angles, but they've just lost too much. And BNK FearX, they find 2 in the play.
Big play there from Clear. Ends up giving up a bit in the top lane to make that play work, but will help them secure the dragon as well. Here, you can see the pings coming out, the assist pings coming from Bro. They want Roma just to move down. Didn't take the safe route, took the more dangerous route and paid for it. And then here, so a big thing as well is Namgun gets a massive ult, but the charm ends when he dies. Because you're being charmed, like it's the same with any charm.
Yeah.
And it means they can just walk it off immediately. Teddy with the early flash, and Namgun just held it a little bit too long. And as a result, doesn't get the value that he was hoping for.
Yeah, Ardent Sensor is now done for Kellen as well, alongside the Kraken Slayer. Yuntalis is done for Teddy. And Namgung is a little bit further away from augmenting the damage of the Ashe. I just feel like you were talking about, the item spikes just a little bit too powerful here, BNK FearX. I also think that like Gideon with just a Hexplate, like that's all he has, like nothing else. Like a 5-year-old packing for a trip. You know, you just have your favorite toy and that's all you need in your suitcase.
I mean, for a 5-year-old, I think.
That's pretty good, honestly, yeah. Maybe I went a little bit too young. But still, you understand my sentiment.
Yeah. I think it's
quite have the necessities.
Teddy having the Yuntal, obviously an item that needs to be stacked up to get the full value. Not going to have that. It's not going to be the strongest Ashe can be right now.
But they are a composition that can do stuff.
It's Ocean's second as well, so...
Oh my lord.
We're guaranteed a good soul.
And I feel like this game would be a ridiculous Cloud Soul game.
I knew you'd say that.
But it is! Like, look at it! Taeyeon presses ult and he can sprint 1 billion miles an hour. You know, Kellen can, like, wild growth anyone and then zip over and polymorph someone else. Clear throws down an equalizer and then like teleports to the enemy basically and gets the flame spirit out. That's brilliant. And the Bros, I mean, needs no introduction, right? Gideon can stick to a target as soon as he's pressed his ultimate button. And now they are just going to get knocked up and murdered under this turret. My God! BNK FearX have decided that they do not want the Bros in first place of the Rise group.
The value of the Jarvan into this Ashe Seraphine is just so high. And it was kind of obvious they were going to pick this in the draft, and it just is really being punishing them in this situation. You're flashless, and there's just nothing you can do to get out of that Cataclysm. The follow-up was great, the setup was great, mid-tower taken down. BNK FearX with a 3,000 gold lead and feeling so good about that position in this game.
Yeah, it's only getting better now. They were the ones that were able to take that first dragon as well. So it's them with all of the control of the map. Gideon is now at least able to head towards Shelly. Look to try and lock that one down. Raptor going to find a little bit of an engage here, but the immediate paranoia, that is a lot of damage as Roma throws his ulti down as well. And the Bros not going to go down without a fight.
Raptor just stepping too far, not respecting the engage potential they can have. BNK still hovering in the area. They know the paranoia is down, which is the big tool. There is the arrow from Teddy, but Taeyun is cleanser. They're looking to fight this without the
teleporting. This is crazy. All right, 10 seconds until Raptor's here. Casting's going to move on over as Vikla looking for the angle. Doesn't find the charm. And that is the secure on Shelly. Now Casting throwing down the train. Clear the only one to get knocked up, though. Still going to get hit by so much damage. Look at the damage! Flame Spitter, my God! And now Taeyun's dashing forward. Vikla's getting the resets. And it doesn't matter that Raptor isn't here. They are just too strong. There's the ace.
Decimation from BNK FearX did not even need their Jarvan, and as they all grouped up, funneled together, it was prime time for Taeyun just to absolutely shred Hanjin Breon. The cleanup from Vikla as well was sublime. This play just really easily set up, going for Teddy and Namgun. Once they're in the Cataclysm, nothing they can really do. But then it was the pick onto Raptor. He just gets kind of baited. He is on a ward, goes for Roma. And the paranoia is immediate to punish him.
And I really thought that the Bros would then have all the power, right?
I think just a couple of low health bars here, and they were all trapped against the wall. You look at how the damage is cleaving every time he autos, and it makes it so easy for the Ahri.
My goodness. Taeyun, very happy Yunara. 9-1. The kill score as well, close to a 6,000 gold advantage. One of our largest so far in the whole series.
Yep.
Let alone for 17 minutes into the game.
And you look at the items that have come through now. Rocket Bell completed for the Ahri, 10 stacks from Dark Seal. Probably going to pick up a Medjay soon for Vikla. Taeyun already got that second item completed. We saw the cleave value there. That was pre-Runan, so...
Yeah, I mean, he didn't
go
go
for
for the
Runan,
Fiend
he went
Hunter
for the
this
Fiend Hunter, so... Still a lot of burst available on the ult.
Yeah. Well, now, Clear is moving on over. Oh my goodness. Sometimes you wish for something and then you get it.
Vikla will dodge that.
He will. The ward didn't, though. Aha. Well, Roma looks for the angle, doesn't quite find it. Raptor is able to get
look
a control
at
ward
Teddy's
down.
position mid. He's just zoned away from the tower completely.
Yep.
Gideon's fishing for a play on the top side of the map and just doesn't even find anything. Mid-tier 2 taken down here. And Max is a Cloud Soul.
It is. I know. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah. Magnificent.
And that means the BNK FearX can do all of those crazy things that I was talking about.
There's the Medjay's for Vikla.
Oh dear, 10 stacks already.
They're already zooming
Yep.
in this game.
And the Cloud is only going to make that exponentially more awesome. Okay, Bro's going to be able to get some bounty gold here. That is at least something.
I feel like so often in a game when I see the bounty gold, it's like, oh, nice, we can get bounty gold. But it's like, oh, that's the state of the game right now.
Yeah,
It's
and
like
also,
the pity gold.
I have to then get towards these inner turrets as well, which is somewhat difficult. Thankfully, in Bro's case, they've barely taken any turrets, so they don't need to worry about that. The outer and mid lane still up, outer and bottom lane still up. They get a few extra plates here on this top side, so that is something.
At the item differential in the mid lane, Roma did just pick up a large rod, but it's like you have the Malignance, the Rocket Bell, and the 10-stack Medjay's.
Yeah.
Versus Ludens and a rod.
Yeah. Roma isn't doing very much at the moment. At least Casting has now upgraded his Rookan. And so get level 14, maybe upgrade someone else's something. That's going to be pretty cool. But this game is very, very close to just being kind of done.
That's the thing, if Casting levels up, he can actually upgrade all of Roma's completed items.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
100% upgrade rate?
Yeah, what it?
That's nuts. I didn't know that he could even do that.
Everyone in Bro, he would be able to do that for. 100% of their completed items would just be upgraded, which is an insane ratio for the Ornn to have.
Yeah, really well done. I'm just proud that the Bros have an item to upgrade, to be honest, because otherwise he might hit level 14 and there's nothing he can really do. That would be sad.
That wouldn't be so great.
No, Baron has just spawned. Strikebreaker is at least done here for Gideon. And that is some damage out from Roma, but now BNK just setting up a bit of a siege here towards this bottom side. And they're just moving Taeyun from lane to lane. See what he can actually find here as the arrow is going to connect on to this Yunara. who does eventually cleanse. Equalizer goes down, doesn't really do too much. Great charm though from Vikla as now Gideon goes in, looking for the angle. Vikla is just able to bounce around the team fight. Polymorph is not quite going to work as the double knockup comes in. But where is the damage? Where is the follow-up? It just doesn't exist. And Namgung is just dead with no real recourse here. They at least deal with the minion wave. But the bro's going to have to do better than that.
Namgung just got absolutely deleted there.
I didn't even
so much
notice.
damage from Vikla. He just caught him with the charm and just one-shot him, basically.
Oh my God.
So I actually like the late cleanse from Taeyun because that forces them to burn more. Because if you just cleanse for the arrow, then they can re-engage on you later. But he actually forces them to commit more heavily. Oh, where'd he go?
Just a charm.
Yeah, it's a magic trick. And then I think BNK4X demonstrating what they've demonstrated a lot this series, not overstepping, not going too far, not going too deep. I think game 2 they did a little bit of that, but for the most part they've been more patient. And I think it paid off there because you could definitely see them just diving into the tower and it backfiring. But like, look, we're so far ahead. We have a fed Yunara Lulu. We don't need to do anything too crazy. There's a Cloud Soul we can pick up. Atlas always says how great that is.
He does. And he'll say it again. He already has reiterated it, though, so maybe I don't have to. I'm sorry, buddy, but you are just really, really dead. Romer, I'm sorry, buddy, but you really have to flash.
You know, we've had some games where Namgoon's eaten a lot of deaths. It's happened. Yeah. And we had that Camille game where he bounced back massively, got this series.
Are you saying today's the day?
I'm saying there are sometimes there are worthy deaths, but these deaths just feel feel a little bit of a byproduct of someone on BNK4X looks at Namgoon and he just ceases to exist.
Oh, his screen tends to go grayscale. That is very, very true. As Raptor didn't want to take
Nice
up
dodge.
the turret, as now we've got the launch in of this Nocturne. Between Worlds comes down and Taeyun is dead. Teddy's kiting. No charm is going to connect. Raptor is likely to go down. It's actually the Encore that kills him, but Teddy falls as well. And Clear is finally teleported into the fight. You can see Casting's actually just kind of wandering over, didn't have his teleport up and available. That is a better fight for the bros than I think they had any right to have.
Yeah, I will say, Kellen went for the Moonstone second. I think he should have gone Mikhail's. Don't think it necessarily would have changed the pace here, but not having the cleanse can be a pretty difficult situation to deal with. We see Roma goes in and just nukes him. This is beautiful from Raptor, though. Goes in the brush, and it means Teddy does eventually get him, but it just buys so much time. Teddy had flashed in like, it's my time to carry, it's my time to pop off. And I think that was just such a momentum killer from Raptor there.
Yeah. It was very nicely done. And then Teddy gets taken down by the 703 Vikla, who is a gigantic monster here in this game. Shadow Flame is on the way, 18 stacks on the Magi's. And I think that if he makes eye contact with Gideon, Gideon might just die. I feel like Vikla is just kind of Cyclops now in this game. And it's going to be a real rough time for anyone on the bros.
Yeah, no flashes on Hanjin Brion's bot lane now, which is pretty important. That Cataclysm seems a bit of a winning strategy.
I think so. Or just Charm Orb Deception. I think no one survives that. BNK4X are going to be able to grab Soul Point. No answer here by the bros. And one away from that coveted Cloud Soul. Coveted by at least me. Now Taeyun and Kellen going to be pushing this way forward. Vikla doing the top side, and Clear is down here on this bottom lane.
I think at least in that fight, we saw, you know, if BNK4X do really misstep, the potential for Hanjin Brion's composition. I think it would look a lot better if they weren't 6,000 gold behind. A lot of compositions are like that, by the way.
Yeah.
If they're not 6,000 gold behind.
I think it's really good to have that general information.
Yeah, I think that's just a golden rule of League of Legends.
Yeah. I think Teddy looks better, though, with the Yuntals that has, orange border. Because now it matches the Runans way better.
Raptor is fishing. Oh, on the Ornn.
He's going to find a conductor, as Casting does have to flash out of the way. Equalizer comes down, and Casting has to walk the entire red carpet. He's relatively tanky, does find the train's return, but there's the flash out from the Rumble. Down goes the Ashe. Taeyun is still alive, and that's going to be the ace. A surprising moment when Namgung dies last, but BNK4X, it's a clean ace, and they will be able to deny Bro first place in the Rise group and finally take them down this season.
just too strong right now. Taeyun dives into the middle of Hanjin Brion and they cannot shut him down. Death time is too long. They're going to end it here. And BNK FearX keeping the hopes alive to top out their group.
Still with one more to play. They were the team with the least games played so far. This is their first match for this week. And they have one more left. See whether they can vie for that top spot. I think the Bros being able to at least win one back in this series has really helped them, because anyone equalizing with them will not be able to eclipse them, right? And so now BNK FearX definitely need to win their next game, and then they can claim that first place.
Who is my POM is the question.
My vote goes to the fans.
That's a good vote. That's not valid, not viable.
Oh. Do you think that's why I don't have a vote?
That might be it.
Lack of vote viability?
Yeah.
That makes sense, I guess. Maybe it's that guy. He looks pretty strong. His name's Vikla. It can't be Taeyun. You're not allowed to. It's illegal. Is it Raptor?
You'll see.
Yeah, I don't actually know. If I did have a vote, I would honestly have no idea where to put it.
I think
probably Vikla. Probably Vikla, but I don't actually know.
Good moments from a lot of people. Obviously, in a longer series, there's a lot to think about in terms of who was good, who was really the big playmaker, got me over the finish line.
Wow.
A contentious series. A lot of back and forth, but in this game 3, I think BNK FearX got control and just never gave it over. Definitely felt like they were the more patient team today, for the most part.
Yeah, I think, like, apart from game number 2, where they were weirdly impatient, but then they took the feedback and then came back and were far more patient here in the third game.
Maybe they were too patient in game 2 where they needed not to be patient, when they had, like, the engage composition.
Yeah.
But here it felt like a lot of picking the right fights for them, finding the right angles in. And once they got momentum, to me, that fight around the Baron pit, where they just got all the AoE damage in, was insane.
Yeah. And I think maybe we didn't understand enough just how much value this Jarvan was going to have into this bottom lane that the Bros had actually picked up. And even though this charm didn't land from Vikla...
It's funny, because, I mean, I agree completely, but they didn't even have the Jarvan in this fight, and they managed to find it.
Look at this, like Vikla goes over the wall. That's his last charge.
Foiled
and so just gets all of these back.
He just has so many resets. And then a couple of attempts here from Bro. I love Raptor's move here. Just goes back in the brush, and he's like, okay, I'm hiding.
Yeah.
They do get him, but does kill the momentum of the fight. And this is that last play. So they start off on casting as well. But I think they're just so far ahead, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, this equalizer placement from Clear was unbelievably good.
And Taeyun just dives in and nearly goes down, but he's just a bit too strong.
Maybe it's a Clear angle. No. Yes? I don't know. I don't know who's going to get POM.
I think Clear played pretty well.
Yeah, I think Escasante was fantastic in game 1. I think that feels like a long time ago.
But then even in game 2, there was some good Camille moments.
Yep. And even though they didn't play around him, I don't think it was necessarily his fault. I think that those were team decisions, right? Found some good moments. But here on the Rumble, Clear is... He's always been a great Rumble player, but this was some vintage Clear this time around. Not too much celebration here from BNK FearX. They know that it is early days, and they will need to do some more winning if they want to get higher positions here in the Rise group. But this game, this was all them.
They'll need to solidify their position, but this was a must-win series. And I think Raptor had a fantastic series. I think, unfortunately, he wasn't able to win that game too, but had such a healthy lead over Gideon.
And his Lee Sin was absolutely fantastic in game number 1 as well. Sort of slipped my mind momentarily, but did look fantastic on that champion. So Raptor's the one that we get to have a chat with, and that's fantastic. I do want to see the vote spread. I think that'll be very, very fun. But we get the BNK FearX POM interview and then the Bro team interview because this was their final game.
Nice.
They have made it into play-ins though, so it's not like we're going to be saying goodbye.
I feel like when you say that, so many people are worried. They're just sitting up like, what?
Well, I mean, we will have Kyum DRX versus DNS coming up. and then we'll have to just say goodbye to both of them.
Yeah, that will be a bit of a sad one.
Yeah, that's going to be a toughie. But we're not saying goodbye to the Bros. We're not saying goodbye to BNK Furex. Both of these teams are locked in to the play-ins, but they might be facing one another. We'll just have to see. But now it is time for that interview with Raptor. Let's throw it over to Dia for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Raptor on the side of BNK Furex.
랩터 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 오늘 경기를 승리하면서 라이즈 그룹 1위에 대한 가능성을 이어가게 됐습니다. 승리 소감 들려주시죠.
일단 오늘
Place in Rise Group alive. How do you feel? I feel like we were starting off at a large disadvantage in a lot of the times, but I'm just really happy that we're able to pull off a victory, and especially because in the last game we were able to pull off a clean win. And so it looks like you were able to win against Brion for the first time after the first 3 rounds. So what was your approach? I think it was just really because Brion tends to be very focused and very good at late game, and I think that's just something that we had to also kind of target around, and that's actually what actually allowed us to get the win today. And what led you guys to pick Xante against the Olaf today? There's actually a lot of different options against Olaf, but I think it was just really clear that actually felt really comfortable and confident on playing Xante against Olaf. Game 1 was actually looking a little tricky for you guys, but you were able to turn that game around. So which moment was the turning point? Actually, I can't really remember the specific moment that we were able to turn things around. I know that we were starting from pretty behind, but I think we were able to keep our mind in the game and just keep a good mental fortitude, and I think that's why we were able to win. And then in game 2, Raptor, your Nefiri was actually scaling quite well, but that was a disappointing loss. So how did you feel afterwards? Yeah, it was. I thought we were snowballing the game pretty well, but that accident in the mid lane actually made the game a lot harder. So I just wanted to make sure that we were able to pick ourselves up for the next game. And despite the loss in game 2, you guys were able to have a clean game 3. So what was the team discussion like? Yeah, I mean, I think overall game 3 was going our way too, but you know, there was almost a moment where we were actually almost making a mistake in the top lane, but afterwards I think we were all really had a clear mind to actually play out the game and wrap it up with a win. And so how will you prepare for the last the remaining play-ins and the last match? I think despite us winning today, I think we just have to keep on improving so that we can continue performing at our best level. And with the play-ins round 1, the direct ticket to it, what is your mindset? I think our last match is against Nongshim. I just want to make sure that we do our best in order to win. And that is all from Raptor.
네, 그리고 다음은 오늘 아쉽게
And next up,
정규 시즌 마지막
although it was a regretful defeat, we will have the entire roster of Hanjin Brion, who put out their best performance until the very end of the regular season. We have top perfect jungle Gideon, mid roamer bot Teddy, and support Namgung.
최선을 다해준 한진브리온 선수들과 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 먼저 캐스팅 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 캐스팅 선수.
First of all,
한진브리온에
let's talk to
합류해서
casting.
멋진 모습 많이 보여주셨었는데요. 스스로도 성장하고
You joined Hanjin Brion this year and showed such great performance, and it looked like you're looking more and more solid day by day. So, what do you think you did? Which part do you think you improved and grew the most? Yeah, I joined Hanjin Bryon this season, and I think it was just because of the direction and the good leadership from my teammates and my coaching staff that I was able to grow so much. I think, that's why I'm able to stand here, being able to do an interview and also talk to you, Hyeji. And honestly, it was actually really difficult to even get a POM. Well, we still have a lot to show, so I hope that we can continue improving. And any mindset for the play-in stage. Because our placement has not been finalized, I don't know what's going to happen, but no matter who our opponent is, I just want to make sure that we are well prepared against them. And Gideon. So you have wrapped the regular season. So what was your main goal, the start of the season, and how much of that have you reached? I think it's just winning as much as I can, and I feel like I got a lot of wins down, but obviously today's loss is quite disappointing. So you have to make it into the playoffs through the play-ins. So what is your mindset going into the play-ins? I think just looking at game 1, even when we have a lead, it feels like we actually tend to slip quite often. So I just want to make sure that we're able to refine those points. And Romer, this was the final maintenance before play-ins. So what did you focus on during the series today? Personally, I just really wanted to focus on the communication and also laning phase. And what will your mindset be for the play-ins? I just want to make sure that I do my best so that I can play out my heart and leave no regrets. And next we have Teddy. This is the end of your regular season, and as a 10-year veteran LCK player, we were definitely able to see that you were most definitely a veteran here, quite seasoned player. So what is the meaning for this season for you? Well, rather than meaning, I think it's just that we all have a lot of room to improve. And I think we were able to sort of showcase our growth throughout the season, and it was such an enjoyable season for my team. So I think I'm just really excited to show what we have left in the plans. And for your younger teammates, was there any advice that you gave them? I mean, I'm not really in the place to give advice. They all do their best, and they do so well. And I think, our coaching staff, they actually make sure that we're always in great spirits. So I think that's just where I got carried in. And anything you would like to say about the plans towards your teammates? I mean, today is quite disappointing, but we still have the plans left. So I hope that we can all perform better in the plans. And lastly, we have Namgung. This was your first LCK debut in the Hanjin Bryon. So what is the most memorable moment of this season? I think during first and second round, just keeping a winning streak was actually quite memorable for me. And you have the play-ins upcoming. What would you like to say to your fans who are looking forward to your performance in the play-ins? I mean, during the play-ins, no matter. And going back to the team captain, Gideon, there are so many fans who send so much love and support for Bryon. So anything you would like to say to them? I actually made the promise that I want to make sure to win today. But I'm really sad, and I would like to apologize for not keeping my promise. But this is not the end. We have playoffs left, or play-ins left. I want to make sure that we can return in a stronger form. That is all from Hanjin Brion and Back to the Dusk. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Yaya. As our end of the season team interviews begin, the heavy lifting for Deer is now in session. So everyone say thank you to Deer, as it was a victory here for BNK Fearx to keep the race in the Rise alive. BNK up 2-1 here over Hanjin Brion. Thoughts, Woodin?
I think whenever I see BNK winning, I think they have a strong plan to stick to, which is just following the Raptors' early game plan. And I think, especially when Vikla gets his comfort pick, it gets much easier. And this is the highlight from the game 3, and it decided the game here. And I think this is what BNK Fearx is gonna look like in the plane. So you're down number, but it's fine. You still have the pressure from the mid lane, and I think you already know what's gonna look like, right? They have no paranoia, and you have the Yuna Lulu. This is what, when you have the strong feeling that you're gonna win the team fight, you just pull the trigger. It's 4v5, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and then I think Hanjin Brion actually had a loser's mindset a little bit, because they actually use every tool, but they still go forward to fight against, even though they get the Herald.
Oh my god.
So they got ace here, but I can understand this because at the game 2, similar situation with the Trundlekin, and they were losing 3k, but they win the team fight there. So I think no one could blame that.
That decision ended up with some barbecued bros there up against the wall. That was pretty not the right decision. BNK Fearx take the lead, never look back. They get themselves a victory. We take a look at the Palm votes from that last one, as it was Rapta, my 2025 third team All-Pro Jungle vote. Still showing off that he's got the skill set. 8 out of 10. Everyone getting a vote except Kellen. No love for Kellen, no justice for supports. You know how it is in professional League of Legends, but also in the LCK. No love for supports. You didn't vote for a support either. That's okay though. Raptor's a very fair vote.
He was too good, throughout this game 1 and game 3. Especially the game 3 when he ganked on the mid lane with the Jarvan and secured the kill on Aurora. I think that leads us to the that header fight as well. So he's the rap god.
Rep guard. Okay.
Okay.
So at the Fearless strat is coming, and then Raptor, he was playing like a Fearless, so Fearless Raptor is here.
Chat, please help me, chat.
I'm back.
These are 2. What was that?
I'm
Both
back.
Of you?
I'm so back.
Did can't even defend himself. Umti knows what he's doing. That's crazy.
No, I think mine is so much better.
What?
Even though I didn't sell it that well.
I don't know. I don't care about others. I'm just saying I'm so back. At the English analyst, that's
I'm beginning to feel like a rap god.
This one made more worse. I think. This one actually made more worse.
All right.
I think it could have been. You could have very easily said, calling back to the beginning of the match when Atlas was rapping about Raptor, rapping around the Raptors. That would have been very easy.
You could do that.
Let's take a look at what our other voter had. There's Ox. Victoria's Vikla vibes valued.
All right.
Vehemently.
No, listen. I already seen this before. He's doing it again, right? I already seen this before.
Okay,
sure.
then can you follow the Ox's?
No, Victoria's Vikla vibes valued vehemently.
I don't think that's what he said. Go ahead, do it. Say it.
Oh, so Victoria's Vikla vibes valued vehemently. I don't know what the last word is, but I tried.
Victoria's Vikla vibes valued vehemently. Vehemently. Like very strongly.
Oh.
Vehemently. That's quite with a lot of vehement. No. With a lot of
that's quite difficult
intention
for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's just keep going here. Thanks, Ox. The Fang of BNK Fearx. It is always great to see making proactive plays. That's true. Thank you, Cloud Templar. Pony, never forget, dinosaurs existed before the tigers, lions, and bears, and ponies.
So does Pony means that they're gonna win against Genji?
Oh, that must be what he means.
And there's and the LCS lions.
That's right.
There's lions.
Wow. Pony.
What's the bear stands for?
So now Pony is talking that FureX,
Dang.
BNK FureX going to Worlds?
Pony doesn't like Dokla. Let's just make that a thing now. I'm kidding. That's not real.
Okay.
That's not real. I'm
Okay.
kidding. All right. LCS doing their roadshow here over in Mexico City very soon, thanks to Lion. Here's Helios. Clear. He's clearly the palm.
It is definitely not clearly clear.
That's really the palm.
All right, mine is better. Right? Now you agree on it. I think my
Raptorly is pretty good.
Okay.
Because they did the duo. They worked together on this. This is good.
Okay. But I'm more happy with the Umti's comment though.
This is why I'm from the Korean analyst.
Fearless Raptor.
You know, the vibes. I just bring them.
Vibes are
Thank you.
Korean side.
Thank you for
I don't understand. You know, like
Some of
every
these
single time when I
comments
see the
were
comment from the
rough.
Korean side,
You
All
don't
right.
understand. You will not
All right.
understand, always.
that's why I'm not on the Korean
Yes,
side.
I didn't understand either, Umpties. We take a look at the standings here after that last one. And now BNK FureX, they hold first position, but if you take a look at that point score, they have their final match against Nongshim Red Force. So that will be the match for first, second, and third. The Bros need Nongshim to win to get first place. Nongshim need to win 2-0, I believe, to pass BNK FureX in the standings into second for side selection. So all three of those spots still up for grabs.
It could like swap around from these three teams, but the important thing is that like you have to be on the top ranks, or you have to play against the legend team on the legend group. So it's gonna be a really exciting moment to see who's gonna make it first.
Yeah. I mean, first, you guys had the one more life. If you don't, no life. That's quite hard for it.
No, we'll see what happens there with our final series of the week. Speaking of big matches, that one's done, but we've got this one as well. T1 and KT, the final telecom war of 2026 regular season up now. KT playing for their playoff lives. T1 still fighting for one of the top spots in the playoffs. We'll see you after the short break. Oh, telecom match.
성공 21차. 우주체감 디플러스 기아 누가 막을래? 디플러스 기아의 드라마는 끝났다고요? 아닙니다. 바로 2부 시작입니다. 확실히 달라진 모습. 돌아온 젠지 4연승을 쭉쭉 뻗어나가고요. 와, 결국 호랑이 굴에서 패퇴했던 젠지가 오히려 세상 밖으로 나와서 이기나요?
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. just when I lift my mark into the stone. 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 낡은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로를 보는 순간 We don't look back 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까 All the nights let us hear 이제 눈을 떠 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모두 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 나를 남겨 저 지평선 너머 더 멀리 닿게 우리의 이 순간에 Live your life 새벽을 닮은 빛 창가에 머물러 아무도 모른 맘 So shining quietly 끝이 있는 거라도 그래서 아름다워 두 눈에 담아둬 Before it disappears 빠르게 뛰는 맘그 박자를 따라가 All the nights let us hear 아직 빛나고 있어 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모두 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 나를 남겨 저 지평선 너머 더 멀리 닿게 우리의 이 순간에 Leave your mark 내일이 달라져도 Tonight is ours 불빛이 잠든 뒤 온기는 남아 화면 밖에 우리 More than just a night 이 밤이 우릴 잊어도 나는 널 기억해 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바란 뒤에도 오늘의 우리 남겨 저 지평선 넘어 끝없이 넓게 마지막 이 순간에 Live your life 빛이 잠들면 We will remain 영원처럼 기억해 Live your life
I have to say number first and answer.
No, you just have to say type.
Second one is coffee bun.
Coffee bun. Coffee bun.
Coffee bun.
What does that taste like?
Taste?
Yes.
Just coffee taste.
Oh, it tastes like coffee. Okay, I was just checking. Prince, gets the second one, which means he gets all of these points right here. That is 27 points, I believe. 27 points for Prince. Let's go ahead and clear the rest of the board, shall we?
Much lower calorie option. All right, this Sante actually at this point is kind of hitting. And this time he doesn't have a Nautilus to help him out. And I think Perfect knows he doesn't quite have the damage. And there is the buffer. On the Q3, nicely done for the shutdown. Siu once again on the board. As trying to fight for vision here essentially. Baron is up. We've seen some more earlier Barons in recent times. And yeah, they're just going to send it. Okay, they find Ruler and the Timbers. Find 3 of them in the Cataclysm. And now we got a Bane on the loose. As Zeus is all the room in the world. Very nice kick though, as here comes the Olaf trying to make something of it, but the shield saves his life. And now the room from Guma will be excellent to try to lock down Canyon.
Will the bros fight for it?
The apples fly on the goggles.
Okay, now Paranoia does come in. A possible delivery as the taunt does nothing at all. Ahead with a black hole Absolutely insane as they're crushed under the weight of this gargoyle. And Kingin is just running at them celebratorily and is able to take down the bottom lane as a result. Roma just left.
But it works, so credit to the team to need the charge.
Uh-oh. He's going to get away with this one, as now the double taunt is going to come in. And a big Seraphine ult over the top, catches 3. And just like that, they easily clean up. This is exactly what this top wants to do, and easily run right into it.
말이 안 되네, 이거.
Just taking a lot of damage here. This is the poke that we were talking about. Miasma comes in, Doran taking a lot of damage off to the side. And now, oh my god, brilliant monster! Doran dies immediately, Pace follows soon. Vega pushed away in D+. They turn on a dime, and T1 couldn't even blink. They're just dead. The rest of them don't need a health bar to make this happen.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. I'll make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn.
to go. No map, no light, just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
T1 파이팅! 포카드 BDD 카드 KT 파이팅!
KT 파이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Ox. Together, we're the AA broadcast, and we are ready for our Legend Group bout. This one is all about seeds and seeding and who goes where and what happens at the top of the table. There's a lot to fight for here, and it doesn't come down to just this one match. There is also more remaining in the coming days to decide exactly what order our teams are going to be heading towards the playoffs.
Yeah, but I think for these two teams, for KT, it is so essential that they have a favorable outcome here. I think there's a lot of situations where KT will really struggle if they end up losing this series. They're currently bottom of the table, which is crazy considering how long they spent top of the table in the LCK earlier in the season.
And so with the win here, they will be able to even out the scoreline with DK, but they've played one less match than all of the teams in the Legend Group thus far. Meaning that if they lose here, then they're basically done, unless they can beat D+ and manage to score 3 points out of it. That will be very, very difficult. This all depends on how game scores are going to look and all that sort of stuff. Let's have a look at the odds here as KT with a 22% chance of making it to the playoffs compared to DK's 78.1, which looks a little bit better here for D+ Kia.
Yeah, and I think it just highlights the importance that KT get a win here, but a win that's a 2-0 would be so much more preferable.
Oh, and I told a lie actually. T1 of the team with 2 remaining. So KT, they lose here, it's basically done and dusted.
Yeah, if they lose here, they are locked into play-ins. That is a guarantee, as you can see from this graphic.
Yeah, there we go.
So KT, if they end up getting a win, keeps their hopes alive, but they also need D+ to lose to Gen G. And depending on the score there could end up being a tiebreaker because the head-to-head is currently even. So,
yep. And so if we go the distance here tonight and KT manages to win the telecom war, and then we get a 1-2 narrow loss against Gen G, then we will have a tiebreaker. And we have an extra day set aside for that one as well. So that would be very, very fun. Head-to-head is even, and that's meaning that we will...
I've kept my schedule clear.
Oh, 100%. There was nothing going in on that part of the docket. That will be a whole lot of fun if we do get it. Because I think... Wait, wasn't our last tiebreaker that we had in the LCK D+ versus KT? I think it might have been. Unless it was Nongshim as well. I know that there was that weird three-way that we had going on there between those teams vying for the last Legend Group spot. But I think the actual tiebreaker was played between KT and D+ Kia last year. But, you know, I've got things wrong in the past, and I do tend to just make things up based on the synapses in my brain. So players are going to fist bump and head over to their seats here in Chichijik Park. And we'll see whether T1 can just make that whole tiebreaker thing irrelevant with a victory here.
That's what they're hoping for. That's what the game plan is. And I think both of these teams obviously having some struggles recently. It's not just about placement. It's not just about where you are in the standings. It's also the form you want to be representing going into playoffs or potentially play-ins. These two teams have not been on a great streak recently.
Yeah, and I think tidying up the gameplay is going to be the aim of the game here for T1, making sure they understand what their game plan is going to be heading towards those playoffs. Understanding that we're going to be sticking on this patch, right, for the entirety of the playoffs as well. So this is one that you really want to nail down and understand very, very early on. I think patch read is going to be a huge thing for us to carry on over towards the play-ins and the playoffs as things start to get on rolling. And the last patch did change things relatively considerably as well, with Poppy's priority falling down and all sorts of different things coming on through here in the LCK. So looking forward to seeing what KT and T1's now additional read is going to be on this patch. T1, of course, haven't actually played on it at all just yet, as it was their challenger team that was playing in the Kesper Cup earlier on in the week when we did first jump onto this patch for all of the League of Legends happening in Korea.
And I think T1 tend to be a team who are good at reflecting on what's been going wrong, on when their meta reads aren't correct, and they've had a bit of time to prepare and to look forward towards this match. It's been a big one as Faker starts to download.
Yeah, going for that reboot, making sure that, you know, the cache is clear and all that sort of stuff. I kind of feel like I should start doing that. I feel like as I'm getting older, there is just too much in the cache.
Remembered a bit too much.
Yeah.
Hanging on to it.
Yeah, the old existing too long problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I should start doing the Faker thing. Maybe that'll help me feel young, but we shall see. The rest of the players seem to be doing just fine, and so maybe I don't need to. But it sounds like something that I'd need to train really hard to figure out.
That sounds difficult.
Yeah, and you know, we got work to do. You know, there's a lot of LCK to be commentated, and may not have enough time. But there is time to get towards a draft here for game number 1 between T1 and KT. The classic telecom war that used to be a clash of the best two teams in the LCK. Now, it's a clash chaos against our defending world champions who haven't necessarily looked at the height of their form over the last little while, to be perfectly honest. It does feel like it's still T1. And so this is the time of the year where they start to ramp up, and oftentimes, even now, at this time of the year, they're not necessarily looking like they have it together, but I think they certainly have the tools to be the greatest team in the world, and we'll see whether this is going to be the start of a demonstration of that, with a KT with Jiu still in the lineup, whether they're going to be able to show us that they've managed to solidify this roster and find a little bit of added synergy to bring them over the line.
I think a lot of focus is going to be on Jiu and Effort because they are matching into FaZe and Carrier, who have been nothing short of spectacular in a lot of these T1 games, so pressure will be on. Now, a lot of time, if you're on second pick, it is just Orianna, Casio, Vi, other bans. Lee Sin going to be taken away from Owner here.
That's an interesting one. So the Jarvan stock's also going up. But like you were saying, the Vi is basically the must ban.
I think Ryze and Jarvan have been really popular first picks recently in the LCK. The Nocturne being left open is something they're going to deny. Owner has been spectacular on this pick across his career, so they don't want to give it over to him. Nocturne Nico has kind of been coming back into prevalence, so maybe that gets a look in. But for the time being, T1 definitely have some solid options to match into this. We know Faker very much a fan of the Rise, but we'll see if that's prioritized by him here. Olaf also, something we've seen being picked very early in drafts.
Yep. They can also grab the Jarvan as well if they'd like to, but the Yunara Lulu to come out very early here for T1.
Last series where Nocturne was picked, and then it was into Yunara Lulu specifically because you don't want to give over Lulu Nocturne. Can be a bit worrisome. I wonder if KT's game plan here, do you end up picking up the likes of the Nico in the bot lane and getting a pairing for that? It looks like they're just going to slam the Olaf for Perfect and pick up the Rise for BDD.
That's a lot of power.
Awkward for T1. You could only respond to one of these three that have been picked. If you want something like the Jarvan, which is good into Olaf, you have to take it now. If you want something like the Syndra, it's good into Rise, you have to take it now. Jax, Kled.
Yeah, Talia. There's a bunch of things that you'd like to be playing. I think just locking a jungler makes the most sense and force KT to split the bans between both top and mid lane.
Yeah, I like the Jarvan because it limits all of these mobile picks you can take. We obviously saw in the last series, Ash Seraphine into Jarvan wasn't a good time, and Ash Seraphine would be super high value with his team comp. It also means that Olaf just has a harder time playing the game because obviously Cataclysm, you can only get out of it with a flash. One of the few pieces of CC that works against him. Now, I do think Nico should be something you think about. I think Ash Seraphine is also something you can think about.
I think with the Jarvan we saw, the Ash Seraphine wasn't able to find the same amount of value.
Yeah, you're right. I feel like with the Jarvan, you're probably not going to go for that. But I think the Nico maybe could be something you don't want to deal with.
And Nautilus going to be taken off the board here. Effort not allowed to play his most played by a country mile.
I think we haven't seen that much Anivia recently into the Rise. It's kind of just disappeared as a counter, but specifically when there's the Olaf there as well, the wall has a ton of value, so I think it makes sense to ban that one away for KT.
Yep. I think that is more of a ban for the Olaf, is what it feels like to me. But that does open the door for Doran to play a whole bunch of different things into this Olaf in the top lane. It's going to be a tough one for them to mitigate based on the one remaining ban that they do have available. Maybe it's just Syndra. Maybe double down on making sure that this Rise is as comfortable as possible. But we shall see. The Karma is taken away from Effort, so they're not going to be allowed to play that one. That Nico's still up and available if they want it.
No Ezreal Karma as a possibility, so getting rid of that as an option. There's still the Caitlyn available, which is pretty strong.
Yep.
We have seen Jhin priority fall off a little bit, but Jhin is playable here as well. I'm sorry to say, Max.
I disagree.
It is the Syndra ban, so taking away some of the tools available into the Rise. That Talia you mentioned before is still an option.
And the Jax is what they're going to go for first.
Yeah, I feel like Talia, though, when Olaf's in the game, feels bad, so maybe they'll forego it for that reason. But Jax comes through for Doran.
It's been one of his best picks as well. He's one of the greatest teamfight Jax players that we have here in the LCK.
Yep, so many massive plays made by him in the past. Interesting that they end up going for this Olaf and not protecting it with the bans. They pick up the Ezreal. They go on Ezreal Seraphine, which we've seen kind of come through when a lot of the like the Bards and the Karmas are taken away as a popular pairing. Obviously that ult on top of the rest of the team fight pretty strong. And now what is Faker going to take here into the Rise? But a lot of dive threat as well in this composition.
Yeah, I think he has a lot of different options. Of course, Faker has played basically everything under the sun, but the Ahri is what he's going to lock in here.
We've seen Ahri priority rising a little bit. Last series as well. Obviously, a lot of momentum available to it, a lot of pick potential, but just the safety it brings on this pick. Hard to catch it out. And when you're into a Nocturne, makes a lot of sense there.
Yeah. So I think T1 probably coming out very happy with what this draft looks like. It's in fact so similar to what we saw out of BNK FureX in their final game of the last series. But it is going to be accelerated to game number 1 this time around. Perfect on the Olaf, though, is going to be scary if this Jax cannot hold him down, and we know Nocturne's power is very, very high, plus the map mobility of this Rise with the Realm Warp is going to be a huge deal. I think the KT certainly have some power in this draft, but the cohesion for T1 and the team fighting that they are going to be capable of with this roster, not to mention the fact that Paze is playing a hyper carry, and that is always a recipe for disaster for all of T1's opposition.
Dangerous to deal with, and you know, a lot of the tools to shut him down, things like the Room Prison or the Encore, there's going to come a point in the game where there's a probably a cleanse and a Mikhail's available to him.
Yep.
To make him hard to deal with. I think a lot of this game is going to rest on the momentum, especially when we look at the top lane matchup, which has been very much a feast or famine situation.
Exactly. We'll see whether Perfect can play out this Olaf in the way that he's supposed to and get themselves an advantage. Let's get into the Rift, game 1 of the Telecom War.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Onto the Rift for game number 1. It is Telecom War time between T1 and KT. One thing I do want to say is that Jiu did manage to get his best pick so far on his time with KT. His Ezreal has definitely been his best performing champion. So that is good news for KT. This might be bad news, as Cuz is going to have his blue buff likely stolen away.
Yeah, nice little pickup here for Owner if he can get this and get out, which should be possible. Pulling it down here. Still to smite and get it before Cuz even sees it.
Yeah, Cuz is now going to be making his way over, but Owner is already on his way out. So Cuz will get that bad news straight over to the Gromp and was spotted on that ward as well. So extra information here for Owner and T1. Great start in the jungle. And speaking of great starts, this bottom lane not going very well at all, as Effort just gets his health bar halved.
Yeah, I love the aggression from Paze and Kerry using their movement speed of the heal when Paze has a passive stack just to step up and get some good damage down. There's a lot of poke from the Ezreal Seraphine, but the all-in, the sustained damage is really there for the Yunara.
Oh, look at this salvo here. At least Jiu manages to hit one of those Mystic shots.
One thing is
real bad.
The cleanse from Paze, which is super high value this game, but it does mean even though the health bar is a little bit higher for him compared to Jiu, has to respect that barrier potential that can come through.
Well, it might be talking about that right away, as surround sound here from Effort will be able to keep Jiu's barrier up and available. T1 with control of the wave though right now. Going to be sending it over towards KT, so pretty volatile at the moment. The carrier just focusing on the wave, glitter lancing all the way through, and they're just going to continue this pressure as much as possible.
Just because they have access to the wave constantly, they're the ones who control the pace of the lane. Pace permanently has this passive stacked up, which makes it so hard to trade into him in any extended way. I mean, at least also just very good at trading if she can get in range to auto.
Yeah, at least KT have managed to soften up this Yunara somewhat.
Effort now out of mana, used it there to stop the recall, so I think T1 will stay for one more wave.
Brolaf being very loud towards his top side, as Doran's going to get exhausted. Kind of hoping that he has his Counter-Strike back up pretty quickly. He is finally going to be there.
I think honestly Doran feels pretty okay about that, burning the exhaust for nothing, but now this gang's going to come in. It looks like they're not going to look for it under the tower. Yeah, you get the exhaust from the Olaf, you still have that ignite. Perfect kind of has to back away now and reset, because he was kind of close to that threshold where an ignite would just do him in.
Well, does at least manage to get the wave crash, and will be able to go back for a bit of a buy without too many repercussions to come on through. Doran underneath that turret does clear out that wave, and so he's going to make it as hard as possible for Perfect to stay even. But Owner is going to get pushed out of the river here towards his bottom side. This Rift Scuttler will be claimed by Cuz. And that is a double scuttle to go over to KT. It's good news for them.
Especially if your goal is just getting Cuz as close to level 6 as possible, losing that early camp, the early blue buff doesn't feel great. Able to catch up now and even get a little bit ahead.
And one thing I do want to draw everyone's attention to as well is that KT have been quite good at game ones over the last few series. Have come out of the gate swinging. It has led to sometimes some disappointing losses for the team. But this is often where they will do their winning, is straight out of the gate. See whether that is going to remain true, as here in this early game, not too many mishaps just yet. What are we aiming for to beat the latest First Blood of all time? 38 minutes? I think it's 38 minutes and 35 seconds or something like that. 34 minutes. No,
38 minutes and 59 seconds.
There we go. All right, so let's put that one on the clock. Maybe we'll just say 39 minutes. We'll say 39 minutes is the one to beat. This Perfect is going to flash out of the way of Doran's Counter-Strike. The Ignite was used. Still Doran with a big Summoner Spell advantage here on this Jax.
And the fact that Owner is not too far away from level 6, the the fact that the flash is not going to be up and available for the Olaf puts him in a precarious position. That Cataclysm, very powerful. Perfect is low and has Cuz hovering around, but Cuz isn't level 6 yet.
All right.
Like the best scenario for a Nocturne to be making a gank.
Yeah, especially with the Jarvan in the area. Now I've got Paze and Courier moving back towards this lane. Geo in a pretty good spot with some free time with this lane, but still has to really respect what Paze and Courier are capable of on these two champions. Paze is going to step up the beat drop just to try and stop him from continuing forward. But you can see the way that KT are thinking about this lane. Paze is just always moving forward. So Effort is always aiming skill shots as if he's just going to be parading and like running Geo down here in this lane.
Yeah, his positioning's been so aggressive. And, I mean, there he took a bit of damage, but he was dodging away from a lot of skill shots prior to that. And this is just such a heavy skill shot-based lane for the Ezreal Seraphine. And just walk at them and auto-attack for T1's bot lane.
Yep. It's working out quite nicely now, as you can see, about a 9 CS advantage. Geo is going to be making his way back with a Sheen.
There's Dragon's Ocean as well, so a pretty valuable one, since you're not getting the soul, and that early sustain can go a long way.
Yep.
And we see a good amount of vision set up by T1 in the area in the river. Level 6 close for both junglers, and that Scuttle is up and available as something they can play for to get that.
Oh, Owner actually hits level 6 now off his Raptor Camp, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
so
and Cuz will actually, I think, get it off this Gromp. So both junglers have level 6, both junglers next to the bot lane. I think they have a bit of a game plan for what they're going to do here.
I'd agree. T1 with so much vision around this Drake, though. It's kind of crazy. Slurkle dodged here nicely by Cuz. Dustbringer actually for a bit of somewhat meaningful poke towards Carrier. He's only level 5, wanting to get that wild growth, but still quite a ways away from grabbing that one. Geo does hit level 6, meaning that the Effort is even further behind as far as experience than Carrier is.
Game has felt very tense so
yeah.
far. Both teams not really finding any big headway, but I feel like it's probably just going to explode on the back of the first big fight when things like the Paranoia are used. Mid's been pretty quiet so far.
I think it's a really interesting one, though, because the scaling conversation feels like both teams just want this game to go late. T1 especially, right? It's a front-to-back composition where Doran can go for flanks and 4-1s as BDD will be able to throw down the Ghost here. The Charm somehow misses. Spirit Rush comes in, and Faker is going to make his way out. I don't know how that Charm missed.
Yeah.
I want a redo.
This does mean a lot of pressure afforded for KT. Sending Faker back, and now he has no ult, means they can move over towards those grubs. Faker doesn't really want to fight around those when there's so many more tools available for KT right now.
Oh, perfect. Actually finding a really good trade here against Doran. The exhaust doing a bunch of work as there's the Realm Warp gets interrupted. The flash not available here for Perfect, so he can't find his way in. Paranoia comes down though, and there is first blood. Good charm this time from Faker, but even the True Shot Barrage is going to almost kill Doran, but it did do a fair bit of work there towards Faker at the same time. And KT biting off a huge amount here. They'll also get the grubs on top of a pretty noticeable 800 gold lead.
Yeah, Ona sacrifices himself to save his top laner, but it doesn't save him from this awkward position he's in right now. So low in HP, I think he just has to leave.
Yeah, a couple more undertows and he would be dead. So Counter-Strike not going to be helping him out on that one. And so Perfect moving back into a great position here in this lane. 4 CS up, but he was trailing in this lane, and it looked like Doran had all the pressure.
Yeah, the summon advantage was there for Doran. Had to flash away from that situation. Perfect didn't even have his to follow. And honestly, Cuz maybe could have just paranoid into Doran and finished him off, but goes for Ona instead. Gets his flash and takes him down. Big reward on the back of that play.
Well, now you got Geo holding a wave towards bottom side as well, but let's check out this play one more time.
I mean, I think you just look at how utterly dead Doran is if this Realm Warp comes through.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, the Ahri is there, but doesn't offer a ton of backup without the ultimate. The Fear comes through, and Ona is just doomed.
Not a whole lot he can do about that one. And so KT, I feel like this has so many flow-on effects, right? Because BDD now has an assist. It was his lane opponent that had to turn up without ultimate in order to try and fight that one back. So it's not like Faker was getting any advantages while that was all going on. And Cuz is on a Nocturne where that first kill went over to him. Doran actually finding a great angle towards Perfect here, though. Ragnarok not actually used.
Yeah, notably, Doran committed the ult. Perfect didn't, he held it. So Doran may have a bit of pressure there, but you do not want to hang around when you have the ult disadvantage. Dangerous position to be in now. Okay, Ona does put the control ward down first. I thought he was just going to blast going straight over. But he's a Jarvan, we'll be able to get out. Because going to be a smite fight for this.
Yeah, there's a Cataclysm from Ona. Gets himself straight out the back. That is going to be the steal to come through. The Encore, not exactly the best. The Wild Growth, not going to be enough to save this Jarvan. And down will go the Nocturne as well. So 1-for-1 in the fight. And there is the kill for Pays. Jiu has to get himself out of here, but I don't think he's out of the woods just yet. As Faker trying to get over that wall, not going to be able to do so. Decides not to use the flash. And now Jiu taking matters into his own hands. And they are immediately taken out of them as Pays puts him down.
Dragon secured for T1 and the fight afterwards. Gold in the right places. 2 kills for Pays, 1 for Faker. And just a great cleanup in the aftermath. I think too much of KT's focus was onto Ona. And he did his job. You know, he got the, Doran's in trouble.
Oh, there's the flash over. As Doran, is he going to go over and over once again? He is not. He is just going to die. BDD is going to be gifted this kill. As, yes, fishing in the barrel, and third one's the charm there, as the Ride's going to be able to take down this Jax, and Perfect now might be able to grab some plates, but instead deciding to go back home. Owner is here.
I mean, it's technically not a solo kill, but that's only because Perfect is very generous.
Yes.
Doran didn't have his ultimate available, didn't have flash, and just gets run down by Perfect. This is not the first time we've seen one of these Olaf counters fail, but not a good feeling for T1. But this fight was phenomenal for them. Ona goes in and they try and hold the health of the Dragon. He gets his big combo, and they commit so much onto him. This Encore, the redirect actually doesn't come through, but even if it did, it's only onto the Jarvan. They kill the Nocturne, start getting the resets. They go for effort to squish his target to continue that momentum, and eventually it's Jiu against 3. Faker doesn't land his dash over the wall, but it just really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And then this ensuing play, Jiu actually tries to make the hero 1-for-1 with the barrier, but Carrier just kites him.
Yep, and isn't able to hit a couple of the skill shots there, and therefore Carrier is going to survive. This was cute though, with Perfect making sure that the Rise is able to pick up that kill.
Yeah. Both of these champions get so much stats, so much power from their ultimates, because it's not just a CC immunity for the Olaf, you get a lot of AD as well.
Yep.
That when one of them has the ult advantage, you can see the difference so easily. And now Perfect is, I mean, Doran's about to hit level 10, but that's an entire level above Doran.
And that's because Ona had to come over and take that wave down, so Ona is ahead by a little bit. As we can see here, he's closer to level 10 than Cuz, but even that difference is not that high. It's, oh god, yeah, Paranoia is up and available. There's a teleport preemptively here from Faker to understand that, yeah, Doran was gonna die.
Oh yeah, and we'll save his top laner, but I mean, earlier we had Ona bailing him out. This time it's Faker. Doran is struggling right now in this top lane. Now, speaking of struggling, Jiwoo will just be able to walk this one off, but allowing this Yunara to have free access to the tower does not feel fantastic.
Well, Ona is going to take a bit of damage here as Jiu just Arcane shifts back towards his wave. At least he can get here to actually farm things out.
I think it's so easy to avoid fighting when you see someone and having that in mind, but I think T1 doing a pretty good job there of sensing the fact that Cuz could be there any second and not overcommitting as a result.
Yep.
I think you always have to have that in mind when you're playing against a Nocturne. It's very easy just to forget. And then suddenly everything turns dark and you just have regret.
Yeah, you do have to just respect the fact that Paranoia can be pressed at any time. And Doran, I mean, even though he fell behind here in this lane, he's Doran, right? He won't let that get to him, and he will probably still be pretty effective as this game goes on. We've seen it many, many times. Some people are frustrated by it, others are used to it.
I mean, that's the thing, is this game is not the most fantastic Olaf game, if we're being honest. We've had a lot of games where Olaf has ran the LCK, where the options to try and deal with him are very limited because you had a ton of CC and that he just ignores it, and then you have a Jhin who can't kill him. But there's a good amount of sustained DPS in this composition, and everyone, for the most part, is quite mobile. And if you lose target access as the Olaf, remember, he doesn't have Ghost. Suddenly, you just have your ult time out, and you're kind of a sitting duck.
Or a sitting Viking.
Yeah. So I think it's one of these things where PFX being ahead is great, but it's not the guaranteed slam dunk that we've had in other games with Olaf.
Well, Gio also not finding too many of these Mystic shots. True Shot Barrage is just barely going to go through the posts. Finally does manage to land one, and with this Trinity Force, they are actually hurting. There's Faker and BDD facing off here in this top lane, and Ona is already on this Rift Herald. Looks like KT are not actually in a position to fight for this, unless they're going to be moving over pretty late. Not going to be able to get that control ward down. They get the bad news that this one's already been started, and Faker now looks for the angle, doesn't find the charm. There's the Paranoia, the secure on the Herald, does go over to Ona. He gets feared, but there's the Wild Growth to keep him alive. BDD trying to get out of there with the Realm Warp, and he will be able to escape, but they've lost their jungler and they lost the fight. Giu now in trouble as well, as in goes Doran.
Well, the shield's there from Effort. Will keep Giu alive. Doran trying to make the play with the summoners to burst out the enemy carry.
That was a jump scare, though, from this Jack.
Yeah, I will say Giu still had barrier, so maybe a little ambitious. End result, though, we do see the Herald picked up by T1. So as this plays out, Ona gets quite low. They dodge away the initial CC from the Ari.
That's the one.
But the redirect from Effort, he kind of did this earlier as well. It looked like he wanted to redirect onto Ona, but it already fired out. So he hit Pays, who just cleanses it, and then Ona didn't die as a result. I think, because obviously we've seen the ult flash where it redirects the position, catches him off guard, but there he just hit Pays, who instantly cleansed. And it didn't really amount to much. I feel like if you're committing the flash in these situations, I mean, you can do that sort of combo to catch like Pays off guard. There is that logic behind it. But when he has cleanse available, it doesn't really amount to much.
No, and especially Pays, his cleanse timings have been pretty good, just in general.
But I feel like it's once again a situation where KT expend pretty much everything just to try and kill the Jarvan. And Ona had already secured the Herald. Quite frankly, his job in the fight was mostly done.
Yeah.
And if you commit everything to kill him, it's just free reign for T1.
Now we do have Paranoia back up again for KT, so they could theoretically fight for this dragon, but T1 have a lot of control of the area.
Neither top laner has TP, and right now PFX proxying, so seems more interested in that than being here for a fight.
Now Pays going to be just running towards this Ezreal momentarily. Now we do have the Olaf coming over.
Yeah, way faster than Doran, actually. So this might be enough for KT to
Wait a second. He's going to get spotted on this control ward. I don't know what he's supposed to do about this one. The Slurkle comes in, has to use the ultimate. That means the Olaf is useless.
You're fine with that, though, because in the meantime, KT picked up the dragon. So
there you go.
You kind of pull them away from it.
And it's a Chemtech Soul.
My bad, I was focused on the Olaf.
Makes sense.
I do think there's a couple of champions here who get a good amount of value from it.
I mean, honestly, Olaf is probably the best user of Chemtech outside of Mundo.
Or Aatrox.
Or Aatrox. Aatrox is pretty ridiculous as well. Zahan is another one. But it's perfect playing Olaf, which I feel is just Zahan and Olaf mixed together.
So, yeah, so Perfect doesn't have ult, but does have flash, so not sure there's a ton they can do to catch him out here.
Well, they're going to give it a crack. Let's see what they can actually get done here. There's the flash. Paranoia does come on through from Cuz. Does have the spell shield, but he's inside the Cataclysm. He has to flash as well. As a teleport in from Faker on top of the flag. All 5 members of T1 are here in this top lane.
So we'll see BDD and Giu pushing in the other lanes, but 2 flashes burn for T1 feels pretty nice, and they'll move down, try and cover, but that mid-tier one, is it going to go down?
Oh, not quite.
Not quite, but some good damage done.
3 grubs here for KT, being put to work by both Giu and BDD.
Look at the items, though, between the 80 carries. Runan's picked up for Pays, which, reminder on this patch, did get a buff.
Yep. That's all right. There goes Faker, finds the charm onto Effort, and down he goes. Cuz is going to be the double kill for Pays. And Pays does take a bit of damage here, as I think he was actually tanking up the turret. Giu going to keep himself alive, but the Rift Herald gets a headache. And T1 now move to the first notable gold lead in this game.
It's funny that we had a game in the last series where it was Seraphine into Ari, and it just felt like that fodder that you can just one-shot for a reset.
Yeah.
Good driving from Ona there to connect the Herald. But yeah, 3 pickings for Faker. 2 kills picked up in the mid lane, mid tower down, bot tower going to follow. Jax hit the tower is exactly what Doran wants to be doing.
Feels so satisfying. Let's have a look at this again.
Just didn't have the defensive vision, didn't have the ward over the wall. Effort gets completely exploded. And then only because G was playing specifically Ezreal is he able to escape here.
And Faker is now just moving around the rift, looking for the next option. And will be able to head towards his top side to answer this Olaf. Looks like Perfect wants nothing to do with this. No flash, no exhaust. And does have the Ragnarok back again, but I don't think that's going to be enough to allow him to fight against Faker, who is very, very strong.
I mean, one thing with the Malignance plus the upgraded Soul Shoes, it wasn't a massive buff, but they did make it. It now has 20 flat pen. And you get the Magic Resist Shred from the Malignance. It's just a lot of damage on that early spike between those two.
That's a good one.
The mid laners. And seeing that demonstrate on a squishy level 8 support doesn't feel too fair.
Yeah, another thing that's not too fair is the fact that at 20 minutes, BDD has 137 farm. Sorry, 237 farm.
I'd say 137 farm.
That wouldn't be very much.
Yeah.
But 237 is quite a lot, as he's hit his 2 items as well. Wants to get towards Actualizer, and this is a composition that is going to be very happy doing damage later on in the game. Ezreal scales pretty nicely.
Oh, BDD is actually about to hit level 16 as well. He's level 15 already, and the row is at 9 stacks.
Yeah, he's a monster.
BDD is, as you said, a monster. Extremely strong. In fact, he's already like a full level up on Faker, like a level and some change, before the Rod of Ages kicks in.
That's kind of insanity. Going to get a lot of value out of that one as well. You can see if it does actually connect. Here's the Paranoia as well. Onto the Jax, the Realm Warp just to get over the wall. And BDD, he doesn't go into it. He's just going to execute. Doran says goodnight and is now going to continue pushing here in this bottom lane. Who answers this Rise?
I'm not sure, honestly. And the fact that they could go for that play in T1, not in position, not confident to set up the Baron, feels pretty bad for them. It is also the Huni Baron. Of course it is. So they're going to start it now. Cuz doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult, and he's only just now recalling.
Owie.
But they get spotted by the 2-shot barrage. That's enough to force them away. Pays wasn't actually hitting the Baron yet, so
yeah, I
didn't
think
get any assistance from him.
When it's Huni Baron as well, I do think that as soon as you're spotted, get out. Do not risk that, as the health bars can be low. Yeah, okay.
It doesn't know.
Oh no! He doesn't even know that he's just here!
Oh, it was right there!
Oh, that's so sad. Mega Cone gets BDD to relative safety. Oops. There was a Lulu in the area, and in fact, Carrier was kind of surrounded, but is able to just go back home.
You know, I think as much as Ona, it would have been nice to get his red buff. I think face checking the Rise, probably not good for your health.
I mean, if I was Ona though, I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, that's probably Rise stealing my red, you know?
BDD just picked up Actualizer, and he's about to hit level 17.
Uh-huh.
He's going to hit 17 before Faker hits 15.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, large and in charge.
And very blue.
So even though T1 have had some good positive plays through this mid-game, BDD is a major threat.
Oh no, they're going to let BDD play with his new toy as well. Possible fight to start off here as Faker looking for that flank angle.
4 levels up on Pays.
Yeah, what has BDD been doing?
What have they been feeding him?
Yeah, hyperbolic time chamber BDD. Okay, well, now they're going to try and blow off Faker. That's a great charm this time. And down goes the Ahri. No Cataclysm for you, Owner. He's just dead immediately. And yeah, that's the actual fight there from BDD.
They don't manage to kill Jiwoo, but even if they did, I just don't think it would matter. BDD just demolishes them. So much damage available. He's so bulky now.
Yeah, it's
3,400 health. I think he actually has the most health in the game right now.
I would not contest that. And he also has the Seraph Shield on top of it.
So Huni Baron does a ton of damage to KT there immediately, but it just doesn't matter because no one's coming to contest it.
Yeah, not a chance.
You can see it's actually shredded them, which just kind of shows important to make sure you have control of the... Oh, Doran.
Okay, top laners get more experience from doing their quests. Daniel!
Yeah.
What is happening? Why is he 3 levels above Doran? I know it's Rod of Ages, but that's only 1 level.
BDD really showing why the Rise priority has been rising up. We see Jiwoo doesn't get over the wall, but the flash is pretty great. But this Encore, perfect onto Faker and Pays. Pays will just cleanse, but it does catch out the mid laner of T1.
It's really good that Effort realized that he can use Encore without flashing. Yeah. Because that one was fantastic.
That one was phenomenal. I think maybe overthinking some of the earlier ones.
Yeah, I have a feeling that maybe he was like, oh, I just really want to be in that Mad movie. And I've seen these Seraphine guys, and they keep doing the ult flash, and it works great.
Sometimes you're too set on getting like the mega play and hitting like so many people that you kind of miss the forest for the trees, and it's just better just to get the right targets.
Yep. Just aim it well, and you're probably going to be fine, and that's exactly what happened here for KT. But it's a 2,000 gold lead now for just the Rise, and as soon as he gets an arm guard, I just don't know what T1 is supposed to do about it. Maybe fight everywhere the Rise isn't is going to be the play, but they now have a Baron, and they're going to be taking down this inner turret. That one's going to be a pretty comfortable one. Only a couple of plates in the bottom lane as well. It's Cuz slows down Ona here, that stride breaker. And Ona was singing the song, you know, ain't nobody going to break my stride, but they broke it anyway.
I'm going to say it.
What?
Isn't it crazy that people weren't building Actualizer Third on Rise?
Yes.
Isn't it just absolutely insane?
Do you know what's going to happen? Like, Saturday's going to roll around and Chovy's going to play Rise, and he will build Dash Cannon instead.
I think even he's given up on it. I think they've just realized that...
I hope so.
The item that scales with your mana is pretty good on Rise.
Yeah.
That's... I know, it's shocking, but I'm glad we got there in the end. We figured it out.
Oh, BDD going to be respecting Faker quite a lot here.
I actually do have some good news. So
yeah.
BDD's about to hit level 18. He can't level up anymore after
that's true. Won't have even more of an advantage.
Yeah, there we go. So he's capped out in terms of levels. I think what just feels so unfair about this matchup is just look at BDD's health bar compared to Faker. And bear in mind he has a Sarah shield as well. I mean, and Ari is a burst mage.
Yeah. I mean, look at BDD's health bar compared to anyone. He's absurdly strong. Okay, KT going to be able to use the last remaining seconds of this Baron to knock down this bottom outer turret. Baron power play looking pretty good. And we've been talking about the fact that BDD's massive, KT are in such a good spot. 3.5k gold is not enough to make you feel comfortable if you are KT and you're staring down the barrel of Pays playing Yunara.
It has been the bot lane for T1 often the big factors in their...
wait. He missed one Q, and therefore Faker lives.
He doesn't have Actualizer.
Oh my lord.
He didn't have cool. It's not up for a while. Didn't have Actualizer. Faker was just dead if he has that item.
Yeah. Did he miss? I thought he missed one Q.
Yeah, I think he might have as well. But like, I mean,
if he didn't do that, he didn't even need Actualizer, and he's still just dead.
True.
My lord.
Use just in, Rise does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Irrespective of the Actualizer.
Yeah. Just actually does more damage, even if it's not actually.
I remember because, you know, Actualizer was based on like the Arena ARAM Mayhem augment, the one that like increased, it's called Overflow. Because Overflow was in the game before Actualizer was. And every game that a Rise got that was just over. Every single game.
And they were like, let's just bring it in so you can buy it all the time.
Let's just put it in League of Legends. Why not? And you know what? It's kind of the same is true here.
Well, this is going to be problematic as now we've got fights on multiple fronts. Perfect kind of got confused about where he wanted to be. And Ona is going to jump on top of Gio and then get himself out. That was a very cute play. Still going to need to do some more fancy footwork to get himself out of this one.
Problem is he's still dead, but this is just stalling his death.
It is. Oh, trading places! That was so cute. I don't remember the movie, though. Did you watch Trading Places?
No. I did see Ergot when he was in the early iterations of the game. That was kind of like his ultimate.
Isn't that hyperkinetic position reverser?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is what they did. But it was actually honestly a bit more hyper than the original LoL, which was like...
What if Trading Places, the movie, was actually called hyperkinetic position reverser? Do you think more people would have seen it?
Probably a different crowd.
Probably. If you played it at Games Workshop, I'm sure they'd like that that name better. This feels like, you know, if you're playing Chaos Marines or something like that. Okay, Cuz is going to be taking a soul point here for KT. And you might be saying, you know, you're poo-pooing the Chemtech Soul, but with this composition, you're feeling pretty great about a Chemtech Soul, to be honest.
Haze does have 4 items.
Okay.
And when you're looking for a main character, it's often been Pays. It still is Pays. But a lot of threats on the other side. And we've seen that Rise has this magical ability just to make champions disappear. So, against pretty massive odds right now, but we do have the Cleanse plus Mikhails available for the Yunara. It just comes to setting up this pick to get the damage down.
Oh, speaking of picks, that is going to be the Ragnarok used here by Perfect. Doran just trying to stay in range. Paranoia makes things dark.
It's actually a really heads-up Paranoia from because he's nowhere near. He's not even in range, but he just presses the button and T1 immediately pull back.
But 7 seconds on the Baron. They have to get over there, and KT are not in position for this whatsoever.
Whoa.
Oh my god, BDD, the damage, the flash forward, the Realm Warp to deny Faker. He can get over the wall once again, and BDD is not going to follow. But now, without the Rise here, this is way better for T1 because he's so incredibly powerful. The Encore is decent though from Effort. Ona gets the Wild Growth yet again. Cuz gets into the backline. Perfect's on top of Doran. And now BDD shows up. And oh my god, he is actualizing everywhere. Gio goes down, but KT, I mean, up until recently, he wasn't even a member of the team. They'll just walk up the mid lane now and look to try and finish this game.
It looked like the theory was there. You know, Faker could TP in, BDD used his Realm Warp, couldn't get there in time, but he just ran his way over to finish up the fight. Hayes trying to do everything in his power to turn the fight around, but it's just not quite enough. Faker and Carrier need to try and clear the wave out. They're going to keep this game going, but it's such a hard ask.
It really is. With no Baron, it's a little bit more possible, so they will be able to at least stop this push, but...
Okay, they play it safe.
Yeah, inhibitor goes down. Let's have a look at this team fight again.
So, really actually has nothing when he's coming over. We have Path and the Ghost, so he just goes to run over. In this fight, Doran starts to get focused down. The ult, the Encore is pretty good, but this disruption, the Cataclysm into the Wild Growth is massive, and then BDD arrives and just starts laying out the damage. He's too tanky to cut through. Hayes goes for Jiwoo instead, which he does take down. But there's just so many relevant threats you have to eliminate as this Yunara, and just not enough time.
And BDD just built a hat.
Oh, wow.
And you might say, you know, Rise is a mage, and you were saying that he was doing magic tricks, he was a magician. He can certainly be that now. He's a wizard as well.
But he has over double Faker's AP, by the way.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
He has over double his AP, and...
What, does he have like 700?
And he scales with mana too, and he has like 6,500 mana. He has over 600 AP. A little bit mega extremely super strong.
Okay. We're going to say not balanced. Also has like 4,000 HP. That's fine. T1 are just on the Baron. And there is a Cuz in the area. They're going to look for a turn. Teleport brings Doran over. True Shot Barrage does so much damage. My goodness, Huni, what are you doing? This is your former teammate right over there that you're doing a lot of damage to. Obviously, I'm referring to the Baron. As Cuz, Mega Cone angle is right here. Geo but Arcane Shift out of the way, but Effort not so lucky. However, he stays alive for so long. They go 1-for-1. There is the Zhonya's from Doran. Down goes the Olaf. And now BDD dives forward. They manage to get him down. And it's Geo and Cuz against the world. Pays trying to get the damage down. And he should be able to chase after them. Okay, Geo. I see you now. Arcane Shift forward. Wild Growth has to be used to keep Pays alive. The base, by the way, is taking a lot of damage, so T1 have to go back.
Such a tense fight from T1. They managed to take down BDD. This raid boss, we thought that was unstoppable. And we'll see the ensuing fight. So they go for this Mega Cone engage, the engage cone, and get straight onto Effort. But unfortunately, Effort survives just the slightest bit too long because he manages to get the Encore off, and it connects on the two targets, which gives a lot more momentum to KT. This ensuing fight, this stun into Charm from Faker. There was still a Seekers there, by the way, for BDD, but the CC layering meant he didn't get to use it. This raid boss goes down, but they're just not able to find more.
This cleanse was just absurd. He came out like, what the heck? Even from his perspective, I don't see how he figured out that he was supposed to press it right then. Okay, that was pretty ridiculous. Captain Jack maybe needs to be Pays.
It was the Mikhail's because he still has the...
Oh, wait, it was?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Carrier, you're just a god. I think Carrier probably should be Hall of Legends number 4. I think that's almost a guarantee. Don't you think that'd be the best? That'd be the best option. I think most people understand and agree. Okay, KT now looking for their soul. But the dragon soul, not they're humans, they've got souls, it's fine.
A lot of bulky targets on KT. If they get this, it's going to make it harder to take out. Ona's going to go for the jump over the wall. And Pays has
they can see it. They can see it. They know what's happening here. The rest of T1 will jump on over. Doran gets in there. There's the paranoia as Ona right into the back line, but he just explodes him. Cuz dives in, secures the dragon, and now BDD with this soul is going to go golden first. Giu now able to take down Pace to his GA. I don't know where Doran just went. I don't know what all these numbers are looking like, and Carrier is just left alone. It's a triple here for Giu. KT secure the soul and now secure the game.
T1 Megacone in, ready for the fight, but they are not ready for BDD. The damage he is dishing out in this fight just decimates T1. They'll get the soul, but they're not going to have much of a chance to use it as they look to end the game. Taking us to game 2 and trying to keep their hopes alive of staying out of play-ins.
And I don't know, man. BDD hitting form like this right now is about as this is about as late as you can do it before you're gonna feel okay about KT moving towards the playoffs, but it is better late than never. My God, this man. And I don't care what happens. If T1 win this series and somehow, I don't know, Giu gets triple pentakills in game 2, I'm still giving POM to BDD. It was just way too large in that game number 1. That was unbelievable.
Pretty safe bet for the front runner right now. And that final fight this is why I feel like the Rise priority's been rising up again. Cassiopeia, Permaband, and Nivea not really gonna look in.
Yep.
And in the hands of a player like BDD, you're just so impossible to deal with. I think a big reason why he didn't do more damage this game is because whenever he looked at someone, they died.
Yeah, no,
they just kept running out of health.
Yeah, there was just not enough health bar on the enemy. And then he
needed
wasn't able to do more.
8,000 HP Sion to pump damage into.
Yeah.
Get me a stronger punching bag.
Yeah, and it would have been better if he was a poke mage, because then that number would be like 80,000 or something like that. Give them some time to go back and heal up. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of having some time to go back and heal up, that's what Orcs and I are going to do. We're going to go get recharged, as we are going to go to a short break. We'll have the space afterwards to break down that game. Then game number 2. See you there.
내가 치고 있을게.
가서 먹어라 이제. 가서 먹어라.
얘네 이거 갖고 본다.
왜 리셋. 오케이. 3분 보자. 아래 3 보자.
싸움으로 봐, 싸움으로.
나 공부하자. 앞라인부터. 앞라인 보자. 승리 한번 살봐. 승리. 확자.
좋아.
앞라인 진짜.
맞아. 뒤로 봐. 유나라 봐야 돼.
유나 잡자. 미드 가자.
나이스. 미드 가자. 나이스.
마치 영원 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 낡은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로를 보는 순간 We don't look back 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까 All the nights let us hear 이제 눈을 떠 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 나를 남겨 저 지평선 너머 더 멀리 닿게 우리의 이 순간에 Live your life 새벽을 닮은 빛 창가에 머물러 아무도 모른 맘 So shining quietly 끝이 있는 거라도 그래서 아름다워 두 눈에 담아둬 Before it disappears 빠르게 뛰는 맘 그 박자를 따라가 All the nights let us hear 아직 빛나고 있어 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 나를 남겨 저 지평선 너머 더 멀리 닿게 우리의 이 순간에 Leave your mark 내일이 달라져도 Tonight this hours 불빛이 잠든 뒤 온기는 남아 화면 밖에 우리 more than just a night 이 밤이 우릴 잊어도 나는 널 기억해 마치 영원처럼 기억될 수 있게 모든 빛이 바란 뒤에도 오늘의 우리 남겨 저 지평선 넘어 끝없이 넓게 마지막 이 순간에 Leave your mark 빛이 잠들면 We will remain 영원처럼 기억해 Leave your mark Every scar is a line I've drawn Cut by cut, mark by mark My name forever in the stone
A huge victory here for KT, holding on for their playoff lives. They're up 1-0 over T1 in the last Telecom War of 2026 regular season. And just to get the business out of the way, any scenario where KT makes the playoffs, they need to win this series. If they do it in a 2-0 fashion, there will be 0 tiebreakers. If they do it in a 2-1 fashion, there's a chance for tiebreakers. And if they lose the series, they are out of playoff contention and they will be going to play-ins instead. So Tigon here alongside Wadid and Umpty. Let's get into that last one because it was just action-packed, especially later on after a tough early game here by T1.
I really want to jump directly on the first highlight is because the way how they played out the game was super cool, especially from T1. I think it was really great early game by Honor. Look at his Jarvan engage here. He literally ulted and then flag and drag and steals the Drake here. And I think it was such a cool fight. And that leads to Yunara having a great early game power spike from this team fight.
Yeah, at the team fight, J4 didn't have a core item, but Nocturne had the Hexaplate, so it could be a very bad fight for the T1, but that was a very good dribble. But at the next time, Effort was missing the first ultis at the first and second time, but now in the third, he hit the Ahri, and then that makes the Dragon to the Baron, and that makes too much difference at there.
Yeah, after that big play there, then KT able to take the Baron and take control of the game after a good attempt early by Faker, but a better response by Effort, who was having a difficult early part of the game, as you said. Umpty, then at 32 minutes, the Baron fight for the second Baron.
I think just because KT's team comp is just rock solid, so T1 had to look for the window, which is really small. I think they need to jump on the target on the right timing, and this is the one timing that they finally found the correct position here with the Blastcorn, and the flag and drag and the Jax engage was just on point. I think it was really huge team fight from T1, but at the same time, it was not that clean as well because the counter punch from KT was also really strong.
Yeah, I think the Rise was too fat, so the damage instantly coming out was so strong, so they couldn't finish the Israel there. And then, to be fair, the goal difference was quite huge. So T1 actually found just like one angle they could find, and then the game was quite being too longer and longer.
Yeah, anytime you see a Blast Cone engage like that, always fun, but the fact that T1 found it after losing several fights in a row was like, oh no. Is the magic back? Is T1 finding an angle yet again in a telecom war to KT, who have been heartbroken so many times? And then Rise remembered who he was. BDD coming up huge here in this final fight where him and the rest of KT shut the door.
So KT was having a great setup already. Jiu poking with Ezreal, so they're joining them out from the right positioning. And here, they used the Blastcorn, but without Jax here. So Jax had to use the Q over the wall. And that was the timing where Honor looks for the engage, so Jax cannot follow up here. And I think after all, KT could just fight back and forth and front to back. So I think it was really easy for KT to take the fight from here. I think the pressure was on T1 though, because KT was on Soul Point. So they were actively looking for the fight, but it was not the correct angle.
I think a really good call from Kaz that he keeps speaking about the stop the damage, don't burst it, let's wait, they will come in. So that actually makes the fight more easier for KT roster, and then T1 engage on that timing, so KT could get the very big win.
I think the really crucial point from that last team fight is that KT had the proper setup, and then they were really calm and collected, at the end. Because as Auntie said, the shot call was just look for the fight, not the objective, even though they're on the Soul Point, right? And I think that kind of a shot call is what we needed from the KT, because they were normally just hesitating all the time, even though they had such a great lead. And this is the game where they finally found themselves in a really cool position here.
Yeah, a very decisive call under pressure. BDD so far had top side of the map as well. Perfect, getting as much as you want done. And so when you start to lose that grasp, and we've seen that a lot of times here in this second half of the season, teams fall apart, but KT able to hold it together.
I do feel like that Jax and Olaf's matchup is very hard for Olaf. Then Olaf have to spend his spells very wisely for one time for exhaust, one time for flash. I think that lane matchup is really hard, but Perfect actually go even, and even he got the turret placed there, and his team fight was doing very, very well.
Well, Perfect trying to refine that early season form that KT had when they went 8-0 when they started the regular season. It was almost like 6 months ago, 5 months ago. They're trying to fight for their spot in playoffs. A 2-0 victory here will put them in the driver's seat. Let's see what happens in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Tigon. And we saw just there the face of the killer of game 1, BDD looking absolutely monstrous. And Faker doing his very best just to wipe that from his hard drive. And we'll see whether we can just have a fresh start moving into game 2.
I do have some good news.
What's that?
We are doing Fearless, as we have done for the entire year.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We're continuing that for this game.
So
that's
Rise
good to know.
is not available in game 2.
Got it.
You can't abuse Actualizer with that champion.
Okay, who else can stack mana and build Actualizer? All right,
There's not
Nivea,
that many. It is.
Cassiopeia.
It really just feels like it's just a Rise item.
It kind of is.
I wonder what the item would look like if Rise wasn't in the game. And they could actually make it good for non-Rise champions.
I think it'd probably have the same icon.
Probably.
Yeah, so it would look the same.
Maybe be a little less blue.
Maybe. The blue theme generally feels a bit risey. That is a good point. In fact, all of his items tend to be blue. People build the Crushers, even though they've been nerfed, purely because it's blue.
Yeah, I kind of miss.
Well as the rest.
I kind of miss Blue Ezreal being a thing.
Yeah, me too. That's why we play Classic.
Bluetooth Ezreal. You ever seen those builds people post where they're like, WhatsApp?
Yeah.
Sejuani, and they'll just pick a lot of green. Oh, man.
Perfect. All right, let's get into the draft here for game number 2 of the Telecom War. T1 with first pick on the red side this time around, as KT had first pick last time with their right of first selection and managed to secure the win.
And already we're seeing not a look in towards Vi, Cassiopeia, Orianna. Orianna's going to get banned. Cassiopeia and Vi still available. KT can only ban one. They ban Cassiopeia. I mean, especially with the Poppy ban that came out from T1, I think it's probably just going to be that Vi first pick for owner.
Yeah, I would agree. And it is going to be locked away. Cuz can go towards the Neferi, which we have seen as a pseudo answer to the Vi. We've seen a lot of Vi players be able to use that flash, like the Vault Breaker flash, into the ult to make sure that the Neferi can never really go untargetable. This would be absurd, as Ju just slams Kalista.
Such an early Kalista lock-in. And obviously the bot lane 2v2 from T1 is very fearsome. And they just want to immediately invest in this duo. But Kalista, when there's a Vi on the other side, can be tricky to play. We'll see what Pays and Carrier... We'll see if they bring out their bot lane now to answer this, or if they look to prioritize the solo lanes instead. I think getting a bot lane here secured would make more sense for me.
Yeah.
What are you specifically going to be able to pick into this? Or is the Caitlyn available? I can kind of keep it a distance.
Oh.
But a Talia coming through... Probably for Faker. The Unraveled Earth, a lot of value into the Talia.
Yeah, absolutely. Kalista does have a bad time tripping over rocks and things like that. So Talia is a good one, but this does mean that more attacks can now be leveled towards that bottom lane.
I think if you're not picking the pairing, maybe you just go here for the for top laner, for Doran, maybe the Ambessa.
Wait.
You can layer the CC with the Vi ult.
Hold on. How do we know that they're not picking the bottom lane? It's Talia Rumble, the classic combo.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's probably the solo lanes that have been locked in here by T1. But Talia was played sporadically on the bottom side of the map just recently. And the Cassante, one of the big picks into the Rumble that we had seen finding some success, going to be in the hands of Perfect this time.
So I think Caitlyn ban makes a lot of sense for KT here. Taking that one away from Pays and Carrier, pretty excellent at Caitlyn plus whatever lanes.
Yep.
And I think for T1, Syndra comes to mind. BDD's had fantastic performances on this pick, so I think getting rid of that gives a lot of space.
Well, I'm interested to see what Pays and Carrier have up their sleeve. Caitlyn Lux probably would have been something that they were looking for, but a Draven lane might be an answer, and just go hard engage. But we'll just have to see how far they're going to dig into the champion pools in order to make this happen. Pantheon going to be taken away from Cuz, looking for both the mid jungle here for KT. Maybe it's just Pantheon and Fury that are going to be taken away here. Because, of course, likes to play a whole lot of different things. The Trundle could be something that he'd be looking for as well, perhaps. But it's not my personal favorite. And the Xayah going to be taken away from Pays as well.
Thinning out the options here for Pays a good amount. I hate to say, I'm sorry, Max. There is still Jin available.
At least there's no Jin Bard, so it's not that. No Jin Karma either. So maybe it's not that tempting to go towards the Jin.
Things like Jin, Corki, you can maybe just try and play lane safe at a distance. Get the Silas ban coming through, which is interesting because I don't think it's phenomenal so far for a Silas. And the Syndra still being available, I think, is pretty appealing for PDD.
Yep. Makes me feel like T1 want an Alistar pickup. So maybe a Corki Alistar or something like that.
I mean, that'd be such a tough lane.
It would.
You also cannot go AP bot when you have Rumble Talia already, unless you're flexing the Talia bot lane.
All right, Wukong. There's a lot of teamfight threat here from KT.
They could just go Annie Wukong here. They lock in that Wukong first and foremost. And now, what are they going to play bot lane?
This is the biggest question in this whole draft. What does T1 have for us?
Yeah, there's no Ashe Seraphine, but Ashe
Vayne?
Seraphine's been pretty risky.
Vayne Alistar. Are you kidding? Hang on, wait. It could be. Are you letting me do this? Okay. It could be Vayne top into the Cassante to try and win that matchup. And then Rumble mid Talia bot.
They could try and do that. You are correct.
They could. The Rumble is the biggest problem in that whole equation. And it makes things quite difficult. All right, so the Vayne is likely going into the hands of FaZe. But right now, this is what I was assuming could happen.
This is chaotic.
Don't tell me it's actually happening. Don't tell me this is actually the thing.
It looks like they might be going for it.
Daniel, I was kidding. T1, guys, hey.
Jokes have to be rooted in reality.
I was kidding. Everyone. All right.
I think it makes more sense than putting the Vayne bot lane. I think that would be a bit of a bad time. You'd be pressured out way too much early. Talia and Alistar can kind of keep the lane under control. You are going to be pressured early, but the Unraveled Earth, the Headbutt, good tools into it.
Yep.
Rumble into Syndra, you're not exactly going to have oodles of pressure, but the Scrap Shield's going to help you survive the earlier trades, and Syndra takes a while to really come online. And then a lot hinges on this Vayne top for Doran. Last time he played the Vayne, he had a pretty good performance, but it wasn't enough to get them a win.
In fact, that whole series, he was out of control. He was so incredibly good. What did you say he was playing Teemo but Vayne?
Yeah.
In that one, managing to find so many picks all the way around the map. This was a bit of a gambit thrown out by KT, locking in their bottom lane so incredibly early. And this is what T1 have come up with, a mid lane rumble for Faker. Is this going to be another one? Are we getting closer and closer to 100 unique picks for Faker? Because I don't know how many times he's played this one in the mid lane so far in his incredibly long career.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
I apologize to all of the KT fans at home that did want to cheer for their team. You wouldn't have been able to hear me if you were just yelling at your monitor, and I apologize. But I just did want to ask about the whole Faker Rumble situation. He's taken the Ghost in this game as well, wanting to run BDD down here in this lane. But it was a blind Rumble pickup as well. And so this could be a tough one to play out.
Yeah, I think originally they were intending to... I mean, the flex possibility was there, right? Oh, bot lane is a bit precarious, level 1, because you have an Alistar.
Yeah,
and remember, they gave extra magic resist to AD carries, which mages were already on the way out in the bot lane in the LCK, but an extra 3 magic resist at level 1 doesn't exactly help. I'm not saying it's going to make or break this situation, but does mean that he was just a little bit tankier in those trades.
Yeah, effort with the logistics protocol just to keep himself shielded up, try and get some poke damage down onto Carrier and FaZe. But right now, the Talia Alistar are doing kind of fine, just waiting for this wave to move on over. That Pierce is pretty good. Handshake pulls him back, and FaZe actually taken down to about 200. So as I'm saying it, I'm just caster cursing here.
This is my concern.
Yes.
Is that how much value are you getting from the Vayne top that makes it worth it to suffer this much in the bot lane? And I did say it gets to a point where they'll be able to keep Kalista Renata at like a healthy distance, but it's not going to be a fun lane. It's not like you're going to really have pressure here.
And it's also not like Perfect is going to be useless as this game goes on, right?
As long as he's not 100 CS down and the tower's gone at like 8 minutes, he's still going to be Cassante.
Do you have like other 100 minions available at 8 minutes? That's
I
pretty
mean, exactly
soon.
Yeah.
So you're saying that it's fine. It's always going to be fine. Yeah, but no, I get your point. This is going to be definitely tough for Perfect, but it's not the end of the world if he just plays back and tries to absorb the pressure, because this is what's happening in the mid lane as well. This is another one of those sacrifices. The bottom lane definitely was a sacrifice, but you can understand why Taliyah works into the Kalista, right, with the Unraveled Earth. Once you do get access to that ability, you can kind of stop her bouncing around, especially with some support coming in from Ona. But I don't know how much salvaging of the Rumble into Syndra you're going to be able to do. And I know Faker is a phenomenal player, but you're still a guy that really wants to run someone down when they have Scatter the Weak, and then before that they've just got a complete range advantage over you. So as long as BDD plays safe, it's just going to be really hard.
I think it's not too bad. I mean, you're not going to have that much pressure, but again, Syndra, you need stacks before you get access to like more frequent Qs being available, before you really have that pressure. And I think in the meantime, Faking is just bulky enough, and with Scrap Shield can kind of mitigate.
All right.
So I don't think he's going to get run out of lane or anything, especially if you really need to. You can itemize early Merc Treads.
Well,
Not a fun time, but he shouldn't be dying, and doesn't have the TP this game though, so going to make resetting a little bit more awkward.
That was a really nice condemn as Doran caught Perfect after the Pathmaker came out, and so was not unstoppable. Well played. And so Doran is now the AD carry in this game. Let's see how it's going to work here for T1. Currently a 200 gold lead for KT. As the flash from Effort just going to pick up pace here. The rocks go down though. And this is the problem here for KT, is dealing with that Unraveled Earth.
Yep. Makes it very difficult to continue that momentum. I think G was just a little bit too far away when he went for the flash as well. With Kalista Renata specifically, it's the fact that you have the Kalista's W passive and Renata's passive. If you're both hitting a target, just so much damage, even if you just auto-win. It's a ton.
Oh, Cuz moving in. There's the scatter, but Faker able to scrap shield and run away.
He's a little bit down in farm, but going to get a recall off here. Not the end of the world.
Yeah, honestly, not as bad as I immediately anticipated. My mid lane Rumble matchup knowledge is not as high.
Oh, he's going the Sorks though, not going the Merc Treads defensive option. And the upgraded Sorks did just get buffed. So a lot of flat pen for Rumble, who very much appreciates that stat.
Yeah, certainly does like it.
Bit of extra movement so you can speed, going to help with dodging the skill shots. And once he gets the equalizer, you know, you can just ult the wave and then reset, and you're kind of fine.
Some plate money, I believe, going over to Perfect there. I think he was there more recently enough for that money to head his direction. Wasn't entirely sure, as we didn't see the number go up, or at least I didn't. As there is a really nice shove onto Jiu. He is going to be out of bounds away though, and this wave should just still be in control for the Kalista. FaZe and Carrier just hanging out here towards the bottom side as Cuz really wants this Scuttler. The battle for level 6 to come on through.
Oh, but Ona's nowhere near level 6. He doesn't even get it off the Scuttle.
Oh, wait, okay. Well, there's a Pulverize as Equalizer goes down from Faker. That's fantastic.
Scatter.
And the scatter is just gorgeous. First blood goes over to Jiu, who's still hopping mad in this fight. It's another kill onto Ona. Pays now running away. And he does throw down the rocks. Jiu now looking for the angle. He still has flash. Scatter again from BDD. And the Pierce is going to miss, thus guaranteeing that BDD picks up player of the match if KT win.
Don't understand why they're going for this skirmish into Kalista Renata. They are so strong in these early skirmishes. You just don't have the damage to cut through them. Ona is nowhere near level 6, even if you got the Scuttle. It's not like you suddenly have access to the Vi ultimate. But they go for this fight, they get the combo onto the Equalizer down on Jiwoo, and guess what? It just doesn't matter enough. They start to focus on Cuz, but with the bailout, he's not an easy target either. BDD got that phenomenal scatter onto 3 earlier in the fight. And honestly, this man on Syndra, just, there's another level to it.
Yeah, it definitely is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Pierce doesn't connect, but it doesn't actually matter too much. So now, KT moved to over a 1,000 gold lead.
I think it's fine if you want to go the Taliyah Alistair and just keep the Kalista Renata at bay. It was an early Kalista Renata ban. but you cannot opt into these early fights. It's not what the combo does. It shuts down when Jiwoo wants to fight. It doesn't allow you to just opt in, especially when you don't have the vial available, and it just allows Jiwoo to tank up that initial salvo and then go back to auto-attacking everyone.
Well, now Owner is into this brush. The Raptor does really want to hang out with Effort, though, as we can see. BDD is going to move on over, as Scatter is not going to quite connect onto Owner. So would like the big one, but does not actually get it.
It's good to know that it isn't a targeted ability, because I was a little bit unsure after the last fight. Yeah.
Nice to know. Thank you, BDD.
Confirming it's a skill shot.
He's now got some Sork shoes as well. So going to be a little bit more mobile here. Pays and Carrier up towards his top side, trying to deal with Effort. And he's going to get flung back. Doesn't quite find the handshake here either, because the big rock is going to connect. But Effort doesn't look too worried about this whole situation. Kindle Gem in hand, that extra health helping him out here. Is now the Grub's going to be started up here by Cuz. That first one will definitely go over to KT. And it looks like T1 are not going to contest this. And this lead is 560. I don't think Perfect really cares too much about what's been happening here in this top lane so far.
No. Even though there's like a 30 CS discrepancy, it's like, okay, on what?
Yeah, and like, honestly, this is a very large lead. I just don't think it changes KT's happiness about the game state right now.
Yeah, that's like, Doran's been doing what he needs to do, and he's been doing it well, but is it enough? Is the big question when the rest of the map has a sizable lead for KT, and Cassante, he's still Cassante.
Yeah. All right, Owner is able to steal away some Raptors on the other side. That is going to be good news. But Cuz has been taking kind of whatever he wants. And is
Chemtech as well, by the way, so no Chemtech soul this game.
And it is still up and available. T1 in position to start it, and Owner will actually go in there and punch the dragon.
They have the Vayne around here now, which I think is important. They have Owner's ult, a lot more tools at play. KT are trying to make their way round from the bot side of the river, but this dragon's going down quickly because he's in range.
Yeah, just gets in. That is going to be the secure, though, for Owner. Cyclone is fantastic. The knockups are great. The bailout comes on through, but Cuz is not going to get it. It's a double kill for Pays as Effort flashes out of the way. BDD greeds to get one kill on the jungler, and KT throw it right back to T1.
And a critical thing KT were missing there. One of their best team fighting tools is that hostile takeover. Effort level 5 just doesn't have the same level of value. And I'm just questioning why that dragon was so important. You have to throw away your position in the game. They go round for this. Cuz tries to go for the Q smite, but miscalculates. The bailout gets put into Cuz, so it's not there for Jiwoo. And when Effort's thrown in, there's no ult to follow up. So the fight's already over by the time BDD and Perfect arrive. And all BDD could do is just trade 1-for-1. But with 2 already down, that's not really a good trade.
No, it's not all that helpful. And Jiwoo not quite at item number 1 yet. And after that, Blackfire Torch is now done here for Pays. So this Talia, all of a sudden, feeling absolutely fantastic here in this game. And it is back to square one.
Look at that steep drop-off, by the way, on the gold graph. Just how quickly things can swing around.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Carrier's health bar quickly going to be evacuated from the rift. Static Shiv is now done here for Jiwoo. An item field that feels absolutely fantastic on this champion. I feel that's why we've been seeing her more often. BDD, I think, has picked up quite a few splinters over the last little while. You can see 64 already there.
It's a very healthy amount.
Yep, these Qs really starting to hurt. I think he only needs 2 more for the first big spike. And Perfect now.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it. Doran is going to be able to grab some plates. Back into their top lanes where they're supposed to be. Finishing off their quests as best they can. Cuz moves on over, gets a control ward on top of the T1 control ward that's already there. And now Perfect might be under threat. If he does get a good angle, though, on this all-out, might be able to get himself out of the way, as now Pays could be in trouble on the other side. Okay, how do you get out of this one, Perfect? He does find the Q. There's the Cyclone to come in, but they've already managed to take down the Cassante. Another Cyclone's there, but the minions had picked up the turret aggro, and out go T1.
Just the power of the Alistar. I think any other support, and there's turnaround potential, but Carrier can tank it for so long. Layering the CC as well. Easy to set up the Condemn when he's against the wall. And the end result is we see Perfect going down. Carrier
making the play
gets the aggro, and he actually uses the Pathmaker very early. And just ends up Cuz coming in a little bit too late, not able to keep Carrier under tower. I think he had to use the Pathmaker there to stop the Condemn, but unfortunately just meant Carrier could take aggro and knock him out.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out there, and then Cuz actually invested the flash to try and save that play, and unfortunately that didn't work. So Perfect Elise now does have a Frozen Heart built up. I think this is actually kind of cute into the Vayne specifically. Try and mitigate some of that attack speed.
Makes sense.
As the Headbutt Pulverize does come down from Carrier. Effort is going to be able to chase the cow away. But Hexplate is now on Doran. 13 minutes into the game, we are dead even between the two teams. Grubs in trade for Dragons. KT with the Grubs, T1 with the Dragons, and a Cloud going to be coming up second. We'll have to see what the Soul is going to be. Hextech could be absolutely devastating if T1 are able to grab that one. I think Double Dragon is going to be a huge deal. Could obviously still be Ocean. That doesn't feel great. I feel like it's going to be a spicier Soul this time around. Just in my waters. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, odds are pretty favorable. You see a lot of vision down on the bot side of the map around this turret that PDD is trying to defend, so feels a bit precarious. Herald and Dragon both spawning at a kind of similar time, so I think getting mid-priority, getting control of that, really important for kind of dictating where you're going to move to and set up for your team.
Yeah.
See right now, Q and Effort trying to push the wave in, but Onus just hanging around in the vicinity.
And it's scary because nothing's stopping Ona from getting in there if he decides a target.
So notably, Jiwa's flash is nearly up, but Doran pays without theirs for a while.
Wow, that's an equalizer down here from Faker, who silences himself. Cyclone has to be invested just to get rid of him. And hostile takeover.
That does not feel weird.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Unless they can kill Faker here. The second Cyclone comes down, and they do manage to kill him. Carrier can't get over the wall, but BDD is going to get surrounded and destroyed as Doran launches himself to this bottom lane and takes down Cuz. 2 on the floor for 1. And Faker will say, yeah, that's what.
Just some massive pickups there. And I just feel like the tools used by KT just not really justified. Throwing down the hostile takeover, you can see the setup was there for T1 already. They had a good amount of vision down on the bot side. Faker thinks, hey, I found Cuz, I can chunk him out at minimum. And Cuz has to commit the Cyclone to get away, but Effort, the communication wasn't there because you didn't need to use both of those ultimates. And it just means it's impossible to teamfight after, but they still try, thinking they can pick Faker. Faker does end up dying, flashes a bit late, but then you're just so out of position in the aftermath.
Yeah, and BDD just gets surrounded and annihilated, and Doran able to launch himself underneath that turret to take down the Wukong.
Ocean Dragon though, so I think KT dodging a bullet with that one.
Yeah, lucked out just a little bit there, especially when you've got a Syndra. It's not like you'll have time to heal when she presses her gameplay button and you just die. As Ona's coming over looking for an angle towards Perfect. Perfect is probably not going to notice.
Oh look, it's the Vayne, Vi, Alistair dive trio again. Good luck, Perfect.
Yeah. He does at least have a pretty high health bar, and there's not a lot of minions in the area. Let's see whether Ona and Carrier will have enough to get through this Cassante Aftershock at the ready.
Well played. Played up the wave, found an angle away. And a lot of resources committed to the bot side of the map allows KT to pick up this Herald. That mid tower pretty low.
Yeah.
So could just throw it down there.
Good cross map here for KT. And BDD also able to get a little bit of pressure here towards his top side as Cuz is moving in, looking for Faker once again. Dash Cannon gets him out of dodge as Effort shielding up Cuz as they will back away. Carrier moving himself here towards his top side. And the wave somewhat going by the wayside. I think Faker is going to be able to go back and pick up most of it. Does at least get the experience. And so BDD ahead by just a little bit still. But it's a 1.3k gold lead. And it's largely this gigantic Vayne for T1.
Mostly just Doran. And I think there's a lot of things that can make Doran's life difficult and shut him down in a team fight. There's also the possibility that Doran starts working against T1 when he gets hostile taken over.
Oh, that's true.
And could honestly start shredding. So it's not the easiest game to play Vayne, but a lot of weight for the draft has been put on him with the flexes to kind of give him the ideal matchup. And it means that he really needs to be performing at a top level to make this game work for T1. But so far he has been.
Certainly working out as it goes. And in their last series, his Vayne was unbelievable. Even if he wasn't actually able to pick up the win, he looked so good on this pick. So I can understand why they would want to trust him with it. Perfect here, just trying to batten down the hatches and stay alive here. And his bottom lane right now looking pretty safe, but Doran just having a good time, clearing things out, looking for that Essence Reaver as soon as possible. And Pays puts together his second item. Rylai's is now done as well.
Yeah, not the highest damage output pickup for the Talia. Now, this is a champion you can sometimes struggle to really get the damage out. This one doesn't exactly help, but a lot of utility afforded by it. Now, Faker's trying to defend this wave and not die at the same time, which is a difficult one to balance.
Yeah, you can see BDD is going to eliminate as many of these minions as possible before he takes down this turret. That is going to equalize the turrets here. And Gio is going to push Owner away from this.
Wait, look at Carrier's position, by the way.
Yeah, he is lurking.
He got some deep wards in, and he's very much behind enemy lines. He could go for a Hex Flash flank play, but I mean, it looks like he might look for it.
Everyone is.
Effort's not a good target. Oh, no. He's in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, my lord. There's a headbutt back and straight into the seismic shove. Not even going to try for a bailout.
The timing was actually perfect because Effort wasn't initially a good target because the Fate's Call was there, but Jiwoo recalled, and that's when Carrier goes for the play, and he gets that free pickup as well. What's even crazy about the timing is this flash is now back up. His Hex Flash was only there for a moment, and he gets Jiwoo's flash.
Yeah, immediate flash to get Jiwoo out of there.
That Carrier just got in that passage of play, and the timings, you know, Jiwoo haven't recalled, Carrier's Hex Flash been available, not his flash, and then getting the summoner from Jiwoo. A lot picked up there for T1 support.
The Carrier Cow, always amazing.
Yeah, look, the recall comes in, and he didn't actually have vision of Jiwoo, but it just immediately goes for the play. I think saw the recall channeling from Effort as well and figured it would be synced.
That makes some sense.
Great read.
And there's also the fact that they pushed him so far away. Might have been difficult to get that Fate's Call off just in general. But
yeah, for sure.
With the vision that they had available.
Also just not a situation you expect. You don't expect your wolves to have turned into a cow in the middle of the game. Sometimes that happens, apparently.
Not enough heads on Alistair, as it turns out. Cannot be the big wolf. As all right, Owner is going to be taking the Sentinel. And KT, 8 seconds until Soul Point for T1. They have a positional advantage around this Dragon Pit. And that is a phenomenal scatter onto Pays.
And his TP's already been burned, so he can't reset and get full HP.
His Weaver's Wall is up just now, but I just don't think he's going to be able to be back in time. So the Equalizer tries to make things a little bit annoying here for Cuz, but he has Smite, so he's fine. And that is KT denying the Soul Point, but giving them one Ocean Dragon. I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. But now the Rift Herald goes down. They should take this turret and get another charge on the inner as well. Unless T1 are able to surround Shelly and lock this one up. It looks like it's not going to get another charge.
Waste Herald, ultimately. But they still get the push and get the mid lane tower. And it just kind of shows that, I mean, obviously T1, it was one Ocean Dragon. They already have 2 dragons in pocket. It's not the end of the world losing it. But how one play from BDD doesn't even result in a kill, but he gets the poke down on the Pays, and that is enough to just send T1 packing when it comes to that objective.
Yeah, and he'll take this turret as well. Doran is returning the favor on the top side of the map. But BDD getting larger and larger is a scary prospect. Is now Perfect kind of wishing that he'd build a Rookern or something like that, seeing this Rumble make his way out of the brush.
Yeah, that's one thing with his build. He's definitely well-equipped to, as well as you can be, to handle the Vayne, but when one of them's this AD threat and one of them's this AP threat, and they both just shred you, difficult to itemize against both.
Yeah, it's not going to be a great time. We'll have Jack shows up pretty soon.
He's not crazy valuable in fights when there is a lot of AP damage on the enemy side. Talia is also a champion who's just pretty good against Cassante, even though she's not like the best tank shredder. The Unraveled Ear just makes it kind of a nightmare for him.
Yeah, it is very annoying. And Faker now has built up 2 items, has some shred, added shred on top of everything else. Already had it with the harpoons.
Yeah, this is the teamwork shred item. A lot of value there when you have 2 AP on your team.
All right, now Pace even going to have more with the Blighted Jewel already picked up. So, all right, getting prepared to be able to take down Perfect is what they're doing. And Weaver's Wall going to come on through. Cease and desist will not be stopped. The Equalizer goes down. BDD, nowhere to go. He was extremely dead.
Great pick there, great buffer by Ona. Gets some
Baron?
range for the ultimate, so you can't be scattered. They
Right.
don't opt to go for Baron. It's Huni Baron again.
All right, that's scary.
We need to have Wiz with him.
I was thinking it was T1, so they were just going to go straight for the Baron. Pays now has a Magi's. 10 stacks on that one.
They are trying to set a trap for KT, trying to bait them into checking on the Baron. I mean, they're still the control ward, so they're not really going to face check, but they're getting good vision down. End result, though, is KT losing BDD, not ideal, but it doesn't drastically change the state of the game.
Nope. They haven't really found too much success, though, in the recent fights of KT. Feels like T1 are well practiced in a composition like this, playing around carrier, finding some phenomenal engages, and Pays is just kind of good at every champion that's ever been introduced into League of Legends, so his Talia has also been phenomenal. 5-0-1 on this pick as well. Is there anything this kid cannot do? I don't know. Okay, you're going to have to bounce out of the equalizer, but the flash forward from Faker is just too good. Perfect is here trying to help out, but effort was nowhere in sight, so no bailout available. Hostile takeover doesn't do too much of anything, but Ona has to flash to get himself out of the way. Great pulverize from Carrier into the backline as Perfect is condemned to safety because he's still going to have to flash towards his Sentinel to try and survive. And then BDD has to throw the Sentinel away because it was about to kill the monkey. Now T1 with their prize. They've taken down Jiu. Are they going to be able to get anything off the back end? The answer is looking like a no.
They get the blue buff. An effort just not close enough to help out Jiwoo there. This is the big thing. They're allowing Jiwoo just to pick up this wave solo, and T1 immediately punish. You don't have your support there. We have BFX coming in a little late, but it's not the same as having to bail out a hostile takeover there immediately. I think, in fact, Ona doesn't die here. Caught in the cycle and the hostile takeover is not enough for him. But I think Cuz lucky to live on this one. So close.
Yeah.
Has to heal a bit off the blue buff, actually.
All right, and so that means 12 stacks now for Pays.
I think 2 times in a row we've seen T1 get these big picks onto members of the bot lane. Clister, Renata, you need to be in lockstep. You need to be with each other because if Renata's in trouble, you have the Fate's Call to get in safety. If Clister's in trouble, you have the bailout, you have the hostile takeover to give us space to turn things around. So often they're separated, and it's just not a good omen for KT.
Well, right now, effort is at least moving back towards Jiu. The scatter does come on through here. This carrier is stunned up momentarily. There's a good pierce to get out of the equalizer as KT not going to be too bothered about that one. So that is a decent cooldown now removed. Perfect able to also get out of the way of that seismic shove as Pays just throwing these threaded volleys around. And into the Drake pit goes Ona. KT with control of mid lane now, though. We'll see whether they can move in time as Pays throws down the rocks. And T1 with Doran here, getting through this dragon so quickly. That is going to be sole point. Scatter connects onto Carrier, but he's not a prime target. Although he does basically almost die.
Yeah, that was looking like some prime beef there.
Yeah, never mind. That's Hanu right there.
They're going to look at the Baron, but again, this is the Huni Baron. It's a lot of damage. Equalizer's not that far away. This is dangerous to go for. I think they want to pick out of this.
Are they going to find it? Everyone flashes for Faker. He gets handshook back in.
Okay,
and that is going to be the rumble down, but he
can't
didn't have...
Baron anymore. You used way too much there. Yes, you got the rumble, but this is so risky.
Well, Perfect is now going to get picked off by Doran. If Doran dies, then maybe there's an angle. As KT are looking to back away. The Fate's Call now on cooldown. That's a big deal. No hostile takeover. Cyclone is in, though. Scatter connects one more time, and there is that Cyclone. They take down Ona. Maybe that's going to be enough, as now Doran is on the inner turret, and that is a beautiful shove back, but there's just not a lot of damage to come out from just the Talia. This is still dangerous. This still feels
scary,
so dangerous.
Smite down with a Clister and a Smite. You should have this unlocked if you get a loner, but that is the big if.
Yeah, another great scatter comes in. There's the wall coming on through as Doran goes invisible. Can they get on top of him? The handshake is going to connect. The all-out is on top of Doran, and he's too low range. He's not actually able to hit them over the wall, but Pays is going to be able to dissuade them from doing the Baron as they trade Carrier for Perfect and KT back away.
T1, with the help of Huni, managed to stop KT's Baron attempt.
Oh, man, you thought that he left after 2016. No.
He's still there.
Still there in spirit.
So precarious. And I think the thing is they used so many tools on this initial play on a Faker. They caught him, and I get they want to take him out, but he actually doesn't have flash here. And I think it was just a little bit overkill. Like, I get it. You want him dead, but it meant you had a lot less tools for the fight. And they get this great pick. Oh, no, it's a great pick.
Okay, this time effort is Elise here. Does get the cleanse out and now just hops around. Owner is in a lot of trouble. These sticks are going to get torn out and Owner will be going down. There is that Ren kill. What did you say? Oh, the flash forward from BDD is insane and he's immediately executed. That's a double kill for Doran and now they're getting hunted down by the Demon Hunter herself. Perfect is going to sacrifice himself for it, but that should mean possibly a Baron for T1.
They should be able to keep Cuz away. They don't even necessarily need the smite, but that fight, you're seeing the value. When effort is there to help Jiwoo, but a misstep, a misplay by BDD cost them so much here. The difference when effort is there is night and day. They don't have the damage to put through the Callista in time, and she just starts auto-attacking, stacking up the Rend. And initially this is great for T1, but then BDD just oversteps here. Hayes is pretty bulky. Just goes for the Q ult, nowhere near taking him down, and that misstep means that no one is there to hold Doran accountable. He can just start aggressing forwards and shredding through KT.
I don't know what BDD was thinking in that moment. That was crazy. Not quite able to find enough damage in order to kill Pays there.
You know what it was? If he was playing the Rise from last game, that would have killed him.
Absolutely it would have.
But he isn't, and that wasn't enough.
Yeah, sometimes Fearless really does catch you unawares. I mean, he has at least done the most damage in the game.
Hayes has 24 stacks on the Medjais and a Arm Guard. He is...
And a Crypt Loom.
Not an easy target to deal with, not an easy target to kill, and doing a lot of damage.
Oh yeah.
And there's a lot of champions on the side of KT who like dashing.
Yeah, even BDD as it turns out, as we saw in that last play. As Doran, with his Baron, wanting to play on this top side, the rest of KT down trying to defend. As Seismic Shove is going to go wide, but they can just fish for these. Like, the range advantage is just kind of massive here on T1's side. Even if they have a Vi and an Alistair down here, Pays can just thread the volleys. And now Faker is looking to go back home. Gonna look for a bit of a reset, perhaps.
Yeah, I think resets, spend the gold, 40 seconds on that Dragon. Ocean Salt, not the highest prio, but you'll never complain about it.
Nope.
Well, you might actually, but you'll take it regardless.
100%.
Level 16 hit for Faker, big spike with the Equalizer being max rank.
Maybe BDD had a... Did he have the Arm Guard and just died before he could press the button after that flash forward? Maybe that's what he was going for. That could have made some sense. He's got his Zhonya's now, though. I'm still trying... That play is still in my brain. Gonna see what they can find as Gio going to use the Seismic Shove as a gap closer. His Jack Shows is going to make him pretty tanky here. Terminus is going to be built up next, most likely is perfect. Does not look like a tank.
He doesn't have that much magic resist. He just got shredded.
Yeah. And they do manage to get into this pit. Scatter is going to connect, but it's on the carrier. He's not too worried about it. Vision coming on through, and now we're going to have a honest 5v5.
I was just hiding over the wall there. Carrier's going to spot him out.
As well. Going to be pretty durable. There's the headbutt pulverize. Is now Cuz going to look to try and get himself over, but doesn't actually go into the pit. Doesn't want to use his flash for that one, as now Carrier moves in. Okay, there's the Weaver's Wall. Equalizer right up against it. Beautiful placement here. They're going to look to try and burst down the Dragon, but it's not going to work. Not quite able to get enough down first. So it should be a 50-50 hostile takeover. Great position as Doran goes forward. He's put in the blender. The knockups are gigantic though. And now Jiu gonna have to flash away. He's trying to hop around the fight. Oda gets into the backline and now Jiu is looking for the next one. Perfect. Goes forward. Carrier gets the CC down. And it's Faker that takes out this Cassante. The top side is dead. Another phenomenal scatter. And they both go golden. They're staring each other down, but the huge boulder in the back of BDD's head is going to say goodnight to him, and now Jiu really wants to try and hop around this mid lane, but Faker will light him on fire and say dodge this. Effort's also going to die. Second harpoon should be enough, and there he goes. T1 with this crazy composition are going to win this game, I think.
So this comp really looked like a team comp where Pays was playing the utility role, wasn't going to be the highest impact play. He's 9-0-6 at almost 9,000 damage in that last fight. Doran went down, but Paige stood strong, and now T1 looking to end the game. Cuz here to defend. BFX up in a second. Is it going to be enough?
Another great Hex Splash as there is a gorgeous seismic shove. Cuz just dead. Nothing that he can do about that play as Carrier just survives the Nexus turrets. No worries there at all. Perfect. Not going to be worrying about the seismic shove, but the Nexus is not able to defend itself as Doran can shoot it whenever he would like. Wants to grab a couple of kills, but in the end, they're going to look towards this Nexus and move us to a game number 3 and 6 on the night.
T1 with a pretty tricky draft. Not the easiest to scope out for KT, seeing the flex of the Vayne to the top lane, bringing the Rumble mid. It was cool as an innovative, and they managed to pilot it well. I think all 3 of the players involved in the draft playing their champion to a pretty great effect.
Yeah.
There was definitely moments in that game that was a bit of concern, up against BDD's Syndra, but when it came to those team fights, they had it unlocked.
They certainly did, and it looked like KT were off to a great start, right? They managed to find that early fight in the river, but T1, they just turned it all around because KT just got a little bit overextended, a little bit hyphy, a little bit too excited, and that is a word that you should not throw around if you are KT. And so you can see that moment where that sort of cliff fell off, and KT never really recovered. Pei's doing 36,000 damage here in this game on the Taliyah, looking like an absolute monster. So I think we have some front runners when it comes to POMs for this series, and we'll have to see which team is going to be able to lock that one down. As KT, if they win here, we could be set up for that tiebreaker match if D+ do exactly the right thing in the Saturday showdown. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, then that game number 3. We'll see you soon.
토스만 되고 그렇고 강철 봐야 될 것 같아. 2000 2000 볼게. 2000 볼게. 천천히 빼면 한번 빼면 딜 봐. 둘 셋. 신드라 너희 할만해. 나 신드라 왔어? 나 터지겠다. 칼리 봐야 돼. 됐어. 빨리 봐. 끌렸어. 사람 살아봐. 나 괜찮아. 다 살아봐. 아래 괜찮긴 해. 몇 초야? 할리 없어. 5초. 오케이. 천천히 봐봐. 할리 레나타 노플. 맞아. 할리 레나타 노플. 나 칼리 볼게. 할리 레나타 둘 다 노플. 갈게. 야, 나 이거 와봐. 20코 요시한테. 좋았어. 둘 다 노플. 거의 다 왔어. 할리 W 한 통. 없다. 많아. 방금 끝날만 돼. 미다 볼게. 노플이야, 얘도 형. 노플. 헷갈려 봐. 힐도 없어. 오케이. 안 태어나면 텔 돼. 그때 생각해보자.
하나도 노플 놈이네. I have to say number first and answer?
No, you just have to say type.
Second one is coffee bun.
Coffee bun. Coffee bun.
Coffee bun.
What does that taste like?
Taste?
Yes.
Just coffee taste.
Oh, it tastes like coffee. Okay, I was just checking. Prince gets the second one, which means he gets all of these points right here. That is 27 points, I believe. 27 points for Prince. Let's go ahead and clear the rest of the board, shall we?
actually at this point is kind of hitting. And this time he doesn't have a Nautilus to help him out. I think Perfect knows he doesn't quite have the damage, and there is the buffer. On the Q3, nicely done for the shutdown. Q once again on the board.
나이스 슈야 너무 크다.
As just trying to fight for vision here, essentially. Baron is up. We've seen some more earlier Barons in recent times. And yeah, they're just going to send it. Okay, they find Ruler and the Timbers. Find 3 of them in the Cataclysm. And now we got a Bane on the loose. As Zeus is all the room in the world. Very nice kick though, as here comes the Olaf trying to make something of it, but the shield saves his life. And now the room from Guma will be excellent to try to lock down Canyon.
Will the bros fight for it? Doubles the doubles. Okay, now Paranoia does come in. A possible delivery as the coin does nothing at all. Ahead with the black hole full. Absolutely insane as they're crushed under the weight of this gargoyle. And Kingin is just running at them celebratorily and is able to take down the bottom lane as a result. Roma just left.
But it works, so credit to MG in the charge.
Uh-oh. He's going to get away with this one, as now the double taunt is going to come in. And a big surfing over the top, catch 3. And just like that, they easily clean up. This is exactly what this top wants to do, and easily run right into it.
말이 안 되네 이거.
Just taking a lot of damage here. This is the poke that we were talking about. Miasma comes in, Doran taking a lot of damage up to the side. And now, oh my god, Korean monster! Doran dies immediately, Pace follows suit. Vega pushed away in D+. They turn on a dime, and T1 couldn't even blink. They're just dead. Harissa, they don't need a health bar to make this happen.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
It might be the end of the season for some of these teams, but the circus continues to deliver. T1 yet again put us on the KT roller coaster and says, time to get off at a win. It is 1-1, T1 tying up KT. And I know there was a question about coffee buns earlier, so I went to the store and I bought some coffee buns. We'll have this during our game 6 while Woodid and
How does it
break this one
taste?
down.
Is it gonna be coffee taste? Because it's called coffee bun?
See? It's coffee. There's coffee there. It's here.
It has to be coffee taste. Because it's a coffee bun. How does it taste?
Tastes like a mocha coffee.
Yeah? So
It is
that's why
all over my teeth.
So that's why it's called coffee bun.
Yes, that's why it's called coffee bun. Thank you, Woodid. Let's take a look at the draft here from that last one, because it was so much flexibility from T1 trying to figure out where does the rumble go, where's the damage go, all that.
I'm pretty sure they had the idea with the mid Talia and top rumble. And after seeing them like Sante on third, I think someone like requested, man, this is such a free Vayne game. We should go top Vayne. We already experienced this kind of segment before. I think Faker forced the owner to play Mundo in game 5 even though he didn't play once.
Yeah.
And again, T1 Circus all started from the draft. Even though the Rumble mid is not ideal into Syndra, I think I agree with Faker. Maybe it should be Faker, I assume it. But, I think it was such a free bait.
I feel like the draft-wise, when they picked the Vi and Talia Rumble together, I think Talia should be the ADC, but I didn't expect Rumble is gonna go mid and play the Bane at top side. I thought it was gonna be the Yone mid or some type of things, but this was a quite cracked draft here.
Yeah, ultimately, they get the pieces in place. The most interesting thing, again, Doran had a tough game one. We talked about how great Perfect was. He gets the resources there to play the Vayne on the top side of the map. Here, our first highlight is at the first Drake.
So at the third, KT roster already win the skirmish, but this time the Dragon Age was too low and the enemy team was already grouped. So both TPs are coming in, but it's quite slow. So the fight was over before BDD and the Xante comes.
It was so delusional from Kaz. I mean, if you use your all abilities on the Drake to steal the Drake, then the fight is not going to be going great for you. So I feel like it was not great idea from KT, and I think that's the point where Talia gets really fed from the fight.
So then Talia then is a leading factor, not only in that fight, but this one here, and this was after a couple of early catches, and then T1 saved the Baron play.
This is a long Nasher segment here. So like KT picked up the Faker with the BDD, but here again, like they caught Honor here. So they tried to get the Nasher once again. But here is where Vayne and Talia shines.
So now KT roster used all the spells, so they only have the Chendra's E to engage right now. So they couldn't engage on Vayne right now easily because he tried to dodge. And Talia wall just goes in, and the Baron, the biggest Baron, is helping.
Yeah, the Hoodie Baron is too strong!
Yes. And then Vayne just get Renata Q'd, but he's still alive because they didn't have a skill. Now FaZe is like free dealing here.
And after that, I mean, T1 was on the map first, so that's why they looked for this play. But it turns out it was a bad play. But after that, BDD tries to play more aggressive with his Syndra.
Umti, explain this to me, please.
Explaining.
Yes.
Doran was a super play here, hiding at the right side, killing BDD with his E, and then just going forward, and then the game was quite over.
I mean, to be fair, I think if I'm BDD, if I get the chance like to kill the Talia with like huge stack the Mezai's, I would go for it. You know, like I think it was not like, you know, BDD was looking for like delusional plays. I think it was good try, but it turns out really bad.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a miscalculation, not able to one-shot a full health Talia there in that case. And then finally here, the final Drake fight. And this one had me out of my seat. I was freaking out till the very last couple of kills.
I think it was really good that Carrier was going around, and Pace helps that because he has an ultimate. So he kicked the Wukong first, and the fight looks more easier here.
I think it was really crucial that Kaz got chunked even before the fight. I think when Wukong has GA and the flash up, it's really impossible to dodge the Wukong engage. And I think the fact that he got already half HP from the initial combo, that makes KT really hard to take a team fight here.
Yeah, I think the team fight is actually winnable for KT because they one-shot the Vayne. The important member was Vayne, and without that, should be no damage comp. But Pace, he was quite fat, and he was a legendary in this game, so Talia could clean up.
I think even if you're a fat on Talia, you can't really be this good at this champion.
The stun,
the Q's on yes.
It's so good! It is so good!
We just needed to know that Pace is an AD carry player, and then we know that AD carry player is not playing mages because they are not that good at it.
But look
But
look at the details, you know. So you can the fact that he presses Q and then Zhonya's, so that means you zone out the Kalista, but you are alive at the same time. I mean, his detail, his mechanics, his skills, he's just so good.
Pace continues to deliver, but will T1 get themselves a victory? They need that to try and force a showdown match with Hanwha Life Esports on Sundays for the final playoff spot. KT need their victory in just a bit as well to force the tie-in breakers against D+ Kia.
I love the tie-in breakers. They're my favorite kind of ties. Don't you think so? Are you wearing a tie-in breaker right now? You are. It's looking absolutely fantastic. The double Windsor tie-in breaker. Gorgeous stuff. I did like the segment about the coffee buns, but I would like it if the space would keep it a little bit more about the game.
I would agree.
Yeah, I think that's probably something that they could focus on. A bit of feedback that I'd like to give right there. But now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to get into game number 3, the 6th game of the night.
You know, I was just thinking, the day has been a slugfest. A lot of action. lot of chaos. I don't think I could handle more than just this next game. I think we're probably going to have to stop after this next game.
Yeah, thanks guys. I'm glad that you took the feedback well. I can see that. That's absolutely fantastic. Okay, T1 on the blue side. KT, first pick in game 3. Feel like first pick. The value goes down as the series goes on. This is going to be a very even one. That's what it feels like to me. Cassiopeia is still going to be banned away. And I believe the Orianna tax will need to be paid, but it has been saved until later in these bans.
More tame because a lot of the typical picks you see banned in the first rotation have kind of filtered through. You know, like the Nocturne, the Vi. Just means there's a bit more freedom just to kind of close everything out. Yorick is going to come through, so KT want to first pick Jace here is the message that I'm getting.
I don't like the message, personally. I just feel like first pick Jace has not found a lot of success, even if the Yorick is banned away, even if the Olaf isn't there. Just hasn't felt like it's that clincher, the ace in the hole, unless it's piloted by Zeus, but there's no one in this game called Zeus.
I think
I can
T1 eyeing up the prospects. Okay, if we ban Jace, what else will they get? They are going to ban the Jace.
All right.
Some of the picks that were banned last time, Karma, Poppy, options potentially available. Yep. They are just going to go for that first pick Karma. Ezreal gone, but Caitlyn's still available. Jin's still available as some of the more common pairings with this. Sivir still an option as well.
Yeah, so definitely going to be able to do that. No Jarvan means that Sivir does feel a little bit better here as well. And I feel like in game 3's Hyper Carry, not Hyper Gary. Who's Hyper Gary?
Oh, I love Hyper Gary.
Yeah,
great guy.
Like,
great guy.
It's a really quick snail right there. Hyper Carries have been sort of the aim of the game. I feel like these more front-to-back style compositions have been working out, as that is FaZe's Caitlyn. That's terrifying on its own.
They deny the Caitlyn. Is it just going to be Kate Lux coming through?
Why not?
Some of the other pairings that we see, Karma's obviously on this side, Bard's gone. So it looks like Keria will bring out his Lux again.
That means this is almost definitely going to be a Jhin, which makes me all sorts of upset.
I will say some of the picks that give Jhin a problem, you know, Olaf, Cassante, not available right now, will help a little bit.
True.
And do we just get KT going for Xin Zhao here? You know, Xin Zhao Karma, pretty popular.
I like that one.
Could see that brought out. There's also Pantheon, though. There's also Lee Sin. But I think securing a jungler before we go to the second rotation of bans, pretty important.
You could also... Okay, Pantheon's still up. Pantheon's a good idea. I was actually thinking that Trundle could be a good idea, because dissuading them from playing a tank sounds like a good idea when you have a Jhin. Could have been an option, in theory. And I think regardless, the Jhin is going to have a bit of a rough time, as Cuz is definitely thinking about this. And they're trying to make sure that this is the right call, so that Pantheon will be locked in.
So you could match jungle here for Owner. Definitely an option. You know, he's great on picks like Xin Zhao, Lee Sin. Or you could go for something... You could grab, like, the Ambessa before we get to the next rotation of bans. And then start to ban away some of the picks that it might struggle against. Looks like they won't go that avenue. They're just going to go for the Skarner. I've seen sometimes if you have like a squishier support like Lux, having like a really bulky jungler can go a long way.
Yeah.
Because obviously you're going to be the one that's face checking.
And also, it's a Jhin. So you're not as worried, right? And you will definitely out DPS him if you do go for the Heartsteel build. We've seen a lot of the Thrift Shop build with the Bandle Pipes and the Belt. But we'll see where Owner wants to go with that one. The Akali going to be taken away from BDD.
And it gives some safety to this bot lane. We've seen the Caitlyn Lux struggle for some other teams when targeted heavily by picks like Jarvan.
Yep.
So making sure that protected and able to function is important. Galio going to be banned away by KT. Seeing that be pretty popular with the Imperial Mandate build. There's still Lock available, I guess, but we're kind of going down the totem pole a good amount when it comes to mid lane. As Annie is a decent option. Aurora.
Silas, also a thing.
Yeah, the Lock does get banned away there by T1. So banning away some of these melee mids, that can be a big threat.
Yeah, BDD, see, very vocal about what they want to be taking away right now. Got to make a decision about what you want to aim for. But also, T1 might just show their mid lane immediately after this, and then you need to pivot. There are so many things that are being taken away. The Varus is going to be removed. Not wanting to allow that to go over towards Doran.
don't want to deal with any more flex shenanigans, but I think it's probably just Caitlyn bot and Paris.
I would
top
assume
what
so.
you want to go for.
The coveted mid lane Skarner hasn't been seen yet, but Faker did just play Rumble, so who knows what's going to happen.
So if they really want to grab like the Ambessa, do they just grab it now, or do they want to save the counter pick? Looks like they'll save the counter pick. A lot of control afforded this composition with the Anivia.
All right. This is a brick wall of a composition.
Good synergy with Skarner, because you can obviously smash them into your wall.
Yep.
So quite powerful there. And
once they do get slammed into the wall, then you put traps down, and then you can bind them, and it's just kind of crazy. Ice theme in the mid lane, but where is the damage if this is going to be the lock-in here for BDD? A little bit worried about this one. Blind Renekton to come through, knowing that Doran wants to play Ambessa.
Yeah, kind of saying, I don't want to allow you to play that.
And maybe then you blind Silas and say you have to play Nah, because it's the last thing. Oh, the Zoe instead. A BDD special here. But this would be almost 0 teamfight damage if they do that. Victor is a very different story. Allows them to potentially go toe-to-toe in the 5v5.
I think some comps from KT, some champions, that we've seen not have so much success recently. The Jhin and Victor have been struggling to pick up wins a little bit.
Haven't seen the Renekton almost at all over the last month and a half.
It's been really absent. And now top lane 41. Do you just slam like the Gnar here? There's a Hen I think could be okay as well.
Gwen!
Go for the Gwen.
Okay.
And I believe, did the changes come in already? Didn't Gwen get some changes recently? Was that this patch? I think it was.
You'll have to refresh my memory.
So
but yes, no, it was.
It was this patch. So the healing against champions has been increased on the passive quite significantly.
All right.
And it's basically put you in a position where, with a lot more sustain early and also late, Perfect really needs to shut down this Gwen early, because Doran could just run rampant. And, we're talking about this KT composition having the Jhin. You have your 4th shot primed and ready, and suddenly Gwen is immune. It's not going to feel too good.
No! To be honest, just doesn't feel good playing Jhin at all. Actually, that's not true. He's a very satisfying champion to play. Unfortunately, hasn't found a whole lot of consistent damage, and the ability to take down a Gwen is going to be a really tough one, especially because, you set up the curtains, and you're like, haha, I have you now, and she says Gwen is immune. And that is all a little bit of a shame. I think that might be when their train was coming, and they needed to go back home somewhere. But they're probably not going to be able to get to it because this is a very late night. I think Orcs and I need to apologize if, our brains run away in a certain play, like maybe we forget which champions are on the Rift. That is just a casualty of a 6-game day. The excitement's going to be there, don't worry. Let's get into the Rift. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, the deciding game between T1 and KT. And if KT want a spot in the playoffs, they have to win this one here. And if they do, there is a chance that we get an extra game between KT and D+ Kia. That would be absolutely
That's what we're all
awesome.
hoping for. Maximum LCK.
Exactly.
For this 6-gamer to effectively bleed out into another day.
It's beautiful. Does that make it technically a 7-gamer? I'd say it almost is. But we digress.
Yes.
Jiu and Pays just firing shots at one another. That is a great max range Q to connect there by Effort and powered by the Mantra. Help them out here in this lane. But if I was a KT fan, I would be very frightened about what this Lux is going to be doing to this team as this game goes on. Carrier does some pretty ridiculous things with the light binding. And Pays has always just been an absolute monster on Caitlyn. He's been an absolute monster on Champion in League of Legends. Any of them. Light binding goes wide this time around, as Effort does not juke to the right. But they are putting on all of the pressure here in this lane.
And honestly, I feel like a bit of damage in return.
Not bad.
Both Karma and Lux are very reliable poke, because it's very hard to dodge the Lucent Singularity from the Lux. And the inner flame for the Karma is also absolutely massive.
Yep.
But it means that if you are able to dodge one, it gives you a lot of pressure in the lane and a lot of HP in return.
All right, now KT with a little bit of respite as the wave does get pushed forward. Inspire is going to be helping as well with that shielding on demand.
Inspired, he's here?
I don't know, actually. Haven't seen him, but I did say his name, so maybe he's been summoned. Doran and Perfect. Doran actually winning out on these early trades quite nicely. As Perfect goes in, we'll have a big Q to get that health bar back up again.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the Gwen does, because I've been hearing good things about it. Yeah, we were talking about Jin struggling. Okay, don't get too happy, Max.
Well, Perfect is going to find Doran. Slices and dices. The Ignite is now down, and Cuz, he's moving up. This might be a flash. As in he goes, finds the stun. He just comes down. There is that flash, but he flashes to follow, and first blood to the Pantheon.
Good pickup, and no TP from Doran means he's definitely going to miss a good amount here.
Owner is just going to throw some things at BDD, and there is the flash. Great crystallize there from Faker to make sure that he has to use that summoner to get away.
Now I'm going to see a little contest over the scuttle, but I think BFX needs to recall. Oh, he's TPing back, though. Actually, this is BDD first and foremost.
Yeah, he is going to make his way in. Let's see whether Cuz can actually get another stun.
Sorry, this is Nectin coming to the river. BDD's coming mid.
All right.
But either way, saves Cuz, allows him to pick up that Scuttle Crab. Yeah, the point I was speaking about top lane is I've heard good...
Oh, light binding goes wide.
I don't actually miss that, but I've heard good things about the Gwen changes, because obviously we know Gwen's late game is pretty insane, but getting there is one of the bigger issues. But I was interested to see how it pans out, and now Faker with a flank here. Look how low effort is already.
And Gio has no idea. He is running away now with the Inspire Shield coming in, but now flap, flap, in comes the bird, and the wall is going to catch effort, and down goes the Karma. Faker grabs the kill.
Such a great wall there to force the flash and then have the follow-up. Faker getting the impact done down in the bot lane. It's not very common that you see an Anivia roam. The TP definitely helping there.
Yeah. Was not the play that I was expecting. Really nicely done here from Faker. We're going to check this one out from Cuz's perspective.
It's just crazy how much damage the Q does. But also how low the cooldown the tap Q is.
It's kind of absurd. And Faker, this is actually just perfect.
That wall placement is, you actually couldn't do better.
Nope. Absolutely perfect. And eliminates his former teammate in effort. And Owner is looking for another one. The return gank onto the flashless Victor could be very powerful. He's playing pretty defensively right now, though. You can see that the Skarner does move back into the river, but Owner has been so active so far this game.
Oh, kind of missed. He didn't want that one anyway.
No, don't need too many.
Now the pressure mounting on bot. And with the Skarner here, Effort should be the target.
Yeah, Effort is going to try and take the Scorpion for a walk, as now Gio takes so much damage. My God, Owner can very happily tank this one up, as there is Doran trying to get himself out of here, as Perfect is going to get on top of him. I don't know whether he really wants to, but there is a Pantheon waiting in the wings.
You know, I'm surprised in the bot lane. Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Well, Doran is likely to die as he looks to get back towards the wave. Gwen is not immune. Wait, a bit more immune than we thought. Cuz finds the Q. There it is.
Easy as that. I was surprised they went for Jiu in the bot lane, considering Effa had no flash, Jiu had flash and cleanse, but T1 just able to pull it off and make the dive work, and that's going to give you more of an advantage when you're taking out the enemy AD carry and he's missing out on farm. Jiu was a bit lower, to be fair, but just the execution really solid. Instantly gets a cleanse out. Carrier follows the flash with the binding as well. Just beautifully done. And then here in the top lane, it's so difficult because at some point, if you just sit there in that brush and the minions keep dying, the game is just going to be over anyway. So Doran kind of feels forced to walk up. Like, what if Cuz has reset? I'm just wasting my time, but unfortunately he hadn't. Ends up going down for the second time. I think we kind of saw that, you know, the Gwen can hold itself moderately well in the 1v1, but League of Legends is not a 1v1 game.
Yeah, the problem is it's a 1v2 at the moment, and hasn't been as good in the lane swap meta, as it turns out, or the no jungle meta, which is looking like what KT are trying to employ here in this game. 2-0 for the Pantheon, and hasn't actually fallen too far behind in farm as well. With all of this time he's invested towards the top side is perfect. These Color Meeks are really going to start hurting. He's got a pickaxe and a phage. My goodness. Pretty scary Crocodile right now.
Yeah. tough one right now for Doran. Does have the Ignite back up and available. Will help potentially if it's a 1v1, but I'm not even sure that's enough.
As the slice in, Doran tries to go immune, does get the needlework out. The flash gets
flash.
over the next one. Perfect needs that Ruthless Predator. Does he have a Q? He does! And just smashes down the Gwen. 0-3-0 for Doran. It's a reverse, it's a dying spree is what he's on now.
Beautifully played there by BFX. Obviously helped a lot by those earlier ganks from Cuz, but Doran tries to find the all-in angle. The flash is there to dodge away from the damage, and he just gets the Colm the Meek back up to finish him off.
Oh dear. Not looking great on the top side of the map. KT do have a 600 gold lead, but it is all the Renekton. And we've seen games where Renektons get massively fed, and then in the late game it means not exactly all that much.
I will say they buffed a lot of Renekton's items on this patch.
Not to mention also the Dominus is better than when that used to happen.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, here, kiting away when he's had both the ult and the Q, so the Ignite were committed by Doran. He kites away.
Oh.
Effort just dies.
Effort did
very much Perfect
die.
found that all in without his ult being available.
Oh, God. Yeah, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, so a bit concerning. And now, oh my God. You know, this is why I don't like playing top lane.
Well, Doran is, yeah, just going to have to leave this massive wave.
Oh, well, at least you can TP back. Oh. Oh.
Uh-huh. Well, at least he's discoing, as we could see there. Faker is going to be able to come up, and at least he can pick up the wave. Cuz is going to collect this last remaining grub. Perfect going to help him out.
Yeah,
Crocodiles
so
like being in the river.
Yeah, this was just a matter of getting binded and dead.
Yeah.
The Luxol killed him. There was follow-up. There was more damage available. Didn't need it.
Effort still with the courage to cross the river. Tried to get a ward down and did manage to at least get it behind the Dragon Pit.
Maybe the courage of the Colossus?
Yeah, something like that. Nice side.
But I was saying before, some of the items that got buffed on this patch for Perfect, like the Black Cleaver.
Oh dear. Being in the top lane is not where you want to be, but that wall was so good for Faker. Flashes out of the way, they still get what they were looking for. But that will definitely save Faker from a potential death there.
Faker's like, it's fine, I could go top lane. It's, you know, you just got to play safe. 2 minutes later.
Yeah, and 2 minutes later he's like, no, I'm going back. Well, curtains are getting called here. The Carrier and Pays. 1, 2, 3! And the fourth one is going to be saved here for Pays as he is blocking for his support. The Carrier did have to use both of his summoners.
Yep. Lined up well. And the shot that connected after Carrier flash was pretty slick from Jiwoo.
BDD kind of hoping that he was going to be able to get that death ray to hit a minion. Wasn't actually able to do so. Faker's walls have just been fantastic so far this game. And now able to just clear out waves with the ulti very comfortably.
Yeah, we have this matchup back on again.
I don't want to watch it anymore.
Does not look close.
And I know Doran has been suffering some criticism recently. I don't think this one's really his fault. I mean, what are you supposed to do? There's been a Pantheon here all the time!
Actually, there is a good strategy for this one. I've seen it implemented many times in solo queue.
Follow your jungler around?
Yeah, you just flame your jungler and go next.
No, you just follow into all of his camps.
You walk bot lane and start taking farm there.
That sounds like a good idea. Well, Doran is going to use the needlework and back away. But Jiwoo's now here. Cuz is also here. Doran will die again. I don't think Faker is going to be able to save him. And so the turret is just going to go down. That is first turret blood over to KT. Pays will answer immediately. This is top versus bot lane. And it's every T1 game. It's just Pays is gigantic. Can the rest of T1 play around him as the rest of their map kind of falls apart?
This is why I just feel so risky to go for some... Like, you've gone for Caitlyn Lux. You want to play through the bot lane. You want to play through getting Pays strong. And then you go for this Gwen into Renekton matchup, which is also a matchup that could benefit from attention. And I just feel like it was a risk that's been punished. Because ultimately a Gwen who's this far behind is not going to nearly be as useful as like a Cassante.
Oh no.
And also just isn't nearly as good at surviving these plays as a Cassante, especially as you went Ignite instead of TP.
Yeah, really wanted to be able to fight in this lane. And the problem is, Perfect didn't even go for an exhaust or any like kill lane summoners or anything like that. He has the teleport. He can play side lanes later on, get into fights with a gigantic shield. This Renekton might actually be that frontline threat the KT are looking for. They do need to work on getting some advantages for BDD, I think. I think BDD is going to be very, very important in doing the consistent damage in the later game teamfights with his Arcane Storm. But that is a task for another day, as he does upgrade his shoes, walking real swift with these Swifty boots.
I think it's probably a task for today, actually, because this is...
Oh, right, yes.
This is KT's...
Well, like, just maybe not...
This is actually KT's last match.
In this 5-minute mark.
So I would say it's probably best to do that today.
Right, yeah. Today
won't get another chance, like later this week or something.
Yeah. And for the tiebreaker to happen, I think they need to win today in this game, like right now.
Yeah, so...
That's a good point. Perfect has a 2-level advantage. And yeah, Doran is still struggling. This just in, 0-3-0 Gwen having tough time. Perfect is playing very respectfully though. Actually just going to be backing all the way away as that wave is a little bit too far. So with that turret down, it is a little bit more difficult for the Renekton to play this one out.
Dragon is up and available, and it looks like T1's setting up for it. Having Perfect there would be so valuable here. Doran can't stop his TP, and notably, Doran hasn't finished his top lane quest yet, so he doesn't have a TP of his own.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's going to make things tough to follow.
So if you're thinking, who would you rather have there at the fight, this fed Renekton or this underfed Gwen?
Oh, Pays is moving in. Needlework is down. Perfect is actually bitten off more than he can chew. Slices, dices, flashes, and dies. Doran is back on the board.
That was basically a solo kill, by the way. I know obviously Pays got there to help out and had the ult if needed, but Doran did most of that by himself, which is confusing, a little worrying.
Yeah, definitely an odd play. As Perfect goes back, and now it is a Cloud Soul. Thank you, T1. T1 always very good at delivering Cloud Souls. And let's have a look at this play one more time.
I think the thing is, Doran cut it towards the turret, so it's very hard to pressure deeper into him. And taking the full charge of the ultimates does so much work.
Yeah.
Flash also didn't really get much value there. And Pays is there just to pick up his assist, but yeah, I helped.
And that is, they've cut this gold lead for the Renekton, like, down by so much. He was close to 2,000.
I mean, he had a Black Cleaver versus Haunting Guys, and now there's the full Rift Maker for Doran. And, you know, this is going to shock you. This is going to blow your mind.
Please,
Max.
But me.
Gwen actually does scale better than Renekton, despite the fact he is a crocodile with scales.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, he's got so many scales.
Well, I think the thing is, with scaling, he comes with all his scales at the start of the game. He doesn't develop any new scales.
Right. Well,
he comes pre-scaled.
I'm really glad that you're here to give us all of that information. As BDD running around the backside of this fight, as they are looking to try and stop this from going down, but it is Ona that locks it up. Now the ulti comes in, but the Impale is right there on top of Cuz. He will have the Aegis, though, and now the curtains are being called. Down goes the Gwen one more time, as Carrier and Pays will be able to run their way out. And I think Doran for Rift Herald is probably a decent maneuver here.
Although the eye is the problem, and it fades away.
So it's
just a bit aggressive here.
It's just Doran goes down for nothing, and the flash from Faker is going to have to be employed here as well.
Not exactly the outcome T1 was hoping for there.
This game is very, very close.
Oh.
All right, the Scuttle was cold by the final spark. And Perfect is going to look to get on top of Carrier here. Finds a ward, gets distracted by ward, and now he's going to go back home.
So, not as much playing out in that fight as I expected. Oh, the ult to stop the recall.
I'm glad that we don't watch that, because it's very frustrating.
Yeah, we saw Carrier get this binding onto Cuz, and I thought Cuz was about to go for the ult. But it still goes off anyway. Joins the fight and just kind of gets grabbed immediately by the Skarner, but just not easy to take down the Pantheon.
Yeah.
And T1 just kind of have to back away.
And Effort was there to save him as well. The Mikhails was already built up, so he was able to just walk over and make sure that the Pantheon was able to get himself out of there. Effort looking to snare Carrier here momentarily, as Pays, Lucent Singularity and the traps, making it very difficult for KT to traverse and try and defend this turret, as Pays takes a little bit of poke, but still will be able to siege down this turret very comfortably. And with the walls and all of the frustration, Ona being in, like big in the front line, this composition still really works, even with Doran in a very precarious position.
It's just very hard to push through against the Anivia and the front line of this Skarner. But I think it's also true on the other side that when you have this Fed Renekton and the Pantheon, you can buy so much time. Hard to just progress into the enemy team.
Oh yeah. Well, Perfect does have a Tiamat now done. Probably going for a Stride Breaker next. I wouldn't mind it if Perfect just built an Executioner's Calling. Because I do think that Doran is healing up a lot in these engages, and he has the Ignite, so he doesn't need to worry about that.
Yeah, I imagine Jiwoo will probably get a Mortal Reminder eventually, but that's going to be quite late.
Yeah, and he's not always with Perfect.
Especially if he goes the Rapid Fire Storm Razor build.
Oh god, all of the items, and then finally we'll get an Infinity Edge at some point.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Oftentimes you don't make it. Oh, I need armor penetration. Never mind. My 6th item can be IE. It'll be okay.
Whereas the Caitlyn build has been Storm Razor and then IE straight away. No hesitation.
Well, Final Spark is a ability coming from a support Lux.
Yeah, it doesn't really do that much damage with this build. You know, you're used to the support Luxes in the solo queue games who are building full AP.
Yeah, exactly. Where are the Luden's procs?
Yeah, the Zazak.
Yeah.
Oh, I am not quite hitting as hard. Right now, Dragon up in 40 seconds. It is a Cloud Soul. A lot of value from that in this game. And if T1 get control of the area, it's so hard to push in.
I feel like it's very important for KT to be able to fight for these Drakes. I think Cloud Soul would be super duper valuable into an Anivia, especially.
Yep. Oh no.
Well, BDD gonna have to flash once again. Ono just ends up inside the wall in a very confusing way, but is just gonna be ushered away here by the Death Rays.
Flash
Till
picked
they
up.
get the flash, exactly.
It's pretty big. And again, if you're trying to push in against the Nivea wall and a line of traps, not gonna happen.
Nope. And KT, I think they might be realizing that this dragon is not for them. BDD, though, is not going to get snared by the light binding, and they at least get this control ward down. It looks like KT are going to cut their losses and look to try and push down this mid lane. Top lane is also being occupied here by Perfect, as Crystalline Overgrowth is just taken here by BDD. So KT do move the needle as far as the gold is concerned, a little bit further in their direction. But that dragon stacking has begun here for T1, and I have a feeling that this game is one that T1 are very happy to let go as late as you would like. Give Doran the ability to try and farm himself into relevance.
I mean, we've seen how many games where Caitlyn has just completely taken over after a certain point, but the fact you also have the backup of the Gwen and Anivia no slouch in the later stages either just means KT, really the mid-game is where you expect them to be taking the game by the horns, but the current state of things feels difficult to push the pace forward.
Certainly does. There's that Infinity Edge for Pays.
At least it's Terry this time, not Huni Baron again.
Maybe some opportunities for some Baron scuffles.
A bit more hope, at least. Not doing quite as much damage.
Yeah. Does has his Black Cleaver now put together. Perfect getting closer and closer to item number 2, but not quite there just yet. As BDD has got a Hex Deck cookie. Looks like he is building towards the Dash Cannon. Same build as last time on the Syndra. This time he is a Victor. And okay, Jiu, Rapid Fire Cannon will be coming in. Yay. Then we'll see what he's going to be building. I assume it will be Mortal Reminder coming in 3rd. BDD lying in wait, seeing whether he can attack Faker here, but trying to work out. There's that Rapid Fire Cannon we were talking about. But the Jhin, I don't think, is going to be challenging Pays. You know, like sometimes you've got an Ezreal or a Corki up against the Caitlyn, and you're like, aha, now is my time. Jiu isn't looking at Rapid Fire Cannon and Ghostblade and being like, haha, now is my time. I don't think that that's how that one works. You do get a little bit of extra poke with the Rapid Fire Cannon there, and the Ghostblade moves you around a bit faster, but the damage potential isn't quite as high.
Yeah, not cutting through targets as easily.
Oh, at least Effort did manage to get the Inspire off.
Oh, BDD still doesn't have Flash, by the way.
He does have the Chovy Cannon. They do respect it. He backs fully away, though, so that is a large wave. Crashing that in and turret, Faker getting a bit of extra damage down there. And it is only an 80 gold lead for BDD, and he is close to 30 CS ahead.
See kind of a mirrored play in this situation where Ono was heavily leaning towards bot side, trying to put pressure on BDD. Top side of the map, because was leaning heavily, putting pressure on Doran. Nothing really will come from it, though. create camps as well. And even though KT had control of the Baron area, they back off. Carrier gets some deeper wards in. And you see some question mark things coming through.
Yeah.
Carrier's been spotted walking back, so they expect there to be wards deeper in the jungle.
Man, this is so extremely close. As Gio presses that Ghost Blade button, Cuz shows up, thought that he might have caught Carrier there, but he's got Shurelya's. Able to get himself out of the way.
It does heal as well for the movement speed, but Flash being maintained is the important thing. But it does give a lot of space over to KT to clear out this vision and establish their own. But they actually haven't picked up those 2 wards in their jungle. Not yet. There was one that was pinged pretty heavily. I think that was actually T1 who was pinging it, so KT not spotting it.
Gio just clearing out waves over and over. Deadly Flourish is getting better and better at that as this game goes on. As KT, spotted by a Lucent Singularity, is, my goodness, the fully charged Q is kind of nuts.
Minute 30 until Dragon, and KT really want to stop this, but again, need to get in here and get access to the Dragon area beforehand. T1 just completely cutting them out, and BFX behind now.
All right, there is the Crocodile. Lying in wait in the reeds, gets the slice off. Faker might be put down to the egg. Not quite though, as he... Oh, never mind, the Dominus takes him down. But Perfect finds a last Q. Got a lot of work done, but that is a kill going over to Pays. And not a lot in return.
The follow-up just not there. Cuz didn't have ult to try and join Perfect. And Perfect takes down Faker, but only into the egg. He respawns, comes back, and the team is there to handle him. And the big thing here is Cuz was zoned off by the Singularity from the Lux was slowing him down. Then there's the Glacial Storm in the way as well. Really struggling to make their way in here, and Doran just pops his Shroud, backs away. Now at that time, BFX has already died.
Yeah, not a whole lot they could do about it. So now 20 seconds until this Drake is up and available. Teleport is there for Perfect. Still has the flash as well. Didn't actually invest that in the last fight. And man, look at this. The heart monitor that is the gold graph. As Pays, he's pretty scary. Got a lot of items now as he's building towards his last Whisper item is number 3. Does want the attack speed. That's going to have to come a little bit later. Faker is in this top lane.
Yeah, Cuz has control off this area.
Carrier. Yeah, Gravity Field goes down. Carrier is able to walk out of it for now as Pays is also tagged by this Death Ray. And now Owner is going to get snared as well. The bullets are connecting. And there is the chain CC onto the Skarner. He is just so durable. It does buy Cuz enough time to take down this Dragon though, so 2 Drakes apiece. And T1 looking a little bit worse for wear as the siege is begun.
A lot of pressure, but ultimately T1 don't opt into contesting the drag. Oh, Faker could be in trouble.
There's the flash forward from Effort, looking to try and lock him down. The wall is fantastic because he just launches himself over it. And no blast cone is going to get Faker out of this one. The little jab with the Q from Cuz will be able to take out the bird.
What will it lead to though? Will that allow them to set up for the Baron? It doesn't look like it. They'll just take the kill. Tower in the bot lane picked up by Perfect. And all in all, it's still so even in this game. 2 Dragons apiece now, only 300 gold between them. It's mostly where the gold is. It's KT with the Fed Renekton, and it's T1 with the Fed Caitlyn. And I think there's an easy answer, which you'd rather have.
Yeah, I mean, I think it even goes beyond that. I think if Pays is in a late game scenario, just feel like, especially if he's on a champion that is equipped to just get better and better as you get there, I think the smart money is always on him.
Doran actually just hit level 16 before Perfect, by the way.
That's crazy. Catch-up experience has gone too far.
So Faker ends up overstepping here. They see him walk past that wall that's a little bit lower. Lot committed to try and catch him out. He does eventually die.
All right.
Not the most impactful death, though.
Nope. They weren't able to actually turn onto a Baron or anything like that. As Perfect has done the most damage in the game. How impactful is that going to be as this game continues? The gold lead has moved to 2,000, so it is increasing. But Perfect now has Black Cleaver and Stridebreaker done. And is now looking for item number 3, likely a GA or something of that ilk. And I do just feel like there's a bit of a timer here on KT.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're doing a good job keeping the game even. The problem is, they keep doing that, then it'll be even. And T1 will be very happy.
You see Jiwoo going towards his last Whisper item, 3rd, not going for the Storm Razor, which I think is the right call, but still behind in power compared to Pays.
Perfect. Gonna throw down the Dominus here as Doran looking for the needlework, and there is a Skarner making his way over. Ace in the hole comes in, final spark. That's Carrier trying to get an assist as well. He does at least get a Call to Meek and does put in the flash.
Oh, the ignite!
Oh no, perfect! The last tick will do it. And down goes the Crocodile. The fadeaway ignite for the kill. Doesn't feel great as BDD will take down an inner turret for their trouble.
So tower goes down top lane. The fact they also got Perfect's flash pretty big. I think hard to teamfight so Renekton without that. Pays so much damage to this tower.
Yeah. And there are no minions, but the headshot just doesn't seem to care about a backdoor bonus or not. And so KT now lose their gold advantage. And Doran, even though he was utterly bullied in the early game, he is now on 2 items. Nash's Tooth, a fantastic one, alongside the Riftmaker on the Gwen, always has been. And I have a feeling that he has weathered the storm long enough.
I think he has. Getting to the point where he's just an absolute menace. If he buys a Seeker's Arm Guard, I think that's just it. I think that's the point where he's just so difficult to deal with. It's a minute 30 on that next dragon, and I think T1 can feel a lot more confident about looking towards fighting that one than the last one.
I would agree. And I think the one after that is going to be even easier if things are going the way that they continue to go. Still, it's not like KT don't have any tools, and we saw the chain CC. When it does actually come in, it can be pretty devastating. That's all right. BDD and Cuz now looking for some angles. Wanting to see who is going to head into the jungle first. It is just going to be a blue buff that they are looking to secure. And Geo actually walking towards his control ward is a little bit scary. Light Binding connects onto Effort. Not going to take too much damage from that one, as now Perfect. We're going to make his way over as well. 50 seconds on this Drake. And oh no, Effort has to go home. He might have to just flash, and he does do so. Still slowed down, but now no flash, no heal for the Karma. That is such a big deal looking to this next crucial fight.
And the ult
even the final spark. Yeah, Ace in the hole. Is he going to die? That is so incredibly close.
I don't know what health he was.
He was under 10, single digit.
Yeah, crazy amount of luck there for Effort to survive. But it does mean they've taken the support off the map. Vision control not able to be laid down. 17 seconds on that dragon. And there's no red anywhere near it.
Nope. So KT gonna have to either just group up and see what they can do, walking blind into these bushes, or give away this soul point over to T1. They do get vision, and they are looking to follow their minions towards this bottom side. But the Glacial Storm comes in.
Once they're set up.
Oh, there's a Blast Cone here. Let's see. They do Blast Cone over. There is Cuz making his way forward. The curtains have been called. The first 2 bullets miss. The last ones are just kind of collected from people that don't really care. And the final spark, the binding, so incredibly good. The wall even better from Faker as T1 look to put them in the grave. And now Doran is getting his revenge. BDD lit on fire. He's going to have to walk away as Stu. I mean, he's a Jhin. There's not a whole lot he can do without a front line to play around. And T1, I think they've really tipped the scales now.
Then they can head straight over to that Baron. They have the DPS for it in spades, and that might be the moment that sends KT to the play-ins. We'll see the replay here. KT very late on contesting, and if T1 already set up, it's so hard to get access. They have to use the Pantheon ult. But FaZe is unthreatened. Just starts kiting, dodging the Jhin shots, getting damage down. The double binding from Carrier was beautiful after the flash, but the wall that came after, blocking Cuz and Effort in, ensuring their deaths. Faker goes down to his egg, but he doesn't care.
Oh, and it was a flash double binding as well. And Faker knows exactly what to do off the back of that play. Absolutely beautifully done. The Baron was taken. And FaZe now hits 4 items and a bit. And this is the time where the Caitlyn will be unanswerable. There's just not a whole lot the KT can actually do about it.
I mean, Bloodthirst is where it becomes insane, but even just the Vam Scepter is a good amount of lifesteal. It means that you land a bit of poke, it just doesn't mean nearly as much. A headshot heals so much.
Yeah.
I mean, with the Bloodthirster, it's insane. With the Vam Scepter, it's still pretty crazy. And if you get a headshot...
Oh, possibly an angle here as the Arcane Storm goes down. There is Cuz making his way forward as well. Ona there for the the disengage. They do get the barrier. Paze still has flash, for goodness sake.
A little tense. Little tense. It was a good angle from KT to try and punish. And Paze sheepishly heads towards the top lane, but will just heal up incredibly quickly.
Strybreaker doesn't actually catch onto Doran there, and KT, you can see they're desperate to find any sort of pick to delay this Baron where they can. Light Binding will connect onto the Jhin. As he was just trapped inside the wall. That was ridiculous! And they're just going to leave him there? Are you kidding me?
That is such a tilter.
Yeah, Faker was like, that's BM, guys. Let's just leave him there in the pen. He can stay there. As the inner turret is going to be taken down. And the war of attrition is just being won here by a T1.
Jiwoo may... Oh, no.
Oh, another wall. The stun is going to come through. Mikhail's was there. Or actually, was it was the cleanse. That got him to safety. But it's not going to save this turret. As at least the Arcane Storm is on Carrier. Might do a little bit of work here, but he's able to wander his way out.
Yeah, Jiwoo may have made it out of the wall situation, but he's trapped in his base. Actually, TP coming in.
Yeah, perfect. He's going to look for an angle towards Doran. He is a big crocodile. But there is the stasis. And the slowdown onto Doran. They do get on top of him. But down to the GA goes the crocodile. Owner is now in possibly a bit of trouble, but Perfect is in more. He's going to get taken out. There's the Impale onto the Victor. And all of the damage is dead on the side of KT. It's a triple kill for Paze. And actually, there is a Penta on the map if he can actually catch these last two. But it looks like Cuz will deny it. And T1 will be sending KT to the play-ins with a victory here. These two Nexus turrets looking to go down. It was a valiant effort, especially in Game 1. KT looked fantastic. The Game 2 was a creative draft. In Game 3, T1 just outlasted them. Carrier does die here in this moment, but that is going to... Is that the unofficial Penta? That is the unofficial Penta to come through for Paze. And maybe just give it to him. He's already got the most in the world. May as well give him another one. And T1 will be the victors here today.
KT suffering on the back of this defeat, will be going down to play-ins, won't make their way straight to playoffs, but T1, it was a close match at times, but Paze is just on another level. This bot lane, Paze and Carrier doing some crazy things, but I also think, Faker's and Ivia.
Yeah.
Had a lot of value this game with those walls.
It was almost like every single wall was just extraordinarily pivotal.
I think the thing this series really says is that even though T1 are not playing at the best we've seen from them, even though there's still some issues to resolve, their bot lane is an absolute force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
And definitely the best in the LCK, if not the world.
I think Paze might just be the best player in the world. I really do just.
You know what? I think he might just be him.
Yeah, he is. He's certainly that.
Timothy Chalamet.
Yep. An extraordinary performance from that man right there. Humble as ever. I think probably going to pick up POM. Yeah, he definitely picks up POM. I was like thinking back, I'm like, hang on, what did he do in their last win? And then I was like, hang on a second, he was that Talia.
Last series I was deliberating on my POM, it took some time. It was an awkward wait, you know. This time it was already there.
Yeah, yeah, after Game 2.
Yeah, safe bet.
Yeah, understandably so.
Probably just going to be an all-rounder. And T1, good win to sort of end their pretty unfortunate streak that they've had. Still work to be done to be in top form for playoffs, especially when you look at the likes of Genji and HLE, and honestly even D+.
Yep.
But I think a win that shows confidence and shows a lot of prowess, as we said from Paze.
Yep, they're on a 3-loss streak.
I think what was
actually
cool,
coming into this one.
What was cool was the flex comp that they had in their Game 2, and making that work was pretty innovative, but this just felt like a bit of the T1 Classic with the Caitlyn Lux bot lane. Feels like other teams have struggled to replicate what they can do with this combo.
Absolutely. And we've seen it actually so many times, and it actually confuses me a lot because I see the Kate Lux and I'm like, oh my god, it automatically wins every game all the time. Because it does when it's Carrier and Pace. They just do different stuff with it, but when other teams pick it, it's a little bit more even. And KT, I think that they played to their comp as well as they could. It's just unfortunate that they weren't able to get the leads that they needed in order to make it work.
Yeah, I think there was some good moments from KT in this game, but I think what it really boils down to is a very simple question. Would you rather have a fed Renekton or a fed Caitlyn in the late game?
Yeah.
And I think the answer is pretty easy.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on that one. Especially with the fact that BDD and Faker were so incredibly even in this game. And Doran was even able to become very relevant in these late game fights. The fact that after a while, you know, like 25 minutes or something, they headed down towards the bottom lane. They got him a kill or two. And he just kind of found his way back into the game.
It's that final moment when they just know the game is won and FaZe is flashing in just to clean everyone up.
Yeah.
강태 높을. 30초 남았어. 맞아줘. 아니야, 피해.
Yes, it's nice of the gym to call the curtains
나 못해서 못 피해.
because they were about to come down.
약간 미칼 있어.
미드라인 온다잉.
미칼 있다.
You can see that little grin on Ono's face though. I think they are pretty aware that this is looking pretty done and dusted.
나 죽었다. 죽었어. 진짜 죽었다.
진짜로.
I wonder if FaZe is going to say that counts. He actually did.
Okay.
Probably didn't even
He's
really
got enough
too much
legit
about it.
venters, you know?
Yeah, he's probably had enough vent kills. They're just not that interesting anymore. Does a lot of damage here this game. Doran out damaged perfect, which is a very silly fact. And as you can see, the gold exceptionally even until T1 just had the better late game comp. And who gets the bomb? It's going to be FaZe.
Whoa!
Who would have thought? That's... Even as Yunara had a really good KDA in the game that they lost. Wow!
I'm so shocked. Wow! Wow!
Wow!
I think that was like the easiest POM.
I think that is unanimous, and if it's not unanimous, someone's getting fired. That's probably what's going to happen.
Harry had some good moments.
He did.
FaZe, yeah. I mean,
always.
It is.
Support had a good moment.
It's.
Every time. I understand.
And we will have both a interview from FaZe and then a full team interview from KT. They'll obviously have a big road ahead of them. Going
certainly will.
Play-ins.
And now it is time to throw it over to Deer for the translation of the interview with the victorious FaZe.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by FaZe on the side of T1. Congratulations! With that victory today, you were able to break that losing streak. And also, you have a chance for that second place as well. How do you feel? Yeah, we were able to break that losing streak, and honestly, it's such a intense and fierce fight for that second place, but I'm just really glad that we're able to win. And actually, in rounds 3 and 4, the only player that got a POM in your team was FaZe. So what is your secret to playing so consistently well? I'm not too sure. No idea. I mean, it looks like you were able to maintain such a great form. And that's why you're able to consistently get the POM. And so with that 3 losing streak up until today, I'm sure you guys were working on a lot of different things. In the process of losing, we actually went over all those areas where it seems like it is a mistake or some areas that we need to refine. So those were the feedback that we were going through so that we can improve as a team. And pace, it looks like it was an intense match. We can tell that you are sweating, and it was such an even match overall. So what was tricky about KT? Honestly, I can't even remember what happened during that series, so I'm so sorry. And in game 2, you guys went for the top lane, picked Talia bot, and also Flex picked Rumble mid. So what is the concept of this comp? I believe that we were trying to counterpick, and you know, if you do that and pick Vayne late, there are a lot of different ways you can actually utilize Vayne. And I think it was just really mainly because we were against Kalista Renata. And the one who brought the concept to life was you. So you executed bot Talia so perfectly. So Do you think?
저희 때문에도 있다고 생각하고 또
Do you think carrying with a non-ADC champion is something
네,
only you can pull off?
오, 페이즈 선수이기 때문에 또
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
이렇게
It's.
완벽한 소화가 가능했습니다.
I think maybe it is because I was playing the non-ADC champion in the meta.
뭔지 설명해 주실 수 있을까요?
And in game 3, you guys went for Caitlyn Lux, and you rushed Stormracer first. So why?
폭풍 갈퀴가 되게 밸류가 좋은 AD 아이템이라 생각해서.
Well, I first went for BF Sword, and I just think Stormracer is an item that has high value, so I think that's why I went with it first. And your last match of the season will be against HLE. With second place on the line, what is your mindset? The next match is going to be extremely crucial. I want to make sure that we can win and wrap this season as second place. You know, it is late, but your fans are here to support you, so any message to them? Thank you so much for giving us all the support even until late at night like this. But I'm just really happy that we're able to repay your support with a victory today. And that is all from Pace. Please give it up for T1's AD carry Pace.
축하드립니다. 자, 그리고 다음은 오늘 아쉽게 패배했지만 정규 시즌 마지막
Congratulations.
경기까지
And
최선을
next
다해서
up,
KT 롤스터 선수 전원과
we have KT Roasters roster. And we will take this moment for a full team interview.
KT 롤스터의 탑 퍼펙트 선수, 그리고 정글 커즈, 미드 BDD,
We have
바텀
top
지우
perfect,
선수,
jungle
서포터
Kuz, mid
에포트 선수
BDD,
모셔보도록 하겠습니다.
bot Jiu, and support
네, 선수분들이
effort.
오늘 정말 치열한 접전을 펼치고 경기를 끝냈습니다.
It was such
KT 롤스터
an intense
선수들이 마지막
series today.
리그 경기를 치렀는데요.
As
인터뷰
they
한번
have
가져보도록
wrapped their
하겠습니다.
last
먼저 KT 롤스터
match of the
선수분들에게
season.
뜨거운 박수 한번 보내주시기
Let's take
바랍니다.
this moment to talk to them. Please give it up for KT Roaster.
퍼펙트 선수, 일단 정규
Perfect.
시즌을 이렇게 마치게 됐습니다. 정규 시즌 마친 소감 한마디
Your regular season has come to an end.
일단 정규 시즌 시작이
How do you feel?
되게 기분 좋게
You know, we had a great start to the regular season, so we were on a really good spirit, and I really wanted to keep it up until the very end, but it was unfortunately a losing streak in the end. You know, KT Roaster, whether you guys are doing well or being shaky, you were always the reliable one. So how would you rate this your own place? No, I definitely felt like I have grown in some areas. So I would say maybe I would give myself a 6 or 7 out of a 10. And what is your mindset for the play-ins? You know, every opponent that we will meet, I definitely have to think about getting my revenge, so I will try my best for a good outcome. Next up, we have Kuz. This is the end of your regular season. I'm sure it left a lot to be desired, but also some areas that you might be satisfied about. So, how does it look looking back? You know, the beginning of the season, just like Perfect said, it went really well for us. Maybe in the middle we were able, some of the things actually slipped out of our hands, which is quite regretful. And although we lost today, you know, we still have chances to win our next matches. So I think I'll just have to prepare and work even harder. And KT's summer is not over yet. Any mindset for the play-ins? I want to make sure that we can win in the play-ins. I want to show our fans just us winning continuously. And BDD, you are the balance of KT every single season. How do you look back to the regular season? I mean, there are areas that went well, some of the areas that didn't go too well, and I feel like just all the things that didn't go well, it's really what keeps coming up on my mind, which is a little disappointing. And what is your mindset for the rest of your journey into the play-ins. You know, we may be on a good momentum and sometimes we end up slipping, but I want to make sure that we can actually fix those moments so that we can continue showing a great performance in the play-ins. And next we have Jiwoo. You know, at the very end of the season, you have joined KT Roaster. It might have sounded a little daunting to actually get used to it. So how was the preparation like? You know, yeah, I actually joined at the very end, so obviously there was not a lot of time to actually adjust and prepare. But since we have made it all the way this far, I'm sure there's a lot of time that we can spend to actually build chemistry with the team. And what would you like to show in the play-ins? Now, I want to keep a great performance with the team so that we can actually continue winning in the play-ins. And effort, you have made your return to the LCK, and you were a part of LCK Cup all the way up to the end of the regular season. So any memorable moments? I think what was quite memorable to me was that first match when I came back that I played. And, you know, I feel like it felt really nice. I can definitely look back to our winning streak. And what do you think you will have to work on in order to achieve your goal? I think as a support, there are a lot of different things that I actually have to work on. So I really want to make sure that I can fix myself until the very end. And what is your mindset? I want to make sure that I can put in my best until the very end so that we can win. And lastly, our captain BDD will send a message to the fans. Now, lately we have been our losing streak has not ended and it's been continuing. I really want to apologize to our fans for our lacking moments, and I want to make sure that we can lead our team to the right path for a successful rest of the season. And that is all from KT Roaster, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As yes, it is KT Roaster's losing streak continuing on, but it does solidify some of the standings. Here is T1 take the victory here 2-1. It does mean that D plus Kia will be in playoffs. It means KT Roaster will be in play-ins as the top seed that will play in the top seed of the Rise group. And it also means that T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports on the final day of the regular season is going to be for that second round bye.
Not the best way to get into the playing spot as a KT, but at the same time, you could see how adaptive T1 is with the draft and also play style. It was a lot to see today, and I think it was really exciting.
I could see Pace is insanely good at the league these days right now. And then for KT Roaster, I think a lot of fans could be disappointed, but seeing them at the last match versus Genji and today's T1, I can see. I think they're coming up and up.
Oh, Ox literally thinks the same as you.
Yeah, I think
you're very good at League of Legends.
Yes, you're just very good at League of Legends. That's crazy. Like, not even theoretically, he's just good at League with his hands and just every brain too.
Every year, every MVP, going early here, has an MVP type play, an MVP type moment. That was crazy. The Taliyah play had me screaming out of my seat. As it is 11 out of 13, 2 shouts to Keria as well, rightfully so, part of that bot lane. A player who makes me scream, wow, me and Umpty are like synced with our brothers on the cast. Umpty's brothers with Ox, I'm brothers with my Hyung Helios. Who are you?
I'm connected with BN Cast, you know, but why can I only vote for one player when the dual lane played so perfectly? I think, you know, like I knew that Paige is gonna get the POM because he's got the moment with the highlight the epic Zonia's into like Q, and then even though like he lost in game 1, he did really great, right? But I think Keria with his Lulu, he show how to support your AD carry.
Right.
In the game 2, he picked Alisa, one of the best engaging, and in the playmaking, it was really great. And the game 3, he picked most iconic pick by himself, and he showed up. I think some votes should go on Keria.
100% agree with that. I think game 2, Talia was really good, but if there was no Keриa's Alisa's performance like that, I don't think they could.
Yeah, I agree. Again, it's a two-man effort, but one of them was the one that you voted for that got.
I love what it is doing this. Pace is making your space easier. I love that. This is what I expected to predict what he's gonna do, but I really love it. I'm always welcome that when it is coming to the Korean analyst side, but I will wish and I will wait. The space is open for you.
What?
It's so empty. I'm so shocked.
It's the Pace phase, man. It's the Pace phase. It's easy. It's T1s. Why are you bullying?
What? Why are you not acting like the same? When you're not here, he was flaming your opponent, and now he's like acting like he's.
Nah, there's no way Deegan is flaming, right? Deegan didn't flame me in front.
No.
Bring some clips. You have some clips.
Deegan is my lover. No. I am the truth teller. I did flame you, but I think these ones are good.
What? Okay,
these ones are good. Yeah, but some of those other ones, Umpty. I think Mr. W is the you hater.
Yeah.
So can happen, always. Flawless in all 3 games.
You know what? Umpty, you got it. Keep going.
Oh, am I going to keep going? Oh, what do me? Anyway, Pace play deserves Pace lentally of a pulse. Welcome, Pony.
What is happening with the poets? Why? Why are you doing, Pony? Why do you have to do that?
What?
What is going on?
I don't know. I love this.
All right.
I love what's going on.
What doesn't kill Pace makes him stronger.
Oh.
Do you know this song?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Do I?
Yeah.
What doesn't kill Pace? Oh,
You had it.
Get it, Pace. Oh, Pace makes him stronger. Nah.
What doesn't kill Pace makes him stronger. Something. Higher. Something.
I'm glad
Copywriting
we have Umti here. Like,
what?
Like Umti saved us actually.
Yeah, those were fascinating. Thank you, Claude Templar. Wadid just must not love going to the Norebang. He must not love singing in karaoke. I guess that's why he didn't do it.
It's not funny that he's singing anymore.
No, I'm just too exhausted from the Korean side comments,
Oh,
man.
there you have it. Some of the slots locked on in. KT are down to play-ins. D plus Kia are locked into the round 1. But again, Hanwha Life Esports and T1 Sunday, the final game of the LCK regular season for the Legend Group, will be the decider. If you win, you're in, and you get yourself that bye, and you only need 1 win to make it to Worlds if you are that top seed. Obviously, Hanwha Life already on in there, but that's what the stakes will be for Gen.G or T1 if they are the top seed. They're in the Rise group as well. 10 and 15 for BNK Fearex. They have their future in their hands in their final matchup against Nongshim Red Force. It is D plus Kia and Gen.G on the Saturday showdown tomorrow. Big stakes here for those squads as they want to solidify their form moving into the final match of the regular season. And then the battle for pride, it is the DN Automotive Supers against Kiwoom DRX in match 128 to close out our Saturday action.
So since Umti is here, quick question before we head over. So we have discussion about how is gonna form look like. Is better momentum from the Rise teams better, or is because KT is definitely struggling right at the end. So who do you think is gonna be on time for the play-ins.
So if I didn't see today's game and the last KT roster versus Genji, I will say the Rise group first. I don't know if FearX is coming, but Hanjin Brion is coming. It will be compatible or FearX or Brion is gonna win. But today and the last time, I saw the KT's hope. So I think KT can make playoffs there.
All right, well, there you have it from the man himself. We'll have to see once we get to play-ins, but we got a couple games before we get there. Big Saturday showdown tomorrow. Mo, you don't want to miss it. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Mo.
Mo?
마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 내겐 달력사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보겐 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로를 보는 순간 We don't look back 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까 All the nights let us here 이제 눈을 떠 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 나를 남겨 저 지평선 너무
폭발 성공 21차 우주 최강 디플러스 기아 누가 막을래? 디플러스 기아의 드라마는 끝났다고요? 아닙니다. 바로 2부 시작입니다. 확실히 달라진 모습 돌아온 젠지 4연승을 쭉쭉 뻗어나가고요. 와 결국 호랑이 물에서 패패했던 젠지가 오히려 세상 밖으로 나와서 이기나요?
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against the I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.